crazy to write home about. To our next hard point we go. Rocker once again are going to be inside. They'll start to fan out.
I mean, that's 3 breaks. You had it at P2, you have it again at P3, now P4. I know it's a little bit different, but I mean, Rocker just...
Oh, about that like sort of open contest time, though. You're trying to flood through the front. If you're Florida, you're for Florida. So this is just straight up 50-50 battle on the hill.
They're in, and Mutineers flying forward. 2 on the right-hand side now. Beacon and Brack trying to get in. Brack, the last man up now. Dashi with the pressure. Oh my word, the timing, the big win. As Dashi retains the hard point now for Optic Texas. Pressure's on. Havoc with the dive, trying to stay alive, and good work out of Optic Texas, making the best of a bad situation.
That is back-to-back fantastic kills from Optic, battling out and making things scrappy when they need to. Obviously, from the near-perfect full 60 they had on Kitchen. But towards the restaurant, you see Major Maniac is catching players on the deep rotation, forcing Optic to flood through the front, but this is a 4v3 on the hill for Optic.
It is now, only down. Trey's there, Brack putting in the work, solid tags in Illy to back him up. Another for Brack, wow. A brick wall of defense from Brack, no one's getting in there. Mutineers still locking it down. Optic with one way into the hard point for now. They are pinned, a bit of trouble. Shotzi opens the lane, Illy with a pinch. Here comes the hit from Optic.
I mean, moments like that, Brack is good enough to be a gym leader. That was a 3v4 hold where they just gun them down relentlessly. A 4-5 spree right there from Bracken. Just like that, one good hill, and Florida are right back in this game.
Shotzi managed to get his way in. Scum wins another fight, but that's still a lot of time going the way of the Mutineers. Brack, the man of the moment. Oh, 5 spree. Shotzi ends it, but good teamwork either way. The Mutineers keeping this one very close indeed. 29-ish points separating the squad. They're going to get the scrap. Looking towards rotation. Far south side of the map. It's a long journey.
And what an interesting battle, too. Everybody at the top left-hand side of the minimap. No one's actually roaming towards the hard point right now. Looking for the back spawns and looking for the angles to kill the players out of the hill. But look at just Optic have the pressure. They had completely stabbed it back, so Florida finding it impossible to get through. You had Scump off, Respawn able to go towards the hill, and that is just handling the pressure on the map. Optic Texas getting it done.
A big win from Illy. Time now going the way of Optic Texas. They pinned the Mutineers in Kitchen. They did not let them out. 35 seconds remaining here on this patio area above the parking lot. Some call it glass. We call it a big old hard point. 30 seconds that we had here for Optic Texas, and they're holding firm.
And such good trust, too. There's a player running underneath Scump, but he knew Illy had his back, so Scump just has to look one direction. Zach 56 or Vastnet for Scump, it does not matter, and even more so that his teammates are getting all of the kills. Last one alive is in Couches, but hey, that just means scrap time towards Optic, and they've honestly had a pretty comfortable game. Outside of that restaurant hill, everything has been close to flawless.
Yep, Optic looking very solid so far. A very commanding lead here as we go now to our second set of hard points, right back to the smack bang in the middle here of the Greenberg Hotel. Back into the atrium. Time's up. Florida Mutineers in that one. Now, not a whole lot separating the two teams on the first go-around chance. Towards the middle of the hard points, that's where Optic got things going.
And Shotzi's over here winning the gunfights just to flip the spawns long-term. Meanwhile, Illy actually inside of the hard point, winning more gunfights to try to collect in time. And it looks like the swarm on hill is good. Florida at least able to get those Optic players out, but obviously this is a difficult time for a hill to accrue a lot of time on. And I think Optic maybe actually really trying to force it through to P2 and maybe accepting the P1 time to go away, but this is a lot of time to just be giving away.
Yeah, they've got P2 control though now for Optic Texas. The game plan was for the long haul. A lot of time given up still, 15 seconds remaining on P1. Dashi locking down one side of the map, trying to keep those members of Florida Mutineers pinned on it. 3 clean kills. You've opened up the hard point. Watch for the spawns. The next Mutineers now have to make a very long journey towards P2.
That is so patient for Major as well, so Shotzi's going to have to deal with 3. The trade not instant, and this is where Shotzi really gets to dance.
Dodson! He's found himself 3 in a row. Here comes Brack. Oh, Vico though, the teamwork there from the Mutineers. Now, pressure on towards the hard point. Lobby's up next. Dashi, Irons at the ready. Major Maniac on the outside, diving in. It's a kill from Major. Dashi's still in the corner there. The contest is going to be there for a brief moment. Optic still finding the kills, but this play is far from over. Mutineers with the break.
And I'm telling you, man, that's one of those moments on the P1 hill where Optic put all those pressure on the rotation in P2, and now they're getting the part where they're shooting each other. So Florida got handed a bit of P1 time. Now they got the break on P2. And if they can hold this down, which Illy is not intent on let happening, maybe the comeback could have get in. Instead, it is a tack versus a Vastnev. You know Illy's taking him down.
That's that patient play we're seeing a lot of here. Not so patient play out of Havoc and Brack. Let that 10 seconds go and a Shotzi. Wow, another one from Brack. His gun's been hot. So far, 19 and 12 for the newcomer.
In a perfect Kitchen last time, and it was Scump that opened things up with a big 3 to set this up. But for Florida, this is the name of the game. If you give up a full 60, well, that's GG. You have to find a way to get through.
Shotzi finds himself a corner. Major Maniac should be able to pick that one up. Into the kitchen we now go. Optic Texas first in. Shotzzy having a whale of a game so far at 25 and 18. Now, peek up on those doors, shoulder to shoulder, wait for the play. Here we go in the kitchen, and so far Florida, they banged the door right open. They may have done it. One man left. Shotzzy's all there, and Florida Mutineers are in.
Absolutely beautiful, no hesitation on that play call, and Shotzzy in the middle of trying to fly. It's a trophy that takes him down, but Optic trying to be quick on the resurgence. Same thing, trying to hit through these doorways, but Major locks it down. Maybe one more man to fall, he gets traded out, and that's the hill that Florida needed to get back in this game. That's a gunfight for the scrap, and we will be very close to tied up going into new.
Brax the man to watch right now on rotation over towards the far side. Optic Texas, they've still got the lead, but not for too much longer. Mutineers, they are hot on their heels.
And I got you a Shotzzy maybe going on a flank. He's got bedroom control maybe to fight for. Havoc, I think, waiting for his moment to pounce, but Shotzzy took the round. He gets red, and this is so much map coverage that Optic has on bar.
Firm control of the bedroom side of the map now for Optic Texas. They've got all eyes on. If you can keep the Mutineers pinned in the middle of the map, this is done. There is now 20 seconds for the win.
And there we go. Trophy's out and bound. Hilly knows one direction to look. Snake him if you got to. Get the tags in if you need it. But Florida there. The break just like that. All that coverage just got broken down.
Florida with a break now. Florida with 30 seconds to get on this hard point. Can they find it? Skunky popping the Deddy. Looking to make something happen here for the green wall. Waiting patiently. Time still ticking. 20 remaining on the point. Looking to get that map control once again.
And you gotta win these fights, but Major able to win the first in the trade, not in. So that is a hill where Optic had so much control just to fade away. But back in the restaurant, all those green arrows, they're set up around it. This is a snaky hill. Optic get control first. This is for the game.
This is it to take map number one. Relatively even going into it. A single break's all you're really going to need, but Optic now in the driver's seat. 10 seconds for the win. Here we go. Mutineers now making their way forward. Scuffy, the first man up. Lines them up. Vical takes him down. Numbers there. Can they get towards the point? Time's ticking. No one close. Nobody close. There's nothing. A single second may have determined it. But Optic Texas take map number one.
As is tradition in this head-to-head, Optic have been dominant in the hard point. Now 4-0 against Florida. Maybe Scump looking for that next chip.
Well, once he pops, he just won't stop. They take the lead here, and I tell you what, a very close one. 236 is no score to be sniffed that chance.
And I mean, honestly, just statistically, I mean, Shotzzy, typical, 4K damage, 33 kills, 23 non-traded. He has more non-traded than every single player on Florida had straight-up kills, right? So that's what we saw yesterday from Shotzzy going against Florida. Absolutely dominant. He has not slowed down a single bit. And even some of the plays Optic wasn't always getting the best use out of, but you see like the pressure he creates on the map. Shotzzy in absolute menace there on Hotel.
Incredible stuff. Well, map one is done. We have a replay of the final rotation. This was the game-winning moment here for Optic Texas. Not necessarily the kills on the last hard point, but controlling the new one.
It straight up is Shotzzy, right? He's winning the gunfight on Major Maniac towards the back, and as soon as he does it, he's like, well, the flank is secure. I can go right back towards the hill. Everybody's going to have to flood either through front or this side door, and you're going to have Scump calling out at least two. Shotzzy's the man that swings right in, pieces him up, gets the guarantee, and just adding more kills to his collection.
And again, you get a man on point, you get the contest, but you saw there, Shotzzy had it covered. Good work from Optic Texas playing the long game. They secure map number one in an incredibly important series. Now, over to Mercado, Las Almas. Search and destroy, map 2.
And a nail biter of a map 2, I think we are expecting it to be. Obviously around 11 yesterday, but interesting things to pay attention to. It was around 11, and Havoc dropped 15 kills. Woo! So he's absolutely putting on a show on this map, and it is still a nail biter. Obviously, the snipes have been ever present. I mean, Illy's been trying to get good work on every single map. Mercado may be one of like the slower sniper maps to get a great deal of production, but when Illy's on with it, he's absolutely on, and I think maybe it'll be Brack trying to contend with him.
Optic didn't want to play El Asilo, and as far as the Mutineers were concerned, Embassy was their band there for Search and Destroy. So to Mercado we now go. This is going to be a fun one indeed. Yeah, and it comes to snipes, last moments now for the coaches to get some words out. And a team that has had its fair share of ups and downs in Search and Destroy, Chance.
And, you know, even just for the S&D, if you want to think long-term, all the way potentially that map number 5, Albagger Fortress, a completely fresh look on the side of the Florida Mutineers. But The only other switch up in the series is going to be that control. And I think that's just an interesting one because Texas was happy to make the adjustment to get rid of the hotel and let LSU go through. But funnily enough, Florida, that just seemed like one of their better controlled maps. So I think this might be the name of the game. Of Florida, I know the hard points against Optic have not gone well, even when they're close maps. And obviously Optic are happy in the downtime, but Florida is that dangerous 2-3-5 team. I think the 3 looks good for them, the 5 unknown. They still have to make sure they secure it on Mercado as well, because Optic obviously a very lethal threat in S&D.
Yeah, no free maps whatsoever in this series. It's going to be an absolute nail-biter. If you watched yesterday's games, you know it was close indeed, but spicy indeed. Speaking of yesterday's games, we can actually look at what the score looked like in the first time these two teams met up in the group, and yeah, it was a very scary series to start the day. An unexpected one chance for the Optic fans.
And, well, I mean, maybe expect it like that. They're getting used to the fear at this point, I think. They've made the adjustment. They know what they're getting in towards the day. But again, Mercado, there's the 6-5 you want to see. The hotel was super close. That's why Optic made the adjustment away from hotel there. But it's the hotel for the hard point and the hard point for the Mercado as well, that it's a run it back. And, I mean, yesterday, Florida was a little bit worse form. So, if anything, they started making improvements. So, Florida a little bit scarier. I know Vickle, a little bit better performance in the hard point. Instead of the 0.7 him and Havoc bringing to the table, they jumped up to about a 0.9. So they're getting a little bit closer. The question is for Optic, at least when it comes to that Mercado S&D, can they make those adjustments as well? And I mean, more or less, just figure out how to play around Havoc.
Yeah, Havoc is a historically brilliant search and destroy player, a difficult player to deal with, the original route man. I mean, Routeman gets paid, and in this game, I mean, Routeman not only gets paid, but Routeman basically feeds the whole team and keeps the roof over their heads.
Loading in for this map number 2, and even just to talk about Havoc and like the value that he gets out of the map, he's always maximizing. Like when Brack is sniping over mid, it is to allow Havoc to take those routes through the middle of the map and constantly making plays and constantly giving that direction. Again, Vehicle, those bomb plans currently in the lead, including when he's playing against Optic, he is getting the bomb down constantly, and he has a high KD to back it up. So Florida, we already know, incredibly dangerous threat, but they're on defense first. It's Optic roaming this bomb towards the A site.
Here we go on map number 2. Opening nades, don't find any hits, no tags, no nothing, but Illy does. First blood, going his way.
Gotta check it, Shotsy guns him. Vashnev there, first 2 kills already in. There's the third. We're 15 seconds in just about, and Brack already in a 1 versus 4.
Yikes, he nearly got taken out there. A big old bullet from Illy in the MCPR, shoots by his head, comes Shotsy, the 1v1 in the middle of the map. He's prone, he's in position. And a very clean round from Optic.
And, you know, the S&D strategy in this game is very strange because round to round, it's always going to be a different experience. If you don't have the trophies round 1, you can't exactly just bully through A because the pre-nades are going to be there. It's tougher to make plays until the dead silence comes through. So I'd say Optic just took full advantage of that. They shut down the middle of the map. Illy locked it down with a sniper, and you had Optic making plays off of that to get Shotsy in position. So very simple stuff and sort of a round that's unique to just being round 1. But Optic Texas, play it perfectly. Clean 4-man sweep.
Not a freebie by any stretch of the imagination. Good stuff there of Optic Texas. Now we're going to see how the Mutineers rebound on defense. And that's exactly it. Trophies come into play straight away. They eat all those lethals.
And of course, if they're getting the trophies because they're getting some of the kills, you see how much slower Florida actually has to play this off the jump. So jump already in prime position.
He's waiting. Patient man, having a major manic now towards the top side. Shotsy's pub dead silence, and he is going on a world tour, and the timing on this could be incredible. If he manages to get going, he better get going fast. 1, that lines him up. The second heavily tagged. Havoc immediately retreats. Smooth moves.
And funnily enough, Brack doesn't go for the kill. Brack actually just goes to his teammates to help out, so he dips through the middle of the map, and now you actually Dashy in the back. They are trying to hunt him down.
Perfect teamwork now. Vladimir is trying to hold it now. A big win. Dashy still holding the line. Managed to get at least 1 out of this. Oh, and he spots an ankle or 2. Slow things down, 2v1. Here come the Mutineers. They're throwing shoulders. Havoc must have seen him. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Surely not. No, the Mutineers seal the round.
And what a heads-up play call right there from Brack, right? I'm thinking Shotsy's on the flank. Brack probably just wants to look for that kill as quick as he can, but I think if Brack doesn't have the dead silence, if he tries to play too aggressive, Shotsy's probably just going to hear him and has the right gun for the job, so Brack just runs straight to his teammates through the middle of the map, and they're at least attempting initially to isolate Dashy, and it turns into good reads, reading Shotsy on the flank after the fact, so That is high-level stuff there from Brack for the bounce-back round. And I think if Illy was able to get the snipe round 1, Brack might be looking for the counter in round 3.
There he goes. He won't see anything now, of course. Wall will block his view. It's over to B now for Optic Texas. First time we've seen them try this here on Mercado Las Almas today. And oh, hello, Brack. No photos, please. Shotzi not having any of it whatsoever, but they're inside the B-bomb site and their presence is certainly known. Here comes the counterattack.
And they've been gifted complete control as well. Players doubled up in 10. I mean, right now, Florida's kind of put themselves in an interesting spot. Not fun to have to retake this. You got to find the pick, and you want to rip the guy out of top 10. So Major and Brack, they'll both be looking for that, but Optic, they don't have to give up anything.
Don't have to give a single thing. Dashi peeks it. He's feeling bold. He wins the fight as well. So first blood there for Dashi. And the counters now. There's an opening. Scump's in there. Numbers dwindling, and that's the round.
Well, just like that, as good as it gets, you get the full setup. You talk it over before the match of what is the dream situation. Everybody in 10. As soon as the players start coming through, you see the idea. They know if Brack's going to be sniping, someone's standing in the middle of the map, staring at top 10. I think the Scump that flies out for the free kill towards the middle of the map. Illy getting the call-outs from his teammates, and just Dashi beaming Nature Maniac for that first blood. I don't know if we're going to see Florida Mutineers completely give up that bomb site again.
Again, yeah, you don't have anyone towards B. No information passed over. Optic takes full advantage of that one. Here we go. Havoc. That's trouble. Whoa, nearly feeling himself on the second shot as well.
Major though, able to at least trade things out, so it's not ideal from Florida, but they're making up for it. Chauncey hits the full 10, he gets the help, and Scump at least gets 2. Sets us up, Illy, S&D Wizard versus Brack. And I think what, both have a sniper in hand, both have the back pocket gun, they have options.
It could be a snipe off. Here comes the corner peek, and Illy's doing it with the right ball. Oh, he misses. A loud shot rings out across Mercado, and now Brack's going to get the plant. It's still a 1v1. Illy, corner! Uh-oh! There's a little bit of extra love. Surely won't phase the Mutineers players. They've been here before, but a very comfortable 1v1 win for Illy.
We cut away from the camera, by the way. He sat there for an extra few seconds just to make things clear. I mean, well played by Brack, all things considered, but I just don't know if he was expecting Illy to have the vast nev. And this is one of the big things. We talk about Brack sniping over, Havoc getting use out of the middle of the map. Illy completely shuts it down, clutches the 1v1. And that's the Pope right there. I think Brack heard him moving because Illy only had the trophy, but he gets caught, and Illy, that is why he gets paid.
Oh, not the free cam as well, observers. Relentless. 3-1, though. Nades up to cook him. Brack's going to hear it for sure. They've probably heard that as well.
Brack's by himself, though, and this is 4 players to deal with. If he can get 1, he's happy.
Here they come. Illy's in first. 2! Wait a minute, Brack! Dashi's going to be there to find the kill. Scumps through the back alley, but Major Maniac's here. Here come the reinforcements. Mutineers immediately back on towards the site. 2v3.
Yeah, Major Maniac sees it all. Sees it absolutely all. Calls out the Scump's going to be off to the right, and they know Dashi's up top. Dashi for the 1v3, and Major, he ain't making no mistakes there. It is the swarm, it is the kill, and that is job delivered. I mean, Brack, again, he is fighting off 4 of those players. If he gets 1 and gets traded, he's happy. He got 2. He's over the moon. A nice little bounce-back moment for him after failing in that 1 versus 1. Clutches up for the team in the very next round, keeping things close.
Everybody knows that when you sprinkle a little bit of extra love onto a fallen opponent, it comes back to get you some way.
Karma might be out of the league, but he's always with us.
Hope you're well, then. Here we go. Optic Texas still up by 1.
And same as Brack, by the way, potentially in that last round. It is Dashi left alone towards the B site. A little bit of noise getting made. So this is the man that has the pressure on.
Okay, you get the hit marker at the very least. Now if you Dashi, you're back on up. 2-2 split here for Optic Texas on defense. They don't know quite yet that the entire Mutineer squad is here. You're going to see that movement. Optic had their go on this bomb site before. Will the Mutineers be able to do it as perfectly?
Well, Mutineers, maybe that's the moment to actually try to get the bomb down, but Illy at least gets that first blood.
Oh, no.
So situation is so much different now, and Chauncey knows nobody's on site. You already have the extra man available for Optic. You can afford to give up this bomb plan. Just keep playing for picks.
You know they're trapped up there. Okay, so now the movement. Big play moment here. for the Mutineers to try to get their way across map. That's where Shotzzy's going to come to play in a minute, but Dashi wins a fight. You've trapped the Mutineers in on the B-bomb site. It's a 4v2.
And this is just a hopeless situation. Everybody's just going to be throwing shoulders. Havoc can hear these players in this dark L, but you got to try to kill two of them. Easier said than done.
Here comes one. Oh, a little bit of slightly nervous gunfire from Havoc. Fired his shot a little too early. Shotzi's managed to make his way in. You give him the time, he'll do it. But wait a minute, Havoc's out. Trades are there. Optic win the round.
Just nothing he can do, and Illy a smile on his face. I like the plays from Dashi as well. That stun grenade that he hits, honestly, slows Florida down just enough that everybody on Optic can get back into position, hold their L trigger, and as soon as Illy gets that first blood, and the bomb hasn't even gone down yet, well, that just puts all of the pressure on Florida to make the play.
Major difference there. Optic Texas get on the B-bomb site, get that bomb down ASAP. Mutineers dither a little bit, they waste some time. Immediately, though, the bounce back from Optic Texas there. 4-2. It's 1st to 6 here in Search and Destroy.
We'll see if Florida try to go through mid. It looks like they're not going to dance with the devil on this one, so no freebies there for the first blood. But that means the middle of the map goes to Shotzi. I think Havoc happy for it. Free first blood. Very early in the round, and Optic, I think, yeah, there's no way you're getting through this house. Find a different plan of attack, and B they'll go, and I think Brack will just play this like Dashi. Just spot out the information. As soon as he spots them, just run away. Take the intel and wait for your teammates.
3 defending members of the Mutineers still backed on up. Brack, he will see them first. And Dashi, here he comes. Wow, what a win from Dashi. That's huge. B-bomb site now open.
And honestly, just not a good angle to take that from, and you see exactly why. So 3 versus 3, and Illy spots out all the players on the ground. He's got the intel, he's got the gunny, and now Havoc has to be in a 1v3. And he's got the dead silence, so he can take the route, but by the time he gets there, this is just going to look hopeless to try and clutch.
He has 25 seconds. Both his lethal and tactical to work with. There's the bomb plant. He's taken a long route. He's very noisy. Scum Nose is there. It's a win from Havoc. Out like a light. About 50% of the way towards his dead silence.
Yeah, not a good start. But you see Dashi and Illy, they're like, hey man, if there's 2 windows up here, let's just stay. I'll watch your back, you watch the front, and give them nothing to work with.
Give him nothing. Watch out. Here comes the lethal. Checking corners. He's got no idea both those players are in the site. He's running out of time. Havoc has got to make a move. Illy's now repositioned. He's out. That's the insurance policy. Dashi can check that in a few moments. That's a big win. Illy knows it is nearly impossible. Now it is done. Havoc might be able to get the kill, and he will. But the round goes to Optic Texas. Map point.
And just to clean, that entire thing quite literally does come down to, you've done the hard work if you're Florida. You get the first blood, but then Brack doesn't play it like Dashi does. He plays for the gunfight, and Dashi, as soon as he guns them down, I mean, 3 versus 3, you've lost the site control. Now Florida forced to try to scurry their way back in Optic, just picking them apart, letting their opponents make the mistake. And right now, 5-2 lead for Optic. It has been efficient on Mercado.
Yeah, incredibly strong work, and it's this man, it's Illy. 7-3 so far.
Weak hops, though.
Weak hops, man. Can't all be perfect, can they? Brack playing from a slight off angle here, watching mid, but over towards the B site we've already gone, and will the Mutineers get the bomb down this time?
And it's funny, by the way, Illy, the awkwardness on the timing that he had from the start, he couldn't actually watch this cross, so this will be a bomb plant. And it looks like the bomb planter vehicle, he's able to get away straight up 4v4.
This is a great spot to be in for Illy now. He's prone in the middle of the street. Starting to check it. Major Maniac comes out. He might take the bait here. You've already got Shotzi on the flank.
And Shotzi the one making the play. Shotzi's making noise as well, so Optic, they got to converge.
Oh, it's a big win from Brack on the flank. Dashi opens up one of the front. Trophies are out. Scumpy's managed to take control of the full courtyard. Now you've got numbers. 20 seconds to go, though. Dashi might try to jump this, and there we go. Havoc, if he's on it, beautiful timing. The audio cues are there. 3v1. It's all on a Scump. It's done.
Absolutely picks him apart. Good Lord, Florida, that instant bounce back. Havoc in here. I mean, Dashi is the trophy player making all sorts of noise, and that time for Mutineers, no mistakes made. I think that was the idea from Optic for the setup of let like Illy look down middle map for the snipe and then reposition. You see the angle he had to watch the cross, but a little bit awkward. By the time he got there, Florida already passed, and Brack this time completely shuts the flank down. Easy reads, easy gunfights win, and now for Havoc, keep in mind the round before this, where he gets the 3 kills, there was never a moment where he could really win the round, but now he's a kill away from a streak. So even for that 1v3, Havoc has been putting in work for potential long-term gains. Now he's looking for a first blood.
Major Maniac opens up proceedings now. Close range engagements here by the Cantina. The concussion's going to slow things down. Scump's looking for the angle. We catch Havoc out. Beautiful shots, ends the spree. Now looking for his second. Scumpy up top. Vico there. The youngster gets involved in the fight ASAP. Dashi knows he's made it towards mid. No shots fired, but Major finds another. 3v1, it's all on Big Bruce.
Dude, another round. Florida just picking them apart. Dashi, though, I mean, obviously a menace. You know the clutch potential is there, but just the shoulders being thrown so small. Nobody for Florida giving him anything.
You give him any more than that, though, and Dashi's going to get these kills. That's what I'm worried about. That's a big one. It's a 1v2, and he may be pinned down. But Brack is taking his sweet time in getting towards his position.
And he's got the Deddy. If he goes all the way around, I don't know if Brack's going to be here, if the timing goes his way, or if the snake's too on point, and Dashi couldn't quite see him. Florida take care of business. No streak for Havoc, but that 5-2 lead cut down to 5-4. I'd say for Florida, I mean, even getting the first blood, they've been pretty on point. Maybe just the one round they've had where they throw away the 4 versus 3. Outside of that, Mutineers, dangerous as always. And again, Brack had that 1v1, loses against Illy. Next round takes over. Brack had that moment where he drops the ball a little bit when he's over by 10. Well, now he's on a 4 spree, so fighting his way back in. It looks like for Florida, towards B they go, but here's the spot.
Dashi, excuse me, sir, thank you. Get out of the way. You're on the cross. Spots 2. Dashi should be able to spring to life now. Any more reinforcements, they're going to be in trouble. Here comes the hit. Big Bruce gets 1. Traded out immediately. Bomb site now in control of Florida Mutineers.
And another flank from Shotzi. And again, it's him versus Brack to make these reads. We've seen this gunfight in the past, and Brack there to take him down. So he's had Shotzi's number on the flank. Illy, Frang. I mean, if anyone's like peeking, it's going to be for a half second.
Scumpy with the dead silence forward. He goes. Here comes the aggression. They're in. Major Maniac running for it. Havoc manages to pick up the bait. Illy now with the run forward, and then we're all tied up. Mutineers have done it round by round. They are getting there. It is now round 11. History repeating itself again.
Here we go. I mean, a 5-2 lead. It was all smiles for a while, but guess who's feeling that momentum now?
That lady is certainly feeling the pressure. Here we go. A Mutineers fan for sure. Round 11. One last run through here on Mercado Las Almas. Let's get it.
And Optic will be on the attack. Looks like a pretty hefty A hit down the line. Trophies are protected from nades, and I think Florida maybe no trophy, so they need to back away from this pressure. So you get all the control of this building. Can you make use of it?
Shotzi didn't see anyone over by planters. He's letting the gunfire rattle out. The stun check doesn't catch Major Maniac's ankle. So for now, zero sum of information. Worried though. You see how careful Shotzi's being. This is fantastic work on offense already.
Just clearing everything out, but you can't go for the bomb plant just yet. You gotta find the pick. Shotzi waiting to make his move.
He's still waiting. He's making a lot of noise, and in a second, it might cost him. The patience of Major Maniac right now is astounding.
Major has to. He's heard
Here he
all
goes.
this. He's heard Shotzi jumping around.
Here he goes.
Major gets the guy out bomb. That's bomb down 4v3.
Bomb down, tags in. Havoc's been beat up, but he's not dead yet. Making the move now towards the outside. Major Maniac holding it down. Shotzi knows he's there. Can he find him in time? He does, and oh my god! The trade's there though, 2v3. Dashi now springing to life. The bomb does get planted.
And that's it, 2v3. You got at least like sight control. You got Illy pushed out one side. Dashi's got to watch the other two, but the stun gives the intel to Illy, but they're not dealing with him. They're trying to go through mid.
They're flying through mid. Here comes the hit now. Illy's got eyes on. Spots 1. Spots 2. Information there. Vico with a little bit of damage. Dashi still upstairs. Able to make something happen here. The pinch is on. Here comes the final moments. Illy's got to go big and win this fight. Brack again. And it's done! We have witnessed a breakdown. The Florida Mutineers clutch it up in round 11. And oh my good Gideon. We got a series on our hands now, Chance.
I mean, a 5-2 lead. You're thinking Optic are looking dominant. And round after round, man, Florida delivered. And I mean, you just expect it at this point in the S&D. Major Maniac is just so icy in
Unreal.
those moments.
Unreal.
He knows Shotzi's dancing around. He's not giving away anything. He's like, okay, things have settled a little bit. Let me go check on that bomb, kill Scump off of it, even delivers for the second
Yeah,
one.
that
Don't know
was...
how he wins that gunfight. It's absurd, but Major Maniac gets it done in the final round. Havoc and Brack putting in ridiculous work just to get them there towards that round 11. And again, I mean, hey, it's the third one these guys have had in a row. Back-to-back on Mercado, at least for the side of Florida. And I mean, again, we can talk about how dangerous they are nonstop. It's maps like this why they just prove it consistently to be true.
Wow, what an incredibly spicy search and destroy. Map number 3 is on its way in a moment. El Asilo control. We did not see this in the first go around when these two teams played yesterday. It was, of course, Hotel. Very, very close match there for Optic Texas coming out on top there, but now a slightly different look. Will this adjustment pay off for the Mutineers? We'll see in just a moment. For now, ladies and gentlemen, though, a quick break so that you and we and everyone here in Raleigh can compose ourselves. When we come back after this, it's Control on El Asilo.
presented by the GMC Hummer EV pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
We go. Map number 3. It's a spicy one indeed between Optic Texas and the Florida Mutineers. It's a run back from yesterday. Things, I mean, look, kind of looking the same chance, sort of the same script. We've changed a few parts here or there. Will the third act be the same, though?
I mean, well, the only thing that's really different is, like, the hardpoint score got a little bit closer. Florida looked a little bit better. But now the first true change that we have, El Asilo for map number 3. And it has to be said, I think generically, I definitely favor Optic for the respawns, the El Asilo. I like it for Florida. 2-1 record on the map. It is very much like a control map about like those moments of like the A zone, a little bit easier to capture. Doesn't happen every time, but you get it a lot of the time. And it's can you get those 3 and 4-man wipes over towards B and find those moments where you can stack? Because I know Florida has had quite a few rounds where things are looking dire and they just create that magic. Almost like when you're down 5-2 in S&D and it's looking dire and they just create that magic and clutch up. So I'm expecting this to be absolutely a slugfest.
Yeah, Florida break you down. You don't necessarily break down. That's the difference. Over now to Control we go. A very different look from our first series go around. We'll see if that reflects in the scoreline. This is an elimination matchup. Loser of this series goes home.
Florida will be on the attack first. Brack, actually, maybe all of them leaning towards the B zone straight off the rip. So interesting stuff. No trophies out. You see where the nades are connecting to maybe deal with potential AR. Nobody's home, and Havoc gets caught. So much noise being made in Optic. They're not playing any games over towards B. Look at those arrows. They swarmed over here on defense and completely shut this break down.
Beagle, the break is not quite done. 1 minute remaining here in the round. Beagle is dancing around. He's oscillated over towards the A side of the map. That's where the zone is here. We'll see if his boys can get there in time.
And they cannot. They are getting shot down along the way. Shotzi ended up in their spawn, so Beagle has been completely left by himself, and nobody else on his team is getting a single kill, but maybe there's the opener over towards the A zone. Beagle maybe with another one-on-one gunfight to win, but he's delivering. The Spaniard's showing up. He just needs his teammates to get out of the spawn to come and help him.
Takes a little bit of damage from the trophy. One segment done, though. Illy's going to remove the trophy. And removes Beagle as well. Still pressure there on the point. The capture still continuing. Having now pushed the front line forward. Nice kills. Crack as well in the feed. Now for the top side. You've still got second segment done. The capture is still going.
Yeah, good trades though there from Optic, and maybe the trades are actually going to fall short. Those final 2 players get wiped, and you see Optic already roaming back over towards this B zone, but not a lot of map control they have, and this is one of those moments. All Florida looking for is a 3 or 4-man wipe. They can make something happen, but that is not the start they were looking for. Illy gets more or less that first blood.
Great play out of Vehicle again. That A zone capture, he started it, and they helped finish it. Beautiful work out of the Mutineers. 1 minute 30 now to go. 20 lives remaining for Optic Texas here on defense.
That's very worried about the flank, and for good reason. He's got the tack, and tough to get close to in these moments. It's him and Major doing that little dance. And
man,
what a patient battle we have here, but Dashi ends up winning it, but his teammates have fallen. Every single one of his teammates has fallen. This is the 3-man wipe. This is the pressure on Dashi.
Dashi, the green wall behind him, the green fence to his immediate left. Beagle on the other side of it. Here comes the rest of the time.
Oh my God.
Scumpy, no, baby, please. Absolutely wipes him off the map. Unfortunate throw at range, and that might not help out. First segment's already gone. Mutineers keeping it going.
Hey, nice wall bang spot, though, just to keep things out of dodge, and Illy wins the next one as well. So that is a poor start for the 4v4, but with 3 men, Optic able to secure it on defense with only a single segment that has gone through. And all quiet on the top side of the map. It looks like Florida trying to make plays on the bottom.
Uh-oh, Shotzi though. Knows Major Manix close by. Tags, no kill. That's the worry now still about the remaining players. Look at that mini-map. Absolute pandemonium on the inside though. Scum, he's the king of the chaos right now until Brack puts him down. 35 seconds left. Mutineers got to get on the zone.
And Shotzi right now just going to be that intel player, and no need to chase here. And he's got a read on 2, but now he's got a read on 3, but Optic are actually very distant from this B zone. No one really in position, and that's not a good start. Optic are so far away.
It's a 2-man stack for now. 21 seconds remaining. That second segment is on its way out. Optic have got to get a move on. Here come the lethals over the top. Is there trophies there to stop it? No. Here comes the hit. Shotzi around the corner. Major Maniac brings him down. That's going to be the round.
And what Optic, that was the most passive setup I've seen on defense. Illy is like wrapping around like the back mountain and just big chilling towards the back. And Florida say, all right, thank you very much. We'll just go stand in the zone and win it. I mean, I'm thinking this is supposed to be like those moments where you get the wipes in. I mean, Florida, that was kind of a cakewalk there for that first offensive round. And make no mistake, that is a big one to get.
Optic were 21 seconds away from winning the round, but they couldn't contend with Vico on the A zone. Now though, we'll see what Optic have got on offense. Florida Mutineers now, their turn to defend.
You already see trophies out over towards B, middle of the map dominance potentially with these bad nets. And they're looking for free fires coming through from a couple players, but it's trades back and forth. The A zone has been left open, so that is where Optic will keep the pressure.
They're on it. Capture the zone, add a minute to the game clock. Capture both zones, win the round. That's the job now. First segment gone. As Optic Texas, slowly but surely, getting the work done. Havoc finding his time. The second segment's already gone, Sean. Somebody's got to make a move.
They're just completely giving this up, not interested in even trying to defend. They're looking for the kills after the fact, and I think if Havoc is behind enemy lines, he wants to try to keep that top side of the map controlled. So a couple trades coming through, couple players now spawning up for Optic in the back, and looks like Illy might be getting hunted down, but Optic have 2 players down low, so they're just playing for the kills.
It's that absolute haunted house down low. Vico, though, not afraid whatsoever, takes care of Illy. Now, over towards B, we have to now divert our attention. Major Maniac has got himself a close corner, but Dashi sniffs him out. Smooth bit of parkour now, and the flood across that field.
I can't believe he didn't hear mental. By the way, Havoc pinned down with the attack that he's taking. He gets shot, so Optic is more or less open, but it's Brack on the flank that's going to cause him problems.
Brack's counter-attack now. He's doing it solo for a moment. Reinforcements coming out of spawn. The concussion lands. Can he get that kill number 7 to get himself any more of the streaks? Illy's on the outside. This 1v1's going to determine it. No. Streak's done. 2 kills. Massive work out of Optic Texas.
How many bodies can you get on point? Does anybody actually have a trophy? Comes in a little bit late, but you still get 3.
They're stacking. Optic are stacking. Second segment gone. Mutineers have got one last shot at this. Can they get in time? Can they get in time? Yes. For now, they do.
Major Maniac then up through that top window. I think maybe a wall bang for the first and connects on the second. So barely able to survive. And if that trophy is down a split second sooner, Optic already would have won it. But obviously, still in a good spot. Nobody on the flank yet for the moment for Florida. So it's guns straight ahead for Optic Texas.
It's relatively even in the life count. A single segment is all that remains on the B zone. Get in there and start capturing boys. Illy and Scum trying to make it happen. Vico and Brack in the kill team, holding things down. And a difficult Havoc to kill, and Brack, oof. That's the first 1v1 we've seen him lose for a while.
At 1 HP and a dream right there for Scump. Ends up connecting, and again, just keeping that pressure near the B zone. And Chauncey stepping foot. And this is going to bait these players out. You don't necessarily want the stack now. You're playing for the kill.
Watch out for the flank, Scump. He's got full eyes on it, though. If Major Maniac decides to move, and you've got to get going soon. Big kills out of Vico now. Florida Mutineers fly. Diving onto the point. One more kill here is going to seal it. Can they stay alive? Illy biding time. Brought down. Mutineers hold it down.
That is another wave staved off. The pressure still on Optic, and honestly, now you have to be much more concerned about the potential flanks coming through, because Major, he's locked down the bottom side of the map.
Oh my
down low, it's Vico dealing with 2.
And he's dealing with 2. Kills with a stun. Hello. Scumpy's there. Finally takes care of it. 15 seconds. Last chance now for Optic here in the round to get on that point. Havoc with the kills. Major Maniac. Patience. Brack wins another 1v1. 8 seconds. The play is not over just yet. Anyone there to get it done? No, Brack stays alive. That should be it. The round goes to the Mutineers, 2-0.
And that clutch factor for Florida has been kicking in. Those moments where Optic had the 3-man stack, again, that trophy just a little bit too late to protect the front man, but then Major from the window just shreds 2. And if he doesn't even get that first player, I mean, that's done. That's round for Optic. If he doesn't get the 2-piece, that's done. That's round for Optic, but Major delivers. And Vico on the main stage against Optic for the second time right now in control, having a lot more fun. 13 kills to his name, and even Brack with 14 right there with him.
Yeah, the nerves are gone from Vico. Incredibly intimidating presence from the fans here in Raleigh, from the fans in nearly any event here in the COD League. Certainly right now, Optic Texas needs all the help they can get. Good starts here from Illy, and Dashi joining him as well. The A zone, particularly safe and sound.
You Yeah, Major Maniac in his new home. He will purchase the real estate and live here until he's actually forcefully removed. And Scum trying to play with it. Difficult gunfight to win. We've seen Major in all these situations. So difficult to actually kill, but Scum able to take care of business. But that's all for the trades. You still have plenty of pressure here for Florida. And you see the teamwork coming into effect. Havoc able to protect Vehicle in that moment. Got a couple players on this A zone.
Reinforcements are here, so Vehicle no longer have to worry about his back. He can worry about the front. Here's a lot of noise. Brack's there. First segment done at A. Again, Brack, time and time again. He's not been seen in the COD League since 2020. What a bounce he's having in this game. Magic Mike can't get too much done here. Halfway towards that completion on the second segment on A we go.
Yeah, just stripping him down. I mean, 1 kill at a time, but Optic event keeping that pressure up over towards his A zone. Every gunfight matters just for the opening, but if it's trades, this is nothing but good news for Optic.
Wow.
Shotzzy, 1 shot. Scump not going for the towel just yet, but both these players in the double doors. And now Major, he's been left by himself. He's got to clutch up, but he's getting stunned. He is getting swarmed, and Optic on defense, they have been clean.
That was an absolutely perfect pinch. Now the super aggression out of Shotzzy, unfortunate timing. Scumpy's there to pick it up. Trades though, so on the inside of the warehouse we now go. Dashy, brilliant work on the left flank. All safe for now. Got to watch the middle of the map though. That's where Illy's coming in. 13 seconds remaining. Can they finish out the capture on A? Mutant is now on the point. Knives up. Capture continues. Scumpy, what's he got? 1, 2. No problem. Major's still keeping the play going. That is a great bit of work. Final 5 seconds, it should be done. No, 4.8, stop the clock.
Well, it's Brack, it is up to him. He's gonna have to fight all these players off, and already bottoming up time for a little bit of support. So Brack may be the hero for the team just to keep this round alive. 8 points secured, an extra minute on the clock. Again, that clutch factor. Florida, such a tough team to put down.
Very slow and methodical play. They get it done right. Life count starting to get low. 10 lives on offense now for Florida Mutineers. 15 Optic Texas. 45 on the clock.
Good little trade of a start there just to try to keep those lives balanced. But now for Florida, they have players near the point. Illy's up top AC, and Shotzzy can help him out a little bit. But someone down low making a play. You got nades out and bound. You got Havoc in the back to the swarm. So Florida, the setup is here. They got options, but a kill like that to open up the flank. Shotzzy always a menace.
He's been very annoying in the backline now. Trying to take care of the reinforcements before they can even get to the fight. Onto the zone we go though. Stop the clock at 20. Scump getting the damage in. Trying to soften these players up. Shotzzy still alive and kicking on the backline. Making things difficult. That first segment of B is on its way out slowly but surely.
Yeah, now he's got to make the move in though. You know the player's going to be forced to be on point. Every kill makes it that much more difficult. And it looks like Optic has done enough. 4-man wipe in the feed. The clearance is there and only 10 seconds left. Optic, they clutch up on defense and get their first round on board.
An important round to win here for Optic. Smooth moves on defense. They lose A again though, so they are certainly down in the segments count. We have to go to a final round. Currently the Mutineers will get it. Nice cam there from Scum. That 3 spree on A. No easy feat. No red dots. Some players certainly feeling the burn there.
Oh yeah, that'll be in here for a long time of feeling that pain, but players not feeling the pain again. Brack playing out of his mind, 23 kills, and where Vehicle has slowed down a little bit. Well, Scump has turned the heat up, and only 1 man, by the way, who gets shredded by Scump off the rip to defend this B zone. So Optic, they have the pressure, they have the trophy.
Mutineers have scrambled ASAP to try to get the defense here, but that is a 3-stack right now. Optic Texas, 1 segment gone. Kills now in the feed, not quite done yet. Shotzzy's going to stay alive and try to get the spree here going. The second segment is nearly finished as well. Done. The play should be finished. No, they don't get the second segment. I can't tell. I've got no idea what's going on there, but Mutineers get there just in the nick of time.
Yeah, no second ticket. Wow. I think Optic actually maybe really wanted to put the pressure on and get it, but you see number 8, Brack, decapping it to strip away all that extra time built up. So what was close to a very impressive start, honestly, for Florida, they make the best of a bad situation, and now you got the trades coming through. The teamwork almost always on point for the Mutineers. Trades out and abound, and for Optic, not a lot of map pressure, not a lot of clearance. For Scump, he is flying forward, 24 HP.
Talking about full sending it. Shotzzy's now trying to get involved. You can feel that serious pace being now set by Optic. They've got themselves onto A for a mo. Now starting to capture, looking to get the first segment done at A. Life count starting to slowly burn out as the Mutineers get the slaying going.
And you see Illy and Dashy, all of their teammates dying around them, so they're worried about the swarm and yet too many angles to watch. Dashy picks up a big two, but still gets traded out. Mutineers keeping the pressure on, and Rossi now versus Havoc just for the 1v1. You see Florida actually partially chalking up this A zone. Maybe thinking about the flanks, but they're making sure they keep the top side of the map under control.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. They don't capture A either. Another pixel-perfect stop there from the Mutineers.
It's always, man, again, too difficult to put down. And for Optic, now you're scattered. You're worried about flanks. You're worried about Major. And now you're worried about the clock. Less than 30 seconds on the clock.
Oh,
you're trying to fly with the TAC 56 in Florida. Honestly, this could be it. Only 20 seconds to go.
It could be it. Scump, though, he's managing to get on the point. Illy's going to be right behind him. Dive onto A. A two-man stack should get this done relatively quickly. That's an additional minute. Will the Mutineers be able to make something happen? The flank safe from Dashy. Now over to Major Maniac. He's been pressured back. A is done. Another minute.
Well, Optic, it's the time and it's the lives. You got 11 to work with to try to capture this B zone. You have pressure by the point. Shotzi is here to stop the clock. To talk about the most important gunfights to win when you're down this low.
Scump's got the right-hand side covered. He's dancing. Major Maniac's there. Have a close range on the point. Second segment done. Shotzi was a big one. Illy, great coverage. Optic are not done yet. If they can get any more players on this point, this could be huge.
He's staying alive. He's staying alive. This might be if the flank comes through. A trade is in for one, but Dashy's the only one nearby. And you got Major in the top window, so things are going to slow down just a little bit. And now you're just trying to play for picks, and a hell of an attempt. That's a clean shot, but Major, so difficult to kill.
Brack. Two-piece. Vickle dives on. Lost lives now for Optic Texas.
One more push. A round of S&D for Optic. And if you get the break and you can get the stack, this point will fly. And you have all the time to try to set this up. Two players working the flank, but already a pick comes through. Optic are down to 3.
Shotzi has been assassinated now to Illy. Havoc, what a fight. He wins it. Less than 30 seconds.
And yeah, Havoc's coming off respawn though. And Havoc's gonna spawn up in a situation where he might be able to spot these players out and shoot them in the back. So you can see the gunfight raining through, and just off spawn, Optic getting chopped, they're down to 2.
Mutineers turtle up, Dashy trying to make it happen. And it's simply done, it is over, Mutineers. The swap to Elasilo pays off. It's a 3-1 on control. And they now sit at match point.
And I'm telling you, Miles, looking at the maps that we had coming through, it was Optic that banned the hotel control, and I was like, I kind of like that for Florida, man. They've been good on El Estilo, and they just clutch up in those moments. Even just the stopping of the capture on A zone, when you think Optic have it in the bag, same thing when you think Optic get the second tick over towards B, that bites them in the ass later in the round because they got the extra tick that they needed. They made the plays, but literally missing out by like the minutia of when Florida just get in the mix and just straight off the break. Florida Mutineers always have that little something extra to get those wins, and Vickle, again, as pointed out, a little bit more comfortable at this point playing on the main stage.
Confidence at an all-time high, as it should be right now for the Mutineers. 3-1 is a relatively dominant display on control, especially for what we've seen so far in the season. Look at the highlights now from that last map, and it was cool, calm, and collected from the Floridian fighters. But now for Optic Texas, it is do or die. One more map loss, and they are out of the tournament.
And another one of these little moments of just getting that like first blood with the nade, Major in the top window, just jumping up and down, gunning 2 players. And if he doesn't win either one of those gunfights, that zone was close enough to getting captured. So he delivered for a big 2. And it just felt like in that game, all of those little moments, Florida was the team that just had that little something extra. And also a very strange first round where it felt like Optic just never had the pressure on defense, and Florida just kind of cakewalked through the front. So just simply outplayed, outgunned, outmanaged. Florida Mutineers, super solid on this map.
Yeah, it feels like Mutineers as well. They punished that aggression from Optic. Like, they love to just fly forward. We saw like 2 or 3 lives in a row towards the end there, where Texas are throwing themselves at their guns. And Mutineers are just sort of posted up, letting it happen, happy to find those kills. There's just something about that gameplay, man. It's just so smooth, it's so calm. Like, you're making these simple reads. And all the gun skill in the world isn't winning these fights for Optic Texas. It's so hard. Here in MW2, it's a new look at the early start of the season, and so far, Mutineers What a rebound. But hey, we know the way this series is likely to go. It ain't over yet. To Mercado, once more we go.
And we talked about the pressure of like Equal, first time on main stage playing against Optic. How about the pressure Optic are now currently feeling, being down in a series with all of the attention on them for potential an early bow out from the first tournament of the year and the last first tournament for a player on that stage. So this is a very scary moment to be in. I know in Hardpoint they've been perfect against Florida so far. They've played them twice on Mercado. They've beaten them both times, but if that map one was any indication, if you have guys like Havoc and Vehicle that are dropping .7s and keeping these maps close, their guns are a little bit hotter now. It is dangerous territory to be an Optic fan.
Well, Optic Texas, with last time we saw them this moment in time in last season, they were winning it. So, hey, it's not over just yet. Mercado, of course, the first go around, we saw these two teams match up. Optic Texas did walk over the dub here. Again, admittedly, feels like a totally different series, feels like a totally different day, quite literally is. And especially for the Florida Mutineers players, it's Havoc, it's Vehicle. They're the guys we're looking at now. Confidence an all-time high for Vehicle, and performance is showing. Can Optic Texas bounce back, Chance?
Well, they absolutely can, right? Because they obviously did it yesterday and performed. So there's no doubts about the abilities of the four players on this team. But I just think the situation for Florida is you get to play a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more confident. And it's definitely not going to be overconfident because they got beat when they were in this situation yesterday. But it just looks to me like Florida have honestly just looked better and like looked improved from the series early on. Much closer game on the first map of the Hardpoint. Even though they were down by quite a bit, they fought back. They were down 5-2 in the S&D. They fought back, and then they just took them to task on the control. So I know this Florida team has definitely talked over their mistakes. They have absolutely been talking over Mercado because it has been the guarantee to see against Optic in this head-to-head. And again, smiles on the face of that young man. The Ball Brother duos, they have been putting in work.
We'll explain the Ball Brother duo in a moment, but
ball in the front, ball in the back. There you go.
One ball at the front, one ball at the back. It's not fair, Chance. Vehicle and Brack, what a duo. But of course, for Major Maniac, possibly the most, I think actually the most icy player of all time. You can't fault the man at all.
Attach.
You think Attach? No, Attach is clutch.
Attach.
I think Attach is clutch. He'll pull it out when it matters most.
Okay, what's the difference between clutch and icy?
Ice is composure. Like, no matter what situation you're in, Major Maniac is so cool. That heart rate is so chill. Truly has ice in the veins. And this is what happened a little earlier in the series. Illy wins a big 1v1, 2-1 up, and Chance, what happened after this? Oh no, we've hit the before and after shooting body stats. Oh, Jesus.
Criminal. I mean, you know, if you want to go throughout Call of Duty history and get the stats of before and after shooting bodies from a number of different players, it looks like that pretty consistently. I mean, this is sort of the don't talk trash if you're not going to win the map, while the shooting the bodies is the in-game trash talk. And it's just a tough spot to see a stat like that. Illy, you know, the production is slowed down just a little bit. You're up 5-2. You're feeling great. Here you are, back against the wall.
The numbers don't lie. Mercado Las Almas. Here we go. Map number 4 here in the series. Match point, Mutineers. For Optic, you win this, we get a game 5. And let me tell you, that game 5 is going to be spicy.
And I suppose in a sense, you got to pay a lot of attention to Illy when you see the drop off after that post-shooting bodies, but Shotzi still has been the man in this matchup in Hardpoint. So if I'm Florida, I just want to contain Shotzi because he has been dominant in the respawn. And the Shotzi they're dealing with off the rip, and I mean, he's got the tact to make it happen. He does get traded, but no spawn flip just yet. And Optic inside of the hill, happy for this opening break.
Well, Vehicle read the memo and he put the pressure on straight away. And his pressure from Havoc straight away, looking towards the south side of the map already. Optic Texas should be spawning there, so now that is their safe haven. They want to hold on to that position with their lives.
Actually, see Florida really just trying to keep this contained. They're not actually fighting for the flip just yet. Letting the gunfights come to them, and they get the big 2, and now you make your move. Dashi, one shot tagged up and traded. Havoc, not able to cross just yet, and he does get taken down. So Optic barely able to survive that pressure. And a good stun like that, not only they survive the pressure, they know where the play is coming from.
Yeah, now he just guns up. Throw shoulders, Shotzi upstairs. He's going to be throwing lethals. New hard points up. Bottom side of Cantina. 2 of 20 hard points here on this map.
Those are good reads from the start as well. They know the pressure's been gifted up top, but you have players already roaming in position to shut down Havoc if he wants to make that move. And this rounder, Hill will not be an open and shut case. No avenues of attack. Optic, they have everything covered.
Yeah, great work. Illy no more on the stairs. Downstairs, all good. Shotzzy locking it down. 30 seconds remaining here. Optic, all good.
In an interesting moment, Florida, they're going to gear up at least 3 of these players to try once again to fight for this scrap. So you have to jump on this scrap instantly, or else you're going to get punished. And on the flip side, Illy has the hops, but he broke some glass, but he is in a power position. Down low, Florida actually managed to get the scrap. But now Vico on this rotation is by himself, and as long as Illy secures it, which he does, you get the pin control. So that's the moment for Florida. You fight for the scrap, now you're gonna get punished.
That's huge. Florida, I've got a bit of a journey now. This is great time for Optic Texas over to the warehouse. Top side, all theirs. Look at the fan out. You've got all angles covered for now. A little bit of back and forth as Illy on the 2 spree for his team. Shotzzy on a 3. Dashi. Street side, now not that much safer. Vico making his way through as well. Now here comes Illy up next. Scum shot downstairs, and you've opened up a lane now. Mutineers are going to get a little bit closer. Here comes Brack. Slow and steady, nades are there. Trophy's keeping everybody safe. Oh no, one more bullet would have done it.
Yeah, well, Scum might have that extra bullet, and there he's out for the attack. And the final trade, maybe an important one for Shotzzy to get, because this is the fight for the actual time, but he's backing the players down, and Optic have held this hill mostly well, but still 20 seconds of scrap, so a bad situation for Florida, but they get a little bit of life. But obviously, on that rotation, that is a lot of green Optic arrows who have stayed ahead of the game, stayed ahead of the rotation. Scump wins a big one by the Cantina, and Optic now looking to set up again for a nice little lockdown of the hard point.
And this is what we're going to see a lot on this map. You're willing to give up that 20-second consolation prize if it means you get across to new. Looking now to the strength of Optic's setups. Shotzzy is a pain in the ass.
Yeah, it's just perfect, man. You just let this guy get to work, and look at how much like he's slowing them down. He's just dragging these players back and making things much easier for his teammates. And there's the next 2 in line for Optic. Now the front's open, but they're happy to take these gunfights. Another hill where Optic are just looking clean.
Yeah, this is the strength of setup right here. They're not letting them get in. Good luck getting in the barbershop right now. Havoc's dead. Great nade, nice dive, smooth moves. Trophies are going to keep you safe all day long. As Scumpy's looking for feetsies, catches another. The pressure's still there, the hard point time's still going his way. As Dashi, the super soaker right now. 10 and 4 for Big Bruce.
And look who's standing ahead of the game, though, right? You already have Illy on this rotation. Admittedly, Florida's going to be spawning closer, but Optic have been ahead this entire time. Florida need to find the way to get the opening, but Illy, great job of staying alive, getting up top and trying to make moves, and he is just dragging these Florida players down.
Illy, ooh, there we go. Another big win from Scum. Time, this may be a bit of back and forth here on the point, but right now, with Optic so firmly in the lead, I want to go to the other side of the stage. A quick listen in with the Florida Mutineers.
He's middle. Middle dead. Nice. That's Shotzzy. I trophy top.
I'm flying out.
You can go middle.
Hold them in. There's 2 there.
Listen, hold them in.
I'm making
middle dead.
I got naded. They're in 10. Help this. Help this. Focus your 10.
I got you. Two corners. We played both couple.
I did mid, Mike. I'm running through mid.
They spawning new. Let's go tunnel here, Mike. I spawn for pray my top. He's close right. One dead.
I'm one shot. Yeah, close up, chop me.
Spawn lonkers.
Take your time here. Set up a break. Alright, let's fucking do this shit.
Let's go long.
Let's go from long side.
He could be in carpet. I'm just wanting to heard you. He's middle, yellow van. I couldn't cross. Yellow van.
Just jumping. I don't see him. He's low. He went low. Wait, there's probably a guy carpet then.
Yeah.
I don't see him.
Every time.
Yellow van, one shot, Dashi.
It's composed, however desperate there for the Florida Mutineers. Currently trailing by quite a bit. On the other side of the board, though, let's now dive to a listen in with Optic Texas.
Bottom green, kind of weak. He's to the stairs now. Our side.
Yeah, two on point.
Everyone go left. Go left. One rush and hit hold. Yeah, you can hit it.
I'm running left with you. Martin, I think there's 2 at hold, man. He's top truck.
Back truck. Look at that. Pretty sure one back truck.
Is he back truck? Havoc. One more Havoc. I have a trophy.
Hold bricks. I'm just holding them.
Yeah, hold that. I'm middle. I'm back truck. I have time. Yeah, get time.
Close right short.
I'm laying down. I have bricks. They go zig. I have zig.
Everyone's zig?
Yeah.
I have back alley.
They can come from Kennedy though, but zig, first guy weak. Just fuck zig. Back alley.
Nothing bricks, guys.
Yo, one shot zig, one shot tarp.
Yeah, we have everything right now.
I'm helping you back alley.
Let's get on me. I'm playing my life.
Yo,
You should
they're
hold bridge.
there,
You have to
bridge,
hold
guys.
bridge.
Yeah, move it up, move it up.
I have it.
Out here. Yo, I'm gonna major one shot. Hit him middle. He's alley, left alley. There's two.
We hear Dashy say we've got everything, and for a moment it was great, but they couldn't finish the kills chance, and now all of a sudden Mutineers are in.
Well, final 25 seconds rather on this hill. Scump the only man nearby, maybe just to keep a couple of these players close, but Optic has stayed ahead of the game this entire time. They have quite literally won every single rotation to every single hill right from the start of the game. For Florida, they've been playing off the back foot. Maybe a moment like this when they're getting the kills to try to gain a little bit of that control, but even long term, and even for the fact that number 4 just spawned out, they're going to be in a pinch. And Optic, they know they don't have to move. They want this bottom side of the map.
Yeah, all good to take the bottom. Second set of rotations here. It feels like a lifetime, and that's because it was. For these players, maybe even longer. Back to the middle of the map we go.
And I just love how beautifully patient that is from Shotzi. No reason for you to make a move. You have the map control that you want. Admittedly, now you need to try to get these players out of the hill, but this is a very patient Optic Texas who have been playing this map well, but got to make sure things don't start slipping away. On P1, you can't afford to give up too much time. And also, this battle for spawns is going to be a delicate one if Florida decide to pounce.
Indiana Jones would hate this game, wouldn't he? He just struggles so much with it. It's the snakes. It's always the snakes. 15 seconds now on P1. P2, though, all Optic Texas once again.
And it's again, every single hill, they've out-rotated Florida 2. They get here first. The moment, can Florida try to break this down? If they get a break on a difficult hill, maybe they can make something happen, but the first couple gunfights do not go their way. Optic remain perfect.
And here comes the hit from the Mutineers. Optic, lock it down. Tunnel, no way is anyone getting through that. Perfect work. Last man alive, Major Maniac. Only just able to get one kill. If he can stay alive, great. Here come the reinforcements. Anyone there to get the trades? Dashing Scump in the feed. It's Brucey upstairs with a 2. Here comes the rest of the Mutineers. The respawn's still quite close. Typical Bruce, he's posted up. The shots there with attack 56 as smooth as ever.
And Florida, I mean, they're running out of time. They're getting gunned down along the way. Perfect 4 down, so much scrap time. And for Florida, I mean, what do? You're forced to rotate. You're going to have to be perfect from this point on. Optic are going to get to 248 or 249. You need to lock down 10, and then you need to rotate to the next hill. You have to be perfect twice.
We're going to watch this now play out. We are so close to that game 5 for Optic Texas. Illy's got himself a precision to work with. Here comes the hit from Shotzi. Major holds it down on the back line. 2 members left up now. I said precision, I meant cruise missile. There's a little window up there. Doesn't thread the needle. They stay alive on the inside of the hard point. Here comes the hit from Illy.
And he's going to look for the first gunfight. Eagle, though, snaking his way to try to just stay alive. And that trophy putting in serious work. Baits out the contest, but that's all for the flank. And Scump gets both as well. The break is in. And Optic get it done on Mercado.
Back to business as usual for Optic Texas. 250 to 186. What an absolute smacking. Here we go to the game 5. We wouldn't have it any other way, COD fans. We're running it back. It's a rematch. Here we go.
And look, as far as that Mercado goes, there are 2 moments that I think are worth highlighting. Optic they spawn on the preferred side from the rip and lock down that rotation. As soon as Florida, with 30 seconds left, when they got 4-man wipe, tried to fight for the scrap time, they gave up that rotation, and then literally for the rest of the game, Optic never got out-rotated a single time again. And then during the listening, for Optic Texas, when they got broken on the top Cantina Hill, what was the cause? Everybody go left. Do not fight for the scrap. Everybody get left. Let's stay ahead of the game and continue out-rotating them. It was just a smartly, well-orchestrated, played map of Mercado. Optic, they got ahead of the game. They simply never left. And that made things much more difficult for Florida. All 4 players negative. They felt that pain.
Yeah, hard enough to make the breaks on most hard points in this game. But that one, a very tough one indeed. Both the hard points go in the way of Optic. But now it doesn't matter. Fortress, search and destroy. Chance we have not seen this one go down yet. This is going to be a banger.
And it's also a map that is it's kind of default, right? You know what you're going to get out of Optic. It's Illy's going to be sniping through the double arches ways. He's going to be putting a lot of bullets through those walls, and maybe a hop-up spot or 2 to watch for Shotzi, and that's what Florida has to deal with. And on the flip side, Florida, we haven't actually seen play this map. It's not like it's super complicated, but if they have a fresh look, Optic, it's going to be a lot more difficult to prepare for.
Well, here we go. Prepare yourselves, ladies and gents. Game 5 on the other side of this break. The loser leaves Major 1 empty-handed. Will it be the Green Wolves devastated leaving the venue, or will it be the Florida Mutineers fans who, quite frankly, historically have had the edge? Let's find out after this break. Game 5, and Raleigh is ready for it. We're leaving it all on the line here in this elimination matchup. The loser goes home. As single search and destroy to determine who makes it out of the group and who is sent packing. I mean, look, if you've been watching the World Cup, you know, ladies and gentlemen, the group stages are nerve-wracking. And this time round, no complicated maps, no nothing. It's first to 6 here in the search and destroy. We go to Fortress.
Just a top 12 to start your year for either one of these teams would be an absolute dagger, but we are going to Al-Bagr Fortress for this S&D. First time we have seen Florida play it, and for Optic, we know the name of the game. Illy will absolutely be keeping the sniper out, and it was Florida that made the adjustment. Didn't want to deal with Illy with the snipe on Embassy. So it is more of a map of pick your poison. Where do you want to try to counter? How do you want to play around it? And I think honestly for this map, Florida is going to be a very interesting team to watch. Havoc is going to be a very interesting player to watch. Maybe on a map like this to squeeze water out of a rock. See if you can make something magic happen.
I think you're thinking of Brock, not Brack, when it comes to all those rocks, right?
Dangerous for his gym, especially if you take Charmander.
Stuns out, eyes across that A bomb site. Old Faithful right now, fast one, Shotzzy.
Hey, this is perfect. If the second nade doesn't connect, but it does, it would have been nice to get the bomb down, but Florida too coordinated. And you got the eyes on him. Pickle the man that spotted that out. But no time wasted. Illy right back to it. You see the game plan. They want this bomb plant.
It's a classic round 1, no trophy play in Vico. It's a relatively easy read. Oh, the backline has been bust wide open. Dashy's now got his work cut out for him. Play this safe. Havoc, good reads. Not enough to get the kill though. And Dashy is as dead as you like. An immaculate retake from the Florida Mutineers here. And Vico might, the whole team might. I think they are. They're going to get a quick bit of a workout in. Come on, Vico, get up there, son. They're going to get a workout in here in round 1. There we go, team. Up we go. Oh, Vico, for God's sake, he's choking on main.
Oh my God, dude. What do you, dude, honestly, if I'm getting my body shot, I'm a little bit annoyed. If I have to watch this, I'm breaking something. Menaces for that round 1. And, you know, for a moment, I was liking the quick plant, but then it was like, oh, yeah, I guess there are no trophies.
No.
And just a free first blood. So, an interesting one there. Florida take that first round on defense down, get the blood flowing just a little bit, and maybe ready to throw more nades in the future because get that extension.
Florida Mutineers is going to be going in a round 2 with a certain pump. Here we go. Elite double door snipe. We're going to see this all map long. He has been outstanding here, but Havoc, it makes the immediate read.
And he backs him down. A shot like that, you just back him down, and look at the difference on the map. You get trophies. All these players laying down in corners, and this is so difficult to push.
Oh man, trophies here. Havoc, watch the backline. Vico's going to be there to watch it out. And here we have a very exciting flurry with the A-bomb down now, 3v3. With that snipe, able to catch these players out on the inside of cannons. No, what a nade from Brack.
It's always the nades. They have just been picking them apart, so the workout works out. And now Scum trying to go towards the back. I mean, this is just such a difficult retake when you're down an extra man and you just get eyes on bomb from the back. You don't have to take these gunfights, and Brack is picking them apart. Florida Mutineers, the game plan perfect for the first 2 rounds. And again, the difference of the quick plant. They had the trophy. You get 2 SMGs out and about. And what's a good way to deal with Illy through the snipe? Havoc, as he is flying across your screen, just getting those couple of tags. And Illy knows he can't chow that anymore. Little details in the Mutineers game that are going a long way, at least this early on Al-Bagr.
Strong read. We'll see if it pays off in the next round. Optic Texas now back on offense. Florida Mutineers a clean 2 rounds. Brack, the man of the moment. 4 spree for him. Shotzzy, no fan of that bush. Nade spot. It's going to catch those players just on the other side of the double door. There is a trophy there, though. Vico, his head was there also.
And you have to be so concerned about all the hop-up spots, too, because you see Shotzzy, that's why he's going to check that single window jump up, but they got the trophy down, and that's when he looked for the plant, but in the meantime, Major catches Illy for the first blood. And Shotzzy forced to make a play, but yeah, got to get out of dodge there. You don't just shred him for the first gunfight, and I think Shotzzy, honestly, might try again.
Scum has flank covered. Shotzzy now, here comes the plant. Planting for the door side of the map. Okay, backs on up, there's the damage, Vico. Wow, big work. Havoc got a little bit eager on the flank there, and now it's a 3v3.
Yeah, Scum doing the job with attack just to back him down, but this bomb's still towards A. And you're throwing the trophies down. This is when you're making the moves, and the live chow and the bomb down, and no help for for Shotzi. Optic, gotta hit the panic button.
Dashy's got to fly in, and Major gets beamed, but it doesn't matter now. It's a 1v2. Here comes Scumpy. Dead Silence runs out. He had his chance. It's 10 seconds now. He's got to go, and it's done. The Florida Mutineers, another outstanding round, 3-0.
And that the game plan from Optic is what let Shotzi do everything on the site. He's trying to get a free kill on Vehicle, who's just playing his life in that little corner. And then at some point, less than 30 seconds on the clock, and Shotzi goes, I don't know, I guess I'll try to plant, but just get swarmed. Even on the game plan, right now, Florida just completely outplaying Optic.
And that young man on your screen, this is his first major tournament after leaving school. And that younger-ish man on your team, his last season in professional COD, and he does not want to start it like this. Well, there you go. There's a little bit of luck going your way if you're an Optic fan. Howdy! Oh, the trade there. 3v2. 3v1.
Yeah, I mean, if you start a round like that for Major, I don't know if Havoc jumped in front, but we talk about him being icy, the man for the job in any given situation, but right here, just going to fall. They hand one away in for Optic. What just a moment of relief, just to get a freebie, just to get on the board. Maybe hope that something like that sticks in the back of the Florida Mutineers player's mind. You'll always take a free round at this level.
You won't want to give anything away whatsoever. 3-1. Mutineers now still playing off of that strong advantage. Major Maniac there on screen. I would love to know what's going on in his head when the chips are down. For now, though, the chips stacking up. Here we go.
Trophy's out and bound. Optic maybe playing a little bit of a dance on the flank, and I think Dashy, yeah, has to be quick to back away, but not quick enough. The nade coordination again from Florida has been so on point this map.
Big tag. Scump stays alive. He shouldn't get brought down here. Backs on up, has to watch the rear. 3v4 this time, Shotzi with a plant.
And Scump has so much pressure on him, though. I mean, I guess you get the 2 SMGs inside, but they gotta make a play.
Major lined up! Shotzi's pinned down as well. This is gonna give the Mutineers plenty of time to make their way across map and now try to hit the site.
Well, Shotzi is trying to get out and maybe able to catch Major. Wins the first, but the trade's not quite in. Ailey's gonna fall as well, and Scump the last one alive. Trying to hunt these players down. He hits the bomb down, and he has Deddy popped.
Deddy popped, but Brack reads it, guns in, takes care of business. Here comes the defuse, and I highly doubt the muscle-ups will be taking place this time round, but Brack, 8-1. With that defuse, it is now 4-1 in game 5.
And it's just the smallest things, man. Dashy playing aggressive towards P1, and as he's backing away, the nades land on top of a car. That explodes and kills him for the first blood. The devil is in the details at this level. And Optic right now, outside of the freebie round that they were gifted, have just been a step behind.
You can soon rename Al Bagra Fortress to simply Florida's Fortress, because it's theirs. Not done yet, though. Optic looking for that resurgence, looking for those signs of life. And Scum will not be the man to get it done in this round.
And I think Havoc probably, Havoc just jumps out of the window, and no one's watching his back. And Scump's just gonna fall. Shotzi gets caught as well in Optic. Completely picked apart. Just basic strategy where they are just getting
Hounded.
Torn to shreds.
Dashy, though, trying to make it work. He's pinned. The plant now coming through. Can Big Bruce take care of this 2v1 retake?
Does have dead silence, and he is going to use it. Opportunity to make moves for free, but both players stacked up in the back.
Not making a single sound. Here comes the first fight. Oh no, the timing on that one unbelievable. Now the dance. Oh no, what a dance it is! And with that kill, it is now match point.
And Optic, I think, are trying to play aggressive on site. They had 2 players go out, but Scumpo, I think, was on like the first archway step. Havoc probably just looked out the window and was like, is nobody actually watching this? Let me junk out and peek real quick. And a freebie first blood, and it's just little things like that of the breakdown in strategy. Again, the little things right now have been crucially painful for Optic. Florida 5-1 up, completely on cruise control.
Shake it off. Here we go. Mutineers need one more round. It looks like a hyper-aggressive one at that. They're flying forward. Dashy opens it up with a lovely first blood, but Havoc, unreadable moment, flies in. Damage dealt, out He somehow stays alive.
They might honestly connect, maybe just for damage. Vehicle gonna dodge that, but now the pressure's on for a 3v3. This is a lot of lanes to watch, and if you go for the plant, you will have to give something up to get this bomb down.
Illy has yet to find success with the sniper rifle here on the map. The man who's been a demon with it in the tournament so far. Vehicle, heads up, backs on up. Bomb still here for Optic over towards A.
Yeah, good luck trying to hit this pixel, and obviously you see Vehicle reposition towards that outer lane. And this is the plan from Optic. Just pray Illy gets a pick or pray Florida tries to flank, but the trophy's out. A little bit safe on the flank, but look at what's happening. This might be a delayed
Havoc.
B hit. Geku's here reading it. Havoc to shreds, you say.
Another one. 2 lives left now for Optic Texas. The stun's there. Scumpy gets through the trays down. It's all onto Illy. Florida Mutineers, no way are they starting the season again. Just like this. The boogeymen for Optic here in these majors. 20 seconds. Illy has got to do something so astounding. Will he check the corner for Brack? Is Brack going to read it? He does! And seemingly nothing has changed. The Mutineers have done it. They have eliminated Optic Texas here at the major.
An Optic, a team that was desperate for confidence. It was Illy who shot Brack's body in the 1v1 on Mercado. And it is Brack that took him down for the final kill of the map. So dangerous. That 2-3-5 team, Florida always like that dark horse potential. And those guys have just been playing out of their minds. Vehicle, the first 2 matches that man gets on main stages against Optic, and he was telling you, the second time, he's gonna take him down, absolutely delivers. Mutineers, I mean, they will be rent-free in Optic's head, especially the fans. It's been a few years now.
It's been a few years now, yeah. Florida Mutineers once again, 6-1, an absolute smacking on Fortress here in the Game 5. A brutal loss there for Optic Texas.
Hey, look, I mean, double digits for Brack, 11-2, tippable as always. Brack incredibly consistent at throwing up big games, but honestly, it was like the teamwork, the game plan, the coordination. How many first blood with nades did they get? How many times is it nades landing on cars or at the feet of snipers or players backing down every single round, except for when Major Maniac stuck his teammate in the back. Outside of that one, every single round, they had a game plan. It was executed to perfection. And I know it was a close series for a few of these, but by the time we got to Fortress, I mean, that is a just deflated Optic that had nothing to offer the Mutineers.
No, there we go. We bid farewell to Optic Texas here at Major 1. A certain misstep in Scump's last dance, but they will be bouncing back in Major 2, no doubt about it, though. For the next generation, though, that is where we will set our eyes to the Florida Mutineers, to players like Vehicle, now trying to leave their mark on what will be a very long and exciting legacy here in the Call of Duty League. Man of his word, promised us a big win today, and he absolutely delivered. Man alive, what a series, Charles. We kind of knew it was going to be a Game 5. It was sort of written on in the cards. There it was in the stars, but unbelievable stuff for me. We do have a moment, though, now to throw to Blaze on stage with the absolute powerhouse, Brack.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. Raleigh, give it up one more time for the Florida Mutineers coming out on top with this victory. And now, Brock, given the history of this matchup, what does this win mean for you here to take them down and move forward?
It means a lot. It's a lot of momentum going forward. I believe we play New York next, so that's going to be a really good series. And yeah, it just means a lot. We're 1-2 against them. They've had our number recently, but I'm glad we prevailed and won today.
Now, the big thing that I want to know, I guess really the momentum changer of this series, because map number 1 was all Optic. Then I looked up and it was 5-2 in favor of them. What was said in the comms? What happened to make this comeback possible and get you guys up?
Honestly, yeah, it started in the S&D. Cole, he led us a lot through that map, and same with Mike. But he said, we can win 4 or 5 rounds straight, guys, no problem. And I was like, all right, guys, we're winning this series. Ender shot my body, and I knew it was over after he did that.
At that point, y'all turned up and y'all locked it in. Okay, but you said it right before. You guys are going up against subliners, okay? How you feeling with that matchup?
I'm feeling really good in that matchup. Like, we tweak a small things in the hard points, and I think we're going to actually looking like a top 2 team, not 2.
All right, y'all. I called y'all as my dark horse. I'm going to let you go back there and get prepared. Give it up one more time for the Florida Mutineers. They move on in the bracket to play the New York Subliners. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Chris, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. And give it up one more time for Brack. 11-2 in a Game 5 against Optic Texas. The man living up to the hype he did online, Nameless.
Yeah, that man was just taking over. And it's really everybody in the Search and Destroys. We talked about it with the makeup of this roster, what was going to happen. You get Major Maniac on Florida, you get him a teammate like Havoc, you get Brack on there, and they are going to make plays. Down 5-2, it doesn't matter. Start ignoring the sniper, take control of the map, hit him with some different pushes towards B, you find success.
And Ton, we were talking about it backstage that the start to that game 5 was our scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at the situation because bombs down before the Mutineers turn up right here.
Oh, they got to be feeling good about this one. It has to be said. The play of the game coming out. It's just the retake. But still for the side of Optic Texas, you are numbers down. Vico through the gallows though. That opens things up all of a sudden to 3 versus 3 and they just picked them apart. And this was kind of the story of the whole game. In every single stage, it just felt like the Florida Mutineers. It's like they knew where they were. They were just finding the kills. Fantastic work.
And how about
what about that chin work? There we go. The boys working it out.
That is hilarious. I will say something about the Florida Mutineers that really impressed me specifically in that game 5 is heading into this, they had a retake percentage of 27%, meaning when that bomb is down, 27% of the time they're going to win that retake, and that is a very low number, one of the lowest in the league.
Right.
That was not the case in this game 5. They went to the lab, they reworked their search and destroy, and they retook Optic, I believe, almost every single round here. So tips to Florida Mutineers, man.
It's just so awesome that this is the beginning of the season and we get to see this rivalry over and over again. Everyone said, Puckett, the 0-3 doesn't matter. They're new players on Florida. No, this is a rivalry. You need to start respecting Optic because Florida brought the game today. And we have another big game. Battle of the North is coming up next here on our main stage. You're going to see Minnesota taking on Toronto. Don't go anywhere. This is just day 2 of 4. Live from Raleigh, it's the Call of Duty League Major #1. Carolina, make some noise. We are back in the building, ready for another main stage match, and we are turning up because in the past, it was all group stages. Now, we're going into the bracket. Welcome back in day 2, CDL Major number 1 for the 2023 season. Chris Puckett alongside Chris Tunn. We've got Alley Cat, the great Nameless at the end. And Alley, we got to give a special shout out because we are in your home turf. And we got some parents in the building today watching you perform, watching all the games. Anyone you want to show some love to?
I guess I can say hi to my Oma and Opa over here, which is German for Grandma and Grandpa. So my Oma and Opa over here, that was really cool for them. But I am not from North Carolina, but my dad's side of the family is. So you might see some 6'5" giants walking throughout the building throughout the weekend. That's probably my uncles.
They all claim you as a North Carolinian, just by the way. Let's take a look, though, at our bracket because groups are done. And this is what we have a chance to look forward to next. Subliners versus Mutineers. That's right. Florida bested Optic. They're into the bracket now. LA Thieves will take on the Surge to close out our night here on the main stage. FaZe will play Legion as Vegas makes it out of the group, catching everyone off guard. And Toronto Ultra gets the rematch against Minnesota. The Battle of the North is happening right now, Ton.
Yeah, we're very excited for it. We've seen it once already. I'm sure we'll go through it, but this is a huge game. Minnesota Rocker maybe had a slightly shakier start. Toronto Ultra have kind of been what we expected, a well-rounded team. It should be a banger.
And this is great because if you're looking at the stats coming in, our standings from our online matches, it was 3-1. Only 2 teams of the 12 finished with 3-1. It's the 2 squads we're seeing on the main stage right now. And what is different, though, last time you matched up, it was online. Tonight, you're playing your former teammates in person on the same stage.
So it was week 1 of the league. Let's just set the stage here. These guys are playing a grudge match, right? Like they had a transfer of players. It's the Battle of the North. And what happened? The Minnesota Rocker take that series in a 3-1 fashion. Since then, the Toronto Ultra have been ridiculous. Haven't lost a series since that matchup. Scrap has been taking over. Went up against Optic Texas on the main stage. His first year as a pro, dropped 7K damage at 1.5 KD. The man has been unbelievable. Both these teams are finding their form. Is going to be a battle.
Let's start here with Toronto Ultra. They're looking for revenge. They're trying to send Minnesota down to that elimination bracket. And the Ultra, they have been red hot. We've talked about them. One of the most fundamentally sound teams in the game. They're always in the right position. They're always there to get the trades, Allie.
They really are, and the thing about this Toronto Ultra team is I have to talk about the duo of Scrap and Standy, probably one of the more terrifying duos to have across the stage because, I mean, the way these guys are built is totally different. They have all the trash talk in the world, but they have the gun skill to back it up as well. This is a Toronto Ultra team that has become from a quiet, calm, collected team to a very electric, a very loud, and a very aggressive team, but in the same sense that you can never count them out. No matter what is going on in the series, they will always find life. So as we see it here, like Ant said, they lost to Minnesota Rocker. They did not get their revenge, but then they go undefeated across the board. And even just today, even just heading into this matchup, Attach is coming off with a 1.49 in their 3-1 victory over the LAG Academy, which, yes, we can say, oh, it's Academy team, it's a Challengers team, but that is an Academy team that made their way to today. So no knock on them at all. So they're going to be coming in hot.
Scrappy's got some big numbers, but let's talk about the team on the other side of this matchup. We got the Minnesota Rocker coming in here and looking to send Toronto packing. This Rocker squad, they had an Academy team coming out of Challengers, didn't quite make it to the groups, so it's up to these 4 men to bring it home to Minnesota.
Yeah, they want to try and wrap this up if they can, and this is going to be a hard series for them. Now, as we said, 3-1 to them online last time we did see them play. Bear in mind, this was when the M4 was about, but a 1.2 from Afro, a 1.21 from Attach, that's the kind of numbers we're going to need to see if they want a chance here against the well-rounded Ultra.
Yeah, you know, I like this Minnesota squad. You know, they got some heavy hitters on it, especially when Cammy really performs is when they can take over in the respawns. In this series, we're looking at 2 teams that can contend in respawn, but also they're the number 1 and 2 search and destroy teams that we have here in the CDO. They brought that consistency from online over to LAN. Afro is another one of those guys who on LAN so far, you know, from the very small sample size that we have, he's been a little bit streakier, off to some slower starts. We saw in the New York series what happened to the Minnesota Rocker. That's unacceptable. That cannot happen on that stage. And, you know, if you bring that type of performance into a series against guys like Toronto, you get Standy, you get Scrappy going, that momentum, they're going to ride that out. So, you know, the playmakers on this team in Afro and in Bance, they have to come out strong. They have to have a big performance. And one other thing that I like to point out is the control. The control is very important in this series. That was the edge the last time around. It was a 3-2 on a CeeLo. We've seen how good these guys can be on that map, and with Toronto always getting rid of Fortress, I foresee it being in the map set once again. That's where we need to be strong.
And can we get real for a moment here? Because Minnesota had all the hype coming into Raleigh, but as we take a look here at Group A, it hasn't been pretty. And if you look at what they've accomplished, you haven't really been met by a lot of challengers yet. Decimate Gaming, one of our challenger squad, 3-0'd. Subliners then 3-0 you, sent you down where you face off against the LA Gorillas. Gorillas struggling this event. Rocker still dropped a map to them, and now they're taking on Toronto Ultra. For Toronto, the road was very different. You finished ultra strong over in Group B with that 3-0 over Optic Texas ton.
Yeah, they looked really good against Optic Texas, but it has to be said against the Challenger squad, it was a shaky start. They had to go with a reverse sweep in their very first game to get themselves through, as you can see on your screen right now. But that 3-0 over Optic, everything that you would have thought negatively about that Poyodrome game, absolutely eviscerated.
Yeah, they destroyed Optic, by the way. It was over 105 points in the hard point. 3-0'd him in the control. I believe it was 6-3 in the search and destroy. Like, that is a performance. And like, to be scrappy as like a challengers player coming in their pro scene, one of your first series against Optic doing that, man, he's got to be full of confidence.
Learning Spanish to talk trash. He's letting the people late at night know he's still better than them. Today, I can't wait to see what he has to say to Minnesota. Here's the 5 games coming your way on the main stage. We got the Hotel going to LSU twice, Embassy, and then Mercado Alley. I know you're breaking down the numbers in your brain right now. Who has the edge?
I have to say Toronto Ultra right now. I think they definitely have the edge when it comes to this series, especially when I'm looking over at LSU Search and Destroy right now and that Mercado Search and Destroy. Should we even get that far in this series? I think Toronto Ultra is just looking way too good right now.
I'm looking at this Minnesota squad to turn up in this series, right? You shake off the fact that you were in groups. You know you are now playing in a double elimination bracket. If you're going to look to one player, Tony, it's got to be Afro, right?
It has to be. It really, I mean, we've seen the magical numbers coming from Afro so often, but for me, I'm looking towards Bance to have a series. I think last time around that these guys were trying to get something done, he didn't necessarily have the best of series, but Minnesota still found the win because he's finding those routes. And up against Stadi, that's going to be difficult, but Afro is that guy. How often have we talked about it when we said last season, Afro performing well online, didn't bring it over towards the land. We need to see more from him today.
And here's some highlights from Afro. Let's take a look at this one, Nameless. Talk to me about his role. If you're new to Call of Duty and MW2, what is his job on the squad?
Yeah, he's the SMG Slayer. He's a playmaker. He's a guy who gets up close and personal. When you're in a trap, he's going to make it that much worse because you're not going to be able to find him. He's playing for the First Bloods in the Search and Destroy. He's a valuable player. So, like, for him, it's important to get going early on in a series. As we saw in the New York one, he just wasn't able to really get it going to the tail end of that control. But also, speaking about another key player on this team, it's Bance.
Yeah.
Bance is the leader of these guys. Like, he's the one who's going to calm them down, form their strats. And also, I want to see him with the SMG a little bit more in his hands. We haven't been able to watch every single second of his gameplay throughout this tournament, but from what we have seen, I would like to see him making plays with the Vaznev. It's a lot better.
So, TAC 56 is our AR of choice. Vaznev is the SMG of choice. Ton, I know you've probably seen more Bance games than anyone here as a fellow lad from the UK. So, what do you want to see Bance running against Toronto? Because Toronto, they've been bringing the heat.
I think it has to be the Vaznev. He has to try and go toe-to-toe with the Standy. We know that Bance is not necessarily going to put up huge numbers. He's not really that guy. He can, but it's not typically what he's known for.
It's not his job,
You're expecting on that team that it's going to be Afro, but he's going up against Standy, who has been putting up those numbers. The last time
he's
around,
been the best player in the
he's been incredible, and I think we were speaking about this in the green room. Everyone kind of knew that Scrappy was going to come into this roster. We knew he was going to do well. I don't think there's any question. Picked up Standy. That was maybe the only small question mark, but he has been unbelievable for this team. Bance has got to try and match what Standy's doing for Toronto.
Listen, I'll give Scrap all the credit in the world. Like, the guy's been unbelievable. He is running an AR, and for me,
and dropped a 1.7 against Optic. Sorry, keep going.
It was 1.6. He was fine. But like, talking about this team, like, I'm just, as the sub player, it is so difficult to drop numbers and make plays. You know, you're involved in so much on the map. Having pro experience and running that SMG at times, it's been tough. What Standy's able to do on this team, it's been ridiculous. I mean, the plays that he makes sometimes where he's just staying alive, chaining together hills, and playing for that rotation, and also what he brings to Search and Destroy, you're getting it all out of this guy. And I think that's what sort of Toronto Ultra was hoping for with that, controversial roster change, getting a guy like Standy who can alleviate the pressure on somebody like Kleenex. And I think they've struck gold with 2 great SMGs in this team.
There's Standy on the far left of the stage. The number 2 spot, though, belongs to Kleenex, and I was watching this guy on the mini-map. If you're looking purely at stats, you will never understand the impact he's having on the games. Hotel, definitely one of his best maps. Ton, where else can this guy fry you, and how does he do it?
Well, Mikado would usually be one I would say, but last time around when we seen them, I think it was, I can't specifically remember the matchup, but I think he dropped 7 kills and they lost the game by
7
10.
and 24.
I mean, that's the impact that he does make, though, is that he's making those plays. And even though he was 7 and 24, whatever it is, I think it was a rotation over towards Tin on that last map, he found 3 kills. So it's not so much about the numbers that he is putting up, it's the important kills, it's the dirty work that he does.
Well, we do have to take a moment and remind everybody the matches are kicking off here in a moment, but all weekend long, you can get your freshest Call of Duty League gear, the brand new jerseys for the 2023 season, available at shop.callofdutyleague.com. That's where we sell our tickets. That's where we got our schedule, callofdutyleague.com. Write it down. Put it in your phone right now. And why should they go there today?
Because you can get some swag. You also get the schedule. You get everything that you need to know about the Call of Duty League. It has been crazy here with all our different streams, but if you want these fresh jerseys, go ahead and go to
Allie, real talk, though. Who's got the best jersey in 2023?
Easy.
You were asking the person with the worst memory on the planet on the desk right now about this question. What do you mean easy?
It's the Vegas Legion. It is.
Did you wear a lot of affliction and go to MMA fights?
No. Listen. Who's the best dressed on the desk? Allie.
Lloyd. Where did that go? Wait.
We're going off the rails.
But
Chat, I want your predictions right now as we get back on track here. We've got Toronto, we've got Minnesota. If you feel Toronto Ultra in this one, put a 1 in the chat right now. If you are feeling Minnesota Rocker, I need a 2 in the chat. Let's get the predictions here on the desk. This is our first bracket match. Both teams playing in double elimination, so you're not done if you lose here, Ton.
I'm going same scoreline as what we've seen from Minnesota and Ultra, but the other way around. I'm going to go 3-1 Toronto Ultra. I think that Rocker will manage to take a map. If it's going to be anything, it could be the control, but I'm not too sure. I think it's really difficult for them to find a map here. I think they will get one on their quality. I'm going to say 3-2.
So if it's not control, it's a 3-0?
If it's not control, it's
confirm
yeah.
Understood.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Allie. What's up next?
Well, as we may not agree in fashion terms, sign of the fact you have a green shirt on with I
What's
don't even
green
know
and
what
black?
color this is
let
not
them know,
black.
Allie. Come on.
I don't even know what color that is, but that is not
Smoke.
black. I'm gonna go with Toronto Ultra as well. I'm probably gonna go with the 3-1 as well.
3-1, 3-1. And
I'm going to go with 3-0 Toronto Ultra. I picked them to win this event. I think they do it. They're looking absolutely fantastic. It's going to be a good one.
My brain says yes, Ant, but my heart says no. It's all Rocker, and the games are kicking off right now. Make some noise, Raleigh. It's time to get this bracket started.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it. They ain't ready for you. The 2023 season will be a ridiculous year. Call of Duty, the Raleigh Major, starting from an absolute bang. They ain't ready for you. It's going to be a wild and crazy year of Call of Duties. I have no idea what to expect. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, Hydra! Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Perfect. Absolutely outstanding. Knock it out the park, yeah, show. Dashi again, handling business. You better come with it. I know you say you want it. Now you got to get up on it. Whoa! Unbelievable! What on earth is going on in this game? That is it! It's going to be done and dusted!
All right, Raleigh, let's get this one started once again. Our last series was a heater, but this stage is about to cool off because we got 2 teams coming from the north. And this first squad looking to go plus ultra. Here comes Toronto.
I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta run up the next, point to the sky with the run up. I'm blessed, I'm young, rich, and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Raleigh, make some noise for the Toronto Ultra.
scrap! Inside! Kleenex and Standy! The Toronto Ultra!
A team looking for revenge. Toronto Ultra fell short to the Minnesota Rocker earlier in the season. Two rosters seeming to have swapped players. Now here on LAN, a new meta, and now they aren't playing online, and they are on fire. Toronto Ultra need to get through the Minnesota Rocker. Blaze, bring them on out.
Yeah, it's time to bring them out. Our second team from the north looking to play for one for all. Here comes Minnesota. Raleigh, get loud! Here comes the Minnesota Rocker! Give it for Tatch, Afro, Benz, and Cammy! The Minnesota Rocker! And expecting some boos when they came up, but didn't get them. The new villains of the CDL in Minnesota Rocker are here to try and do what they managed online. No M4 this time, but they will be happy going in against Ultra. A little bit of a shaky start, but they want to bounce back with a huge win against the quote-unquote favorites here in Raleigh. Blaze, take this one away. It should be a banger. Yeah, I thought they were gonna get some boos, but they might be the fan favorites. We gotta find out. It's time to get this series underway. Lando, Study, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. I tell you what, man, I am hyped for this matchup, the Battle of the North. Bit of a revenge game for Clone J. This is going to be a blast.
Oh, baby, I cannot wait for this rematch to happen. We saw it happen in the Major 1 qualifiers week 1. That was the M4 meta. Standy wasn't really the same player. Right. Ever since that TAC 56 goes into a bunch of these AR players' hands, you've seen what Standy's been able to do. So far at this event, 1.27 for scrap. He's like an MVP caliber player in his first rookie year. And then Standy's right behind him with a 1.25. That dynamic duo is not to be messed with.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, right? This is a revenge game, as you called it. We saw this matchup take place at the Major 1 qualifiers, but new guns, new meta, a new environment, and who knows, maybe even a new result. But we talk about new. That's also something we got to talk about with all of these players. You got Standy, previously on the Minnesota Rocker. He comes in, now a part of the Toronto Ultra. The closest few players on your screen there for a moment, and Bance and Cammy. Previously a part of Toronto, now on Minnesota. It's gotta feel weird as a player knowing that you're on the main stage, you're gearing up, but you're looking at some fellow teammates off to the side.
Yeah, this is a 2-2 split, obviously from the Ultra roster last year. Standy was on that Minnesota Rocker last year. Wasn't really the best performances all of last year, but then he gets that change. Now this whole young team with Toronto Ultra are very young. They're very confident. We saw what they've been able to do. A reverse sweep so far on Poyodrome. And then the 3-0 versus Optic. Oh man, they needed a wake-up call. And I think that reverse sweep is what set it off. To go out there and win the way they did versus Optic Texas. That was pure dominance. And I'm expecting nothing less, because I think that Toronto Ultra right now are the most complete team. But here we go. Map number 1, Hotel.
And we look through the eyes of the rookie in Scrappy. I want to say first match on the main stage. This is where you prove it. You prove it for your team. You prove it in the rivalry as we fly in for Hotel. Rocker spawning on the more preferred side, at least for P1, but it's Toronto bleeding house ever since.
Oh, and Kleenex, he was able to find 3 right off the rip with a couple more bullets right there. He's able to potentially pick up that ace to start off the game. Toronto Ultra did not spawn on the better side, but they're getting a good amount of time off of this P1. They're more focused on this rotation, so Afro and Attach are able to get 2. They should be able to get the remaining 20 seconds of time, and just pay attention to your mini-map. Afro already slips through towards the back of that P2. Now you have to worry about him if you are inside.
Really, that's going to be a player that you have to worry about here. Toronto Ultra throughout the entirety of this series, buddy. As Scrappy does a great job at least to try to find a few kills inside of the point. Meanwhile, it is his AR duo in Insight. Trying to lock down spawns. Able to find one onto Attach. Meanwhile, Kleenex doing a great job on the other side as well. Insight doing what he needs to, but here come Minnesota, not checking their side. It's so weird to see Insight firing away at Cammy, but it is gonna be Minnesota with a clean 4 down.
And Afro was the only player who didn't drop in that scenario. He stays alive. Big gunfight from Cammy to win that gunfight onto Insight. Now they are in control of the spawns. Final 35 seconds. Insight with a great shot. That's going to be 3 dead. They're still in the back. If you are going to be Minnesota Rocker, but now with that final kill, Toronto Ultra with this final 30 are going to be able to take the lead right on back. But now this allows Minnesota to get fully set up for this Kitchen Hill.
Yeah, so what we talked about, prior titles, Vanguard to MW2, a totally different scenario in terms of really what you want to do on the map. Final 20 seconds? No, we're not hitting scrap. In fact, we're rotating even earlier than that. As we'll see the rotations now being bound here for Rocker. They get broken late, and now it's time to set up over at the Kitchen. One of the better hills here when we talk about Hotel Hardpoint. See how Rocker bend to lock it down, and more specifically how Toronto bend to try to break this. Kleenex bruised and battered toward the front. Thankfully, he does have Scrappy just behind him. Attach starts things off with a pick for Rocker. And Scrappy and Standing, well, it's that dynamic duo causing problems already.
And now there's only 2 more players from Minnesota in this position. Unfortunately, Scrap does find a team kill on the Kleenex. You're not going to be able to win that trade gunfight. You're taking on your own squad, but now it's all left up to Insight. He picks up 2. Unfortunately, the trade is going to be in. So Minnesota holds strong on the first push. And that's Attack 56. Attach, you saw what he did last series. 1.5. He's not trying to slow down now.
Final 2 seconds, still fighting for scraps. Meanwhile, it is the rotation. It appears that a few Toronto players still trying to go for this. It is a neck-and-neck game. Toronto angry that they weren't able to break it previously. Well, hey, they eventually do manage to jump on in toward the Kitchen, grab those final 10, while we are over and headed now to the bar. Basically what we expected, buddy. I know we're only a few hills in, but it couldn't get much closer than this.
Yeah, it's a back-and-forth game to start us off. Couple rotation gunfights are going to go in favor of Toronto, and I thought Minnesota put themselves in a great position off that rotation. You have the back spawns, but Toronto just fly on through the front side. Now the first 10 is going to be uncontested. Scrap with another team kill on the Kleenex. Does he not like his teammate? What's going on? But that's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Now the spawns do flip. Minnesota have to break the front.
And we'll see what Cammy can try to do. Again, just so many of those purple arrows to try to face off against, and he eventually does get dropped. It looks like a clean hold right now from the Ultra. And yeah, it's just so hard to break into that, Jay. You got a few players hanging out on those head glitches. The Vaznevs have come out to play. The only thing that can really eventually take them down is going to be the trophy. But a solid hold there for Ultra as now they find themselves up big going into next.
Oh, and Ultra can start to pull away with this game because they do have a couple players already off the rotation towards Diner. Insight with attack 56. He's going to get help from Standy watching Carpets. Unfortunately, he is not watching the connector. He's going to at least lose that initial gunfight. Afro trying to cause problems to mid Carpets. He's able to find 2. Cammy with the 3rd. All is now going to allow Minnesota to get fully set up.
You have to wonder a little bit if some of those jitters are starting to get involved here for this Ultra team. I know that they do find themselves up big, but those few team kills mean absolutely everything here in MW2 for how valuable that your life now is. It is giving Rocker a bit of a foothold in this game.
Now the final 30. Trades going back and forth, but Minnesota are still able to come out on top. Big 25, they're in control of spawns going into the next hill, which is going to be towards top plat. You have 1 player in Standy trying to be the route man. Works his way through bottom middle couches. They're still going to put a lot of pressure on. They do not want to give this remaining junk time. 2v2. Now left up all to Afro, and he's having himself one hell of a map. 14 and 8. Start us off on a 3 spree. Finds another one on the Insight.
And you see him, man. He's getting involved. He's getting hyped in the camera feed as well. That is, without a doubt, Rocker, the player that you're looking out for. If you're a fan of this team, you are hoping that he has a pop-off kind of series. And one thing to add to this, Jay, as we head toward P5, there was some drama during the offseason. It was rumored that Afro might actually be going to the Toronto Ultra. In fact, he finds himself on Minnesota instead. So just one of the many layers of a very interesting battle, a very interesting rivalry between both of these franchises. Cammy's hitting beams from afar, and it has been all sunny skies so far for Minnesota here at the parking lot. Attach, well, he's just hanging out, waiting for any bit of negativity, of any bit of pressure to start to come through. A little bit of that starts to come in, but Standy eventually does fall. Rocker, clean house at the end of the day. As Cammy starting to hit some shots with attack from range.
That was a beautiful hole right there for Minnesota to give themselves a nice little comfortable lead. Now, if you're thinking big picture, you want to control the spawns for the P2 side. That's why you see Vance pushing out towards Jules. Early sitting at 8 and 16, but he's the playmaker for this squad. Unfortunately, loses that gunfight to Scrap, but just can't allow Toronto get back into this game off of a lot of P1 time. The spawns are going to flip once again. And now if you're Ultra, you're just trying to keep them off.
Yeah, if you're Ultra, just play this one carefully. First 20 seconds are already done and dusted. Make sure you don't give anything away for free. Rocker with the advantage in terms of the score, but Toronto with the map positioning. Danny trying to have his own impact as he has been really the guy alongside of Scrappy. So far for Toronto, a big position where he's going to have a few players to deal with here, Jay.
Yeah, Stanley's in a strong position. He's the one that's holding down the right push. His teammates are still going to be spawning over to the left. So this remaining 15 seconds is going to go in favor of Minnesota. Now it's all going to be on Standy. Can he hold down this position, shut down the pinch coming in? Big first gunfight goes to Banson. That's going to be careful because now Standy might be able to spawn all the way at bedrock.
And you can see exactly what that does. You can see what that does. They lose a member, and then it puts Scrappy in a more difficult spot. Minnesota, patient as ever. There goes the third member in a row. And it's on to Standy again. Thankfully, he gets that close spot, but he gets dropped too. Rocker clean and comfortable, rushing right in toward the lobby.
What a beautiful break from Minnesota. 35 seconds still here. They can get this remaining time. That can do wonders to how you turn out the rest of this game. And that's going to be Toronto finding every single kill in the feed. They flip the spawns, and now with the final 25, they get all of this. They will be able to take the lead right on back. And now it's just another rotation battle over towards Kitchen. Minnesota have to do better in their setups because we saw the way that Toronto were able to break it from the last time. One player pushed all the way around Platt. They slow played it from the front between Standy and Scrap. They won initial gunfights. Eventually walk away with initial time. Very, very close hard point to start us.
It's like we're talking about one team, they allowed for the other to break. It's basically the exact same thing on the other side. And there we have it, another lead change. Minnesota a slim advantage, but one nonetheless. As it's all about the battle inside of the kitchen, and Scrappy comes out on top. It really is the Toronto Bash Brothers coming to play. Standy and Scrap sporting some of the best KDs so far here in Major 1, and they come through right when Toronto needs them. A great little advantage starting to brew now. The Zapro clean and comfortable. That strategy does work out, at least for a moment. Toronto there to make them pay. It was Standy and Scrappy to start it off, and it's Kleenex and Insight to seal the deal.
And let me tell you, if Kleenex is having himself a game number 1, 24 and 19, usually when you're talking about Kleenex, this is a guy who's just always going to do the dirty work. He's going to be the guy that's the aggressor, flies in first, always tries to get that time when he needs to. When he's playing like this Ultra squad is going to be complete. Now currently up by almost 40 points. You have to get back into this game with a great hold on desk. You have somewhat control of bedroom with as Vance is currently sitting towards bottom. Push is going to be in towards the back. A big gunfight coming from Standy. But Cammy at least finds twos to relieve some of that pressure.
Yeah, well, they're able to break through a little bit in the back, cause some pressure, and from there, Toronto, they do the rest of the job. Great coordination again from this newly formed Ultra roster. Now within just 20 seconds of closing this game out.
You have to break from the front. You have to go if you're Minnesota because they're getting closer and closer towards the finish line. They're ready. They're ironed up. That's a clean 4 dead. I don't think anyone's going to have an opportunity to even touch the hill.
And they call for Kleenex. Full green light, buddy. Get going. Cause some problems in the break, and there you go. Scrappy getting loud already on the main stage. All Attach can do is smile and focus up, get ready for the S&D. As Senor Scrappy and Toronto Ultra strike first.
And this is Scrap's first game on main stage, right? It's his first game.
That's
the
right.
lights are the brightest, and he's still talking smack. I love this young man. What a performance from Toronto Ultra in map number 1. But if you're Minnesota, you haven't been able to win an opening hard point versus anyone in quite some time. So you always have to respond in that search and destroy. But to touch on this map 1 a little bit more, I thought the change in the game was that P2. We saw Minnesota Rocker. They started off on the better side for that P1. They were able to take a comfortable lead going into the first rotation. Then they find the break. Ultra respond with a great hold at Kitchen. And then the second rotation, Ultra, they find themselves at that P2, but Minnesota were able to get a clean 4 dead. Ultra breaking with about 20 seconds left. And then I thought Minnesota were going to be set up beautifully for Kitchen. But when you allow the break to come in the first 15 seconds, and then you cannot break that hill, we know how much of a money hill that P3 can be. That's where Ultra were able to pull away with this game, eventually take map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, as you called it, I mean, it was a neck-and-neck game. It just comes down to a few situations, and I know we oftentimes in Hardpoint lately aren't always discussing, you know, the slaying element or really the slaying talent, but right there, I feel like it showcased itself. Like, you had a little bit of a slower game from Standy. Kleenex steps up. You talked about the kitchen rotation, how Toronto were able to break that. I mean, just numerous different moments where it felt like Minnesota was in a good spot, and then Toronto were able to break late, and it's ultimately just flawless gameplay toward the stretch. They gain control over Bar, and they don't let it go. Scrappy getting loud already, talking to the ears of the Rocker boys. This is set up to be a phenomenal, phenomenal series, my friend.
And when you talk about this Toronto Ultra squad, like right now, when I look at this team, I feel like they're the most complete team that we currently have in the CDL.
Yeah?
And that's insane to say, because if you think about the old Toronto roster, everything was all about teamwork. These guys have been teammates for now 3 weeks. We're only the 3rd week into the CDL, and it's looking like their teamwork is on point. Communication has to be on point. Everyone is calm, cool, and collected. I just really love this Ultra squad.
And I think we might have to cater that, too, to the early victories that this team saw, right?
Yeah.
They lose to Minnesota Rocker, yet to lose a series since that game that kicked off their Major 1 qualifier. From that point, right, they've had some big moments. They've taken down Atlanta FaZe. I mean, heck, they took down Optic Texas 3-0 yesterday. I mean, how crucial is it to have those big moments early on as a new team?
Especially as young players. Like, first time into the CDL4 Scrap, obviously the guy, he was breaded for this moment. He was ready to make his appearance and be a pro player. So he has no nerves in his system. Before this Toronto Ultra squad, when you win those big matches, this just does confidence for your team. You're obviously doing something right. When you're taking down Atlanta FaZe in a 2-3-5, the 2 hard points that they lost was about a 20-point difference, a really close hard point. When you talk about their overall record in hard point, it's 5-6, but they're losing these hard points by a margin of 60 points maximum.
Sure.
They're never getting blown out. So that's what makes this team so damn scary, because right now they're 60-40, at least in my opinion, in hard point. Their S&D is on point, and their control is one of the best in the game. They only have 2 losses in Search and Destroy. One comes to Minnesota at the very first match of the season for these squads, all the way into 6-4, and then the second one comes to Poyodrome yesterday, before they had to complete that reverse sweep. This S&D is going to be so massive for both of these squads. Obviously, a little bit more important for Minnesota.
Sure.
When you always talk about this Minnesota team, that 2-3-5 is how they usually come about, especially when they are always starting series down 0-1.
Well, that was the story for Toronto last season when they had half of the Minnesota roster on their team last year. It was all about the search destroys. That is really what made that Toronto 4 infamous. It was the reason why they were so good in that Cold War title, but just fell short to Atlanta FaZe. It all came at the hands of search and destroy. And that's really the most fun part, I think, about this entire series, Jay, might be these upcoming search destroys. We'll see if we can get 2 of them, but we've got to at least settle for game 2 here on El Asilo. What can you tell me about this map? What can you tell us about both of our teams on this map so far throughout the season?
Well, both of these squads have only been able to play this map twice. They both have a record at 1-1. But just more big picture stats in Search and Destroy. Minnesota, when they find success in S&D, it's usually on the back of that first blood. 58% win rate. When they get that first blood, put themselves in that man advantage, but it's not going to be easy because they're going up against Toronto Ultra, who are great in 3v4 situations. So, Minnesota Rocker, this is where they need to respond, and they're going to be the team on attack.
Yep, let's see what they can do here off the start. Meanwhile, it is good old JB Craven, aka Insight, one of the more fun snipers to watch in the league. Now put in position, well, to succeed. An unfortunate hit marker is not going to even out the man count that much more, but there you have it. A nice little nade over the top. Attached never saw it coming. 3v3. And Bance really puts the numbers toward the favor of Minnesota once more.
So now Rocker in the 3v2 situation. Trying to make sure no players from Ultra are going to be sitting inside that A site. Now Afro sitting alongside him. Close that door. Don't want to get any bad timings. He's going to be on Standy, who's slowly trying to work his way up through the middle alley. Trying to get the timing onto where these players are going to be playing. 30 seconds, 35 seconds to work.
Working in tandem together. 30 seconds left. Standing, tosses out a nade. Says a prayer. Hunting, searching, eager for information. And right now, that's currency. Afro Great little angle, cuts down one. It is all on to Insight. He started off the round with a kill, and now he's gonna have to end it off with 3. And best of luck, Minnesota hold true, they hold strong. And really a lot of that came off of the first blood.
Yeah, the first blood comes in, but Insight responds immediately. I think the second kill that Bance was able to get as Clean is trying to push up towards the top flat. Try to get better positioning in top money. Once you take him down, you use your attacks to open up that A site. You get the bomb down. Play your corners tight. Play for the trades. The Minnesota Rocker take round 1.
Big round when we talk about momentum, again, coming off of that hardpoint loss. You can see the wheels are turning for everybody. That's the biggest thing about this Rocker team too, man, is that you can really have all 4 players call out strats. All 4 players very confident when it comes down to the comms. Scrappy, well, he was part of the first blood engagement last time. In fact, it was a death. This time, it's a kill for him.
The minimap, or they're going to push immediately to the other side and lose it. So you can do either one.
See who's got the smooth setting so far going into P2. Time towards P1 coming to a close. Eyes on Celium, the top side there of this hard point. He's going to be the man in the stairwell. Stair's going to be very, very important in terms of the spot. Shots from Clay. He pulled a gray hair out of his head this morning and he said, God bless anyone who loses to me today. The old man still got it.
And we'll see if he can keep it going again as soon as you win those big gunfights on guys like Slasher towards the back to lock down those spawns. You're going to have yourself a good time and play in the exact same battle once again, but no rush to take this gunfight. You just want to keep him back down and towards the actual hard point. You see Selling winning gunfights, but he's worried about looking 2 directions, and it looks like the trades are coming through. Temp picks up a massive 2, but Celium, the most important gunfight inside the actual hill, able to take these players down.
Yeah, Temp immediately on it to get the contest there, and Celium snaking like his life depends on it. I will say, I'm appalled at what I've seen in this tournament so far, the snaking department in everyone.
Well, I think the best part is everybody else starts to snake so much more, and then Celium just evolves. He gets even better with it. So very much leading the charge. He is getting dynamic with the snakes, and dynamic on the rotation is Vegas. Maybe not the most ideal P2 hill really for either team, but at least on that rotation, Vegas, I actually take it back. They do not get there first. They lose a couple gunfights in the hill. They get picked apart along the way, and they're spawning up, but there's no access to the ladder. Slasher's got that cutoff, and Fade's just going to be a cakewalk towards this AC hill. TJ tries to win the big one, gets trapped in Atlanta. That is a slow, methodical approach to capture this hard point.
Yeah, tough spot for Tej to be in. Same here for Prolude. You do have a little bit of pressure now from Clayster. Does Sally lose the fight? Abizi going to be the man moving forward. There is the conveyor belt. The production line of Atlanta FaZe players now moving their way forward. Slight reposition. Slasher now the man on the top of the hard point. TJ trying to get the fight going here, but at 4 HP, you cough on him and he's a dead man.
Oh, funnily enough, that is a good stun. The trophy actually on
the
backside, so hey, it pays off at least for an extra moment to try to strip away a little bit of time. But again, very solid hill for Atlanta FaZe. Go into it about around 20 points. Now they got about a 20-point lead, so as good as it gets, and over towards P4 we go. This is a hill where Atlanta FaZe have actually been having their most success on this map. Unfortunately for them, they haven't won the rotation. They're going to be trying to break this down, and you see, it is a swarm. They're going to hit it from every angle.
Yep. We've seen plenty of teams manage to make these clean breaks here on this MC hardpoint. Let's look to see another one. Or will it be a good hold out of Vegas? Legion kills going the way of mostly Atlanta FaZe for now. The break is done. It's over. It's good.
It is perfect. It is efficient. It is as good as it could possibly get. Approach from every single angle. 2 players going to the back. You get the top control. You get the hallway control. And a little example like that goes a long way for why Atlanta FaZe dominate this hill. Beezy and Sensitaires just get to skip around the map, or hey, maybe TJ with a little bit of bounce back just for trying to fight on this time. But I'd say for Atlanta, if you get out rotated towards a hill and you make it mixy like that, you take that as a job well done.
Yeah, good job. A counter break there from Vegas Legion. Nice work on the new hard point from Prolude. A lot of love for Prolude from the community coming into this series. He's been looking great so far. Not going to do a whole lot from this position, but hey, close them doors if you can. A couple members of FaZe now on the approach towards the new hardpoint over the kitchen now, and still a relatively close race between these 2 teams.
Well, at the same time, though, Prolude, who was at the head of that race, gets the first 2 kills and ends up just, you know, sort of throwing away his life a little bit too aggressive. So you got a couple big ones, but the ones that matter were the ones after the fact. That's what Atlanta FaZe gets, so they will be in control of this hill. But a triple hit through the front, so it doesn't take long for them to try to get back in the swing of things, but a flank's coming through, and even when Vegas, it seems like there's a moment to get the break, they have to fight just that little bit extra. Abizi still inside the hard point.
Soaking it up. Over 100 points now, 30 seconds remaining. There's definite pressure here from Vegas. They're not going to let this one go quietly.
Oh, there it is.
is. That's a clean 4 down. 20 seconds left on the point. Atlanta FaZe running things from here. Can they make it even worse? Let's go for a quick listen in with Atlanta FaZe.
Oh, wait, one shot, Donnie. Oh, you want P2 up, like stairs. We time out.
I just killed time out.
Some out. One time out.
There's one orange then. Plays up there.
Up there, Clay. Time out, Clay.
There's one orange. I'm gonna try and keep him off this. Or play kills. I'm in bathrooms. I'm
with you.
I'm down. One shot back alley. He's absolutely on time.
Yeah, up there. Best. He should be.
Chris, he's gonna be God box. I'm trying to.
Shot.
No, he's in in the holes.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Dead. That's for that. Good time. Low orange. Or you low laundry. In cafe. Cafe class. He went to laundry.
I think laundry. I cafe.
I don't see him laundry. Last one, P2.
I think
just P2 all sometime. He's in laundry.
Get him.
Well, you see chance the typical comms of Atlanta FaZe there, relatively in control. Not too far behind, though, Vegas Legion.
Yeah, motor mouth right there for those players. But I'd say a nice little stretch of a moment for Clay to pick up a big 3 to help with his P1 time. And it's a similar kind of situation to last time where the fight for P2 is mixy. Glaciers able to take 2 down, but it's all about the gunfight towards the back, and this time Slasher locks it down. His teammates spawn right up, and inside this P2 hill, Atlanta FaZe to be a VZ moving inside, and they got the setup for it as well. This is sort of scary hours right now for Vegas. They gotta get them out of this point.
Are they gonna get scared or spooked though? Will they remain strong? The BZ's got mid totally locked. This is all good. Temp's gonna get mopped up, no problem. 40 seconds remaining here on the point. Play at range, BZ frying. 15-15 though so far, too sweet for him. Looking to get some streaks going here. The rest of his teammates absolutely popping though. Celium, 19-9. Chance all day long yesterday, brilliant, absolutely outstanding from the MVP from last season. And looking just as good here on MW2.
And all day long, winning the important gunfights as well. He's the man inside the point, locking down the hallways, and also the man inside the point, baiting for Simp in that moment for the clean and easy final 2. TJ gets spotted on the cross when you're going to AC. You want someone in that top PD area to watch the ladder push, and I think that's what Celium's going to be looking for on one end of the map when a BZ on this end, looking for the breach to the front, but FaZe very much taking their time for this break, because frankly, if they get this break, it's looking like the game will be in the bag.
You should think so, yeah. Not over yet, though. Clay going to find 2 on the top side there. You're going to be pushed inside for a moment. It's going to give number 4, Slasher, the opportunity to get across. Celium, though, now in a great spot. Now the pressure here. He's got complete coverage of the hard point. TJ's going to be spawning down low. From here on out, Atlanta FaZe, this hard point could be theirs, and that's it. Those 3 kills are going to seal it. This is going to be a great chunk of time right now for Atlanta.
And you see Celium, as soon as he gets to that top PD, all the Vegas players have to sit in the exact same corner. They have no wiggle room to move at all, or they get shot in the back. And Celium just feeds that information to his teammates. And I know it's a nice little bounce back moment there for Vegas, but that's only to make things mixy. Atlanta FaZe already did the hard part. They got the break on the hill and made sure no full 60 there. So it'll be going into P4 with an 80-point lead. And we're going into P4 where Atlanta FaZe broke this down instantly last time. Vegas a little bit better on this end with Clay getting some of those like entry kills, but that is all just to stave off the pressure. Clay actually putting in some serious work. That just means the hill is now going to be hit from the halls.
No surprise from one of the contenders for GOATdom. 201 to the 133 and climbing a Vegas Legion. So far, a much better hold from them here. They're managing to keep FaZe at bay. Those longer range kills, they're not going to worry about the flank though, as TJ can only do so much from that back position. Slasher has played the back line so perfectly. He's able to creep on in. Now he's getting himself towards the hard point as well. Proluke though, this entire time, Chance, soaking away.
And again, pretty much a masterclass in that moment. Clay, as soon as he gets the couple entry kills, there's no perfect swarm on the hill right there for Atlanta FaZe. And so the choppiness makes it that much bit better. And I say choppiness, Celium is also hitting old for 15, 20 seconds. And fortunately for Vegas, with knives out like that, that is not a good sign. The knives out, maybe looking for a glass onion.
I think it may be Temp who has had an issue there. I do believe he may be in some sort of, I think he may have lagged out, possibly there. But you can have a little look at Temp's POV, maybe. Nah, that's going to be a closeout. Now, unfortunately, we were deeper into the hard point here. 219. There has definitely been an issue there on the PC side of things for the players. It looks like somebody there on Vegas Legion. How we will resolve this one, I'm not quite sure yet. We'll get an update from the referees as and when it comes through. But yeah, you can see the faces on the right-hand side. That is Vegas Legion. Yeah, those boys looking at something. Somebody went down, I think it was Temp there. Then again, that's a little deeper into the hard points. We might have to replay from that moment. depending on how the rules go, well, like from that scoreline, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I doubt it, but you never know.
It's first to like 39 or whatever. But like, no, exactly. We'll find out from the referees exactly what's going to go on here. But until then, yeah, I mean, a lovely sort of sample size to see of how Embassy Hardpoint was going. Atlanta FaZe mostly in control of that one chance. Towards the end, though, a little bit of love there for Vegas. Clay certainly looking great. No doubt about it. He's still got a lot in him.
Better moments for sure. And I think like after the 3-0 last time, the thing we were trying to like pay the most attention to is ProLoot and TJ, the slang that they're going to bring to the table, especially on a map like Embassy, because the last go around, FaZe sort of took them to task. But this time the slang was there, just not able to outplay really in any sense of the word. When they get the P2 lockdown, guys like Celium are causing problems, hitting it from the hallway. When they get to AC first, Atlanta FaZe are breaking them down. When they get to P4 first, Atlanta FaZe were breaking them down, at least the first time around. I think Vegas started to clean up the mistakes a little bit going into the second side, but you know, they were down 210 to 120. One full 60 seemed like he was getting him back in the game, but it definitely felt like Atlanta FaZe were in control pretty much the entire time. Outside of P1. Outside of P1.
Yeah, outside of P1. Waiting on a ruling still here. Friends, I hope you're all enjoying the show. And if you haven't enjoying the major, let us know in the chat. We can't see it, but let us know. Press 1 in the chat right now if you're having a good time. We're having a good time. Having a good time. Here in the Bravo stage, by the way, guys, it is so wonderful and sort of like that old school feel that we've experienced for many, many, many years as Call of Duty fans. So it's been a really exciting time here. And of course, on Alpha right now, we still have the Battle of the North taking place, Rocker versus Toronto Ultra. Not sure what the scoreline is. It's got a little bit quiet, so it's definitely in the search and destroy now.
I heard Rocker in my headset, so I'm going to take that to mean
Ultra
they're down 1-0.
Ultra up, so guarantees there for Scrappy to be giving it this.
I was also just told Ultra up 5-2 on map 2, and I definitely hear shooting in the background. So Ultra apparently picking them apart, which I think for anyone that's watched this tournament so far, not entirely surprised there. I think Minnesota got picked apart by New York, and that was very much of like, ooh, New York looked really good, and Minnesota maybe not quite as strong as what we thought from the online portion of the stages. Meanwhile, Toronto Ultra on cruise control, getting 3-0s over teams like Optic, dominating them across the board in every single game mode. And Scrappy has very much been enjoying his new home, that home being LAN in the pro scene.
Bums, you bums. We have an update on the status of this matchup, full replay. That's what's going on.
100%.
Can't wait. Let's get back into this one ASAP, ladies and gentlemen. Another bite at this orange in an attempt to peel it for Vegas Legion. Atlanta FaZe, though, we've seen what they can do. I'm sure they'll be a little bit salty having to run this one back.
And, you know, you're talking about the idea of, like, playing from the score line. We left that and recreating that exact situation. That'd be beautiful for a game with a pause feature, but here we are. Full resets are 100% the way to go. And maybe a smile on Temp's face and be like, hey, we can try again. We know what went wrong last time. I mean, P4 definitely a struggle point. Those rotations, even in P2, a little bit more of an opportunity I think Vegas had, at least the first time around, to try to lock it down for a bit more time. So we go again. It's all it is. And obviously there's not going to be too much discomfort on the side of Atlanta FaZe. Just another day in the office, another opportunity to take down their former teammate in Clay.
More reps as well, I think, for a lot of these teams. What they're excited to be getting right now is we're still very, very early on in the life cycle here of MW2. No one has the game down. So I'll take all these reps if I can get them.
And I know a big point about reps is something Slasher was talking about on Twitter last night, of like some of the success that the Challengers teams are having is the fact that they get the extra cups. Like, they played a few of them. They get the weekend tournaments where they are in a tournament hyper-competitive environment where all the pros talk about it time and time again. The way you play the game on LAN in a match like this, or even the matches online, is radically different than how it's played in scrim. So when everybody's going dumb hard, as it were, 10 out of 10, the game just feels different. Times it slows down, times it speeds up, and the Challengers team that have those extra reps, at least a few of them, were able to make good use.
Here we go. Back at it again, friends. It's Embassy Hardpoint. Redux. So far, and once again, is that strong side to start here for Vegas Legion. They're going to get a nice little chunk of time, but the idea again is to hit that P2 spawn as hard as you possibly can. And TJ just hit a Beezy and send him as hard as he could.
Yeah, you'll take that every single day of the week. And you see for FaZe right now, both just trying to come through. One side Laundry, one side Orange. Not really a ton of success for FaZe. Another 3 down in the feed. Selim last man standing to at least keep these players out of the hill, but an opportunity for Vegas right now to try to push down the bottom side of the map and flip the spawn. No one, though, is actually going to join Clay, and because no one's there to help him, well, Vegas will get picked apart. He's still got Selim keeping these players outside of the hill, and even Slasher back in his home on that truck. Atlanta FaZe, once again, at least initially, get that rotation in P2.
Yeah, this is the P2 hit. It's a little different. Nothing too dramatic, though, so far. Pro attempt there. They do find their kills. Okay, so you got yourself Vegas Legion in here for now. And Simp, he's out of the men's bathroom. He didn't wash his hands. He's a dirty boy. We're about to find out just how gross he is. Here's the contest. Looking to get something done, and he's nearly taking care of Temper. Good work out of Atlanta FaZe. 3 clean down. That's their point.
Yeah, all that set up just for the trades, and now Selim has found his new home. He's going on a little bit of a force spree from that back truck area, and one of those spots where he knows Selim is basically going to be untouchable. Very difficult to weed out, and honestly might take 3 players to actually take care of him, and it is snakes for days inside the point. Selim, the last man standing, and he ends up getting picked apart, so Prolude actually pulling out the tack to get the big 2. And they're going to be set up, at least Vegas is on the rotation. I think Simp somehow just spawned on the bottom left side of the minimap. FaZe, everyone else, though, just got chopped. Temp on a 3, set up over towards New. I don't see a trophy in the hill just yet, but they should be good for the initial time.
I'm pretty deep into that last matchup, and now it's a lot of time for Vegas Legion to think up on their sins and a little bit of dwelling, and now they're done. They're out back into the mix, and they're having a good time so far. 47 of the 25 Atlanta FaZe. FaZe, quiet here in the restart. 3 spree, though, for Temp. Looking to get a couple more out of this. Lovely work. Although clear forecast now, it will no longer be raining. Prolude, though, right back into a chance. 8 and 4 for him. He's been looking good today.
And before Prolude can even turn around, the spawns for Atlanta FaZe came through. So took a little bit this time to actually get the break on the AC hill, but the spawns help him out just a little bit. And the fact that there was never a trophy inside the point right there for Vegas. So bit of a back and forth game. Almost, honestly, the exact same situation as what we saw from game number 1. We're going into the hill. Vegas had a bit of a lead. By the time we leave it, a little bit of an edge for Atlanta. And the exact same as the fact that Vegas are going to rotate to the hill first, but that doesn't necessarily mean they can hold on. Simp, nice little jump spot to work his way through the top. You see his teammates down low. Again, trying to hit this from as many angles as possible.
10, what a read. Good work with the Baznev there. He's going to hold the top side down. Clay on the back door wins his as well. So, it comes down to a BZ. The last man up for FaZe on this side of the map before the spawns are there. Prolude's going to be the first one to drop. Selim on the other side of the corridor. Here we go. Diving into the hard point. Clay finding one. Tape another. It's looking good for Vegas.
Yeah.
Keeping the hard point in their hands.
And Slasher trying to, be on the backside, just be annoying to try to draw their attention. And it pays off for a minute until BZ comes through and it's 3 players. But he does the damage. Baits out for his teammates. Selim has the vast step for this hill as well. But he gets chopped down. Temp and Clay are there. And somehow, after all the chaos, it's still Slasher that is a little bit quick. FaZe have just been able to flood consistently into this point. TJ, the fight for scrap delivers. And maybe a little bit of a moment like that, honestly, that's about a 22-point swing in the moment. So Vegas will have a lead. Clean on rotation, and a big moment of opportunity for Vegas to try to run this score up.
I mean, this time around, the only major difference we've got at Vegas Legion, of course, 20-point win. So far, a 20-point lead. Clay's going a little negative of 5 and 12. Not a huge amount of hardpoint time as well, but you know he's making the right calls. Good work there from Prolude. Nice 2-piece. Slasher unfortunately concussed Selim to his grave, and just like that, you've got yourself another hardpoint Vegas.
And you talk about Clay being 5 and 12, but he's also been sort of almost like the SMG on the map in a sense, where he's pushed up and like that frontline sort of player. It's the SMGs that are actually inside this hill as the back line, and no trophies just yet inside the hill, so Prolude taking a little bit of damage, looking for number 6. And if he can get it, the streaks can be impactful. Ooh. He doesn't quite deliver. I actually don't know how he didn't get the cruise, but either way, you get all the kills, you get all the time, you lock down Kitchen for a substantial chunk, and for the moment, Vegas Legion are outplaying and outplaying Atlanta FaZe.
Absolutely. 17 and 10. You got yourself Prolude at 15 and 8. It's a very strong showing out of Vegas Legion here in map number 1.2. 1.5, sorry, bad math.
Whether or not you have the quick mass, it looks like Atlanta FaZe a little bit quick to at least get inside the point. I think P1 last go around, Vegas, like both times, were able to get more time, but the map has been turned on its head where the bathroom controlled firmly in the hands of Vegas Legion. And right now, they're just trying to do their Sunday best of keeping Atlanta outside of this time. That's why Slasher's going for the jiggle beaks and having every single nade land at his feet. And Temp's there to take him down, and Vegas, again, still controlling the bottom and right side of the map so far. And maybe able to get a little bit of hill time as well, but you see those top right spawns come in for Atlanta FaZe. I mean, Vegas are constantly trying to push out on, like, sort of the AC side of the map, and it seems like a bit of a delicate situation because Selling, we know what he does, or what he can do when he gets in a spot like this.
Oh, he's got a bit of problem, though. He's got TJ Helly right behind him there. Siege comes on in. Over to Abizi now. Next man up. Pinch is on. Grandma coming for them cheeks. The pinches are in. They're there. It's done. The new hard point's about to crack open. The Sim may be on a 4 spree, as he has been a little quiet so far. 18 and 15 out of the Phenom. And here he goes. Prolute, eaten alive. Hardpoint's going to be his boys in a moment, and Vegas, they've been flipped out.
And Embassy is a truly wild map of, like, all the work for the P2 spawns just to get flipped instantly by one team, just to get flipped instantly by the next team. And it is very much, you can just throw something at the wall and see what sticks. And so far, the moment, the aim was sticky, but Celium still wins the gunfight in Atlanta FaZe. Trying to get right back in this game on P2. You get an AR in the back truck. You get a gifted spawn on the top side of the mini-map that allows Celium to pinch if he wants, and maybe free and clear on the rotation at AC as the actual battle for the scrap. It is just the ARs, those TAC 56s, that are making things so difficult, honestly, for both teams to stay alive.
Vegas still in control here on Embassy. Final 10 seconds of P2. We're going to go to the left-hand side of the map. That's where Vegas are now. So, wonderful start. Strong move through the middle of the series, of the middle of the map, and now we find ourselves in a great spot here for Vegas. The problem is they don't have that Embassy control, so that's the right-hand side of the map. It's that crossfire. So Prolute in this tight corner. That trophy system's going to run out of juice eventually, and then he's in real trouble.
Yeah, there goes the juice as well. So Prolute does a smart thing, immediately backs down, but you never had top PD control, so again, you are forced in the corner, and the swarm is always in. There is quite literally always an AR player on the side of Atlanta FaZe that is there to lock down the ladder, to back these players down on the AC, and they just create that situation time and time again, and you at least make things mixy. Ladder out being watched by Celium. Every single kill going the way of Atlanta FaZe. Attempt. Good luck with that one.
Oh, a worthy attempt with pistol there again. That's a slight adjustment that Vegas are trying to make here to get the break without that major presence on the top bridge side. So again, isolated firefights there. You have a strong base of fire from Vegas Legion atop the Embassy. It gives you enough of an advantage to keep those players in the point pin, but it doesn't give you enough of an advantage to get them out of it. For now, it's into new. It's back to the center of the Embassy, and this is going to be an absolute bloodbath indeed.
Oh, that's an annoying moment there. Trying to start this off. Yeah, Simp ends up doing damage to himself, and maybe just wants to go full speed ahead into the hill, and Prolute trying to snake, trying to dance, and instead he just gets caught. Atlanta FaZe, again, so efficient at getting these setups to swarm this hill. Immediately taking control, and you're back to the mixedness of the dances in the hallway.
The devils of these hallways right now, Prolute being one of the meaner ones. Temp the back door as well, clean breaks. Vegas Legion, they mop the floor of them. 30 seconds here to be had on Embassy, and FaZe are far from it. By the time they get there, there won't be a huge amount of hardpoint time left. And Tej making the middle of the map look very annoying.
And while he does get traded, you see Atlanta FaZe, 2 players right now trying to work in through this side door, and Temp doesn't even watch it. No red dot for him in that moment, and not a kill for Vegas. Scrap time to Atlanta. Rotation right now towards Atlanta as well. Trophies up, ready to go. Most angles covered. Clayster, though, nice little entry. Extra things right now for the Atlanta players to watch, and Sim's going to get caught. He was swarmed in. Rotation doesn't matter if you can break this quickly.
Oh, no. Abizi. Oh, nearly with an insane 3-piece that would have been. The Slasher might be able to get in there in time before the regen kicks. That's going to be it. Good break. Nice timing. Going to need that nade, or maybe not. The concussions here. Vegas not out of this yet. Pressure now onto the point. They're trying to get themselves in the cafeteria ASAP. Temp with the cleanup. Trades there from Sim. Back and forth we go. Not enough to really break the back of this hard point, but you're over 200 points now for FaZe.
Just an utterly chaotic map where it is a break on a break, and the mixiness on the hill. And anytime you think Atlanta get a bit of a lockdown, Vegas get the 2 kills and try to get right back inside. Temp checking every corner before he makes his move, but inside the actual hill, it's the trades. Vegas are there. No one able to hold down any sort of hill. It is just the constant chaos, and the second set of rotations will be done, and so is Slasher. Prolute. Send him to the shadow.
Yeah, Prolute, we've really had a lot of criticism for Prolute's gameplay. Reddit has been eating him alive, but right now he's doing a magnificent job. Not only to get his boys here, but so far here in the second reset of this game of Embassy. Beautiful stuff. Over now towards P1 again. Smack bang in the middle of the map. Third set. Jiminy crickets. As here we go. Atlanta FaZe with a slight lead chance. Siege working on it.
This is going to be the end soon.
And there's no questions or confusion about where Salim's going to go to. So as soon as 10 falls, honestly, it is the breakdown on the hill. Salim is in his home. This is what he does. And even if Atlanta FaZe aren't able to collect the time, which they are, Vegas is not going to be able to touch it. Salim again up top, sent from in the hill, and that's another one to add it down. Salim wins a single gunfight against Temp, top PD, and look at what it turns into.
You have to get the hardpoint break here. This could get very dicey. This could well be the end. Good work from Clay. That's going to save you for now. You can maybe maintain those P2 spawns. You now do what you can to keep off the middle of the map, but you are going to be able to fight for another one. TJ's got to go big here. FaZe now on the approach. 2 on the outside. As TJ's got to find not only this, but the next 2 kills as well. Can he get it done? And TJ, he's making an absolute meal of it, but he's got him 1 more to go on the corner. And you've got yourself a solid hold here for Vegas.
Okay, now you can get trophies in the hill. TJ pushed out Dead Silence for the play in the right gun for the job on the flake. Clay wins a massive one against Abizi. And now TJ can call this out, or it can just get shut down. The stuns and the nades are rolling through. I assume they'd have a trophy. They did not. They're going to get punished.
Oh, Temp right to the point gets 1. The second for Temp as well. Simp's going to break it. Now an opening. You have to get on the foot race there. Simp's going to look towards mid. Beautiful work. The Phenom slaying ways. And now you've got 20 seconds. Desperately trying to flood the point. Everyone getting involved here. It's absolute pandemonium.
And they're reading the mix in this as well. It is Salim, the last one for Atlanta FaZe in the back. But a forced rotation to AC as well. Clay, the first one here. Shreds Abizi with the headshot. Slasher, though, wins it. Or at least Simp there for the help. FaZe here first. TJ's got to go big.
TJ's got to go big. Trophies are absolutely everywhere. Into the point he flies. Simp wins the fight. Oh my good God. TJ, what a clutch play. He may have won it for Vegas. Who's that? It's Sal. It's done. TJ. No, he's dead. Oh my God. The foot race is on now. It's a matter of seconds, chance.
You gotta go. It is Clay versus Slasher. He's gonna be laying down in the corner. It's an off angle. That gets red. Number 2 is here. Beezy and the hill dies to a nade. And finally, you're able to relax. Vegas Legion. Get it done. And what a map that was. Little bit of trash talking.
Little bit.
A lot of bit from... I thought that was 10 for a second. Clay is just... He's an absolute menace.
What a finish. Vegas Legion take map number 1. And Clay was over the 50-yard line there. There might have been a referee involved at some point. He was way over halfway through the stage. What a nail biter. 250, 248. The closest hard point we've seen at the LAN so far. And holy beat button. Let's get it. Unreal. Is he still up? I can't quite tell. Wow. James Eubanks, there's plenty more life left in that tank. I tell you what.
Yeah, all I know is there is not a single moment of that game where I was like, oh, this team has control of this portion of the map.
No.
They're going to collect this time, not the entire time. Utterly impossible to predict outside of when Celium gets in a top bathroom. I know Vegas are not setting foot inside of P1, but other than that, complete pandemonium on the P2.
Unreal.
I mean, I'm thinking like Vegas need to just like sprint towards the hill because Simp is out towards those vans, but Temp's making great reads on the guys inside the hallway. They're like more or less sort of on point reading the spawns. The nades are perfect from the top rope as well. And honestly, I think for that game, the trophy is either the thing that's your MVP or the thing that cost you in the end.
The final moment there, if we could go back and watch that again for you at home, that moment where Clayster wins the 1-on-1 fight against Slasher, he gets the trophy down. That was the difference maker. That allowed his teammate, Tej, to get in there and nail that time. Ella Silo, Search and Destroy coming up now. And I mean, there is the blood pressure is through the roof right now. Clay is absolutely buzzing after that one. I'm not sure. I'm trying to think who he would have been pointing at. Because I'm trying to
see BZ Slasher was at the end. It is, yeah, Simper Cell. Probably Cell.
Cell. He's probably given Cell the absolute mouth over there. So, exciting stuff here on Bravo for sure. And if you're in the crowd, tweet us. If you could hear what Clay said, I'd love to know.
It is funny how, you know, you can hear Clay from all over the venue in moments like that. And Clay is very much the OG in so many different situations of like, oh, we think Scrap is like the trash talkers. But Clay has been doing this for more than a decade. He was Scrap before Scrappy. You think Celium is the nerdiest player in the league that knows everything. Clayster was doing that before we knew who Celium was. So Clayster, the true OG, again, one of the greatest of all time. And maybe by the end of his career, he will be the greatest of all time because there's only telling how much gas is in that tank. The man is 30 and still doing it over on Bravo.
He ain't slowing down. There's no way. Clay's not slowing down whatsoever. It's amazing, and again, grateful as hell that we still have him in the league, because I know there was a very, very real period of time where he may have not found himself on a CDL team coming into the season. But alas, he's here, and he's doing ish like that. We'll take it. Almost ready to get in a search and destroy. I'm looking forward to now. I'm just sort of excited. Theory craft in the future. Moments where we get to see Scrappy play against Clay, and what that's going to look like from a trash talk perspective. You've got the greatest to do it in the trash talk and old man side. The young lads getting things going. Can't wait. We have been given an update. The players are taking a 5-minute break. Well, I mean, we'll see what happens. We might take a quick break. You want to take a break?
We'll see what happens. That is not my call to make. That's all you.
You want to take a break? I'll take a break. How about that? We'll take a break. You guys go get yourself a beverage. Enjoy yourself a little bit of time. Not too much, though, because we got an S&D to play after this. Well, Call of Duty friends, we've come back a little early here. El Asilo Search and Destroy, game number 2.
And your boys, Vegas Legion, are up by 1.
I mean, that's a massive map one to win as well, because I think the biggest theme for them, at least in the last series, was a close embassy they couldn't close out, and then the S&D in the control, they got bodied. But brand new S&D map again in the pick and bans. Vegas have made the adjustment on a map like El Asilo. I think Vegas actually had pretty good odds. I mean, I'm watching TJ this tournament. He's throwing up 15 at times, absolutely dropping bombs. This is where ProLoot truly earns his paycheck. And obviously, Clay and Temp, we know what to expect out of them. It is great things for this Vegas team in S&D. Now, by no means am I saying it'll be easy. Atlanta FaZe, absolutely godlike in the game mode. That was the biggest question mark for them coming into the tournament. So far, they've been delivering. And I'd say for Atlanta FaZe, this honestly feels like a map that is almost custom built for them. Double SMGs inside the building, AR on either side of the map. Atlanta FaZe truly have options, and Clay, no first blood just yet.
We have already seen what Clayster can do with his sniper rifle here on the map. The man picked up an ace in the qualifiers on the way over here, and Abizi's just slipped on out through the hillside. He's got himself a kill, and he's vanished. Man advantage currently sitting in Atlanta FaZe. We should be able to see a bomb get planted relatively soon. TJ's looking to clear out the weapons locker and find himself any more kills here.
Yeah, it's just, do you want to plant a man down? You want to look for the kill first? And TJ, if you assassinate him, oh, help me, dear. No, he's not going to go for that, but at least gets the freebie. And that nade takes him down, gives you all the information you needed. TJ out here making plays. It's just for trades, though, for the 2v2. He ends up getting shut down, but at least you got options. And Clay, in the meantime, getting all of the intel. Go get that bomb down on A as quickly as possible. And
what is the point here?
I would not chow selling.
What is the point? What is the point in even hitting him with that thing? It didn't do a damn thing to sell. 1v1. Bomb down. Here we go. Yeah, literally, here we go. Cell pops Daddy. Check every possible corner. What a difficult spot to be in. 0 intel. And yeah, I mean, why not? You don't know what's going on. You haven't got a clue. ProLoot. Heads up play. What an opening round.
Absolute beams. That is exactly why you plant on that spot of the map. And Clay continuing with the trash talk. And he's going right at Cell. He can trash talk him. Didn't gun him, even when he had him concussed. No. So better to run your mouth and take another chow like that.
You know what's amazing? I mean, ProLoot, he's coming at this with so much criticism on him. I saw him just crack a huge smile there. Whatever Clay said was obviously hilarious. Right, so you've got the gas from your teammate there. That is only empowering you. He's a vet. He's a vet and an incredible teammate. I stand Clayster.
You really are right, man. Of just like helping out the boys. Clay really does do it better than everybody else. And this is a quick B hit, and this is ProLoot with a lot of pressure on. Information on the first, gets the first blood, and hey, able to stay alive, get some suns out and back up. That is job well done.
And they're investing a lot of utility to try to take care of him there. Clay's going to spot at least, oh, here go on, son. There's feet, more than feet. Bang, Sim, eliminated. As Selim now the last man left alive, and oh dear, Clay, he saw the glint, he went for it. The double hops out the old timer. 6 HP for Selim, and he is as good as dead.
Good reads. No, I mean, there's a guy behind him. That is a good read, but yeah, tagged up one shot for TJ, jumps in for the final kill. It's kind of comical.
That's brutal.
I was going to say, I don't know if Clay is going to trash talk again after that round, but he keeps challenging Selling. Selling keeps putting him in the dirt, but it is just about the mental warfare right now. Every little extra edge that you can get against this team. And I mean, again, for any doubts that, you know, players that have been struggling on Vegas might have had coming into it, TJ has been frying. ProLoot has been looking good, especially so in S&D. So you already made it to top 8. You're already in the bracket play, and you're up 1-0 against Atlanta. And up 2-0 in search.
And I will say it again, just to sort of keep harping onto the psychological warfare that Clayster is inflicting. That would not be possible if he were on the main stage. Clay was tweeting about being on the side stations for however many games in a row. You would not be able to have that kind of impact if you were not face-to-face and in his splash zone.
Speaking of the splash zone, for that splash damage to the nade, well, Beezy actually able to back down, so a couple tags come through, and a Beezy who did not take damage, well, gets straight out, and that...
Jesus!
Woo! Snappy from Cell. I might be a little bit careful who you talk to a little bit of trash to, because that is just a turret in action. And he's shooting at the players before the players appear on his screen. He's more ready than they are.
That boy is keeping the Christ in Christmas. Lordy, what a run.
And he's getting coal in his stocking, too, because that is just wrong to have a moment like that.
Naughty list for sure. 6 and 2 after that round. Cellium, what a demon. I was expecting to see a snipe soon, but possibly not. Prolute the only man towards B. He's about to run in a whole load of trouble.
Well, Prolute actually taking the, well, not quite the exact same angle, but just about. Abizi read it for it this time, and took a more obvious one in that moment. Abizi, First Blood King, already over towards the site. The bomb right behind him. Man advantage and a flank coming through. Potentially, that gets red. Sim puts TJ in the ground, and a 2v4 retake with a snipe in hand. Good luck with this one.
Oh, he didn't see him. He does. He misses it. Damn. Sun Cell, though, gets a little bit of vengeance, and you may have just fed the beast. Now he's on a 4 spree. Temp's going to have to play this very slow. 1v4 spot. He takes care of one. Time not on his side. The B-bomb site is stacked right now with FaZe players. No hope in hell, surely.
Yeah, and it is worth pointing out for all the trash talk purposes, Cell is definitely a player that also loves to play this sort of psychological warfare game. So he's no stranger to it. He doesn't mind it, and he will absolutely be happy for it. If you come up in the S&D scene, you are not unaccustomed to trash talk and showing up in big moments. A couple rounds, and the RGC Cell, I think, is on a 4 or 5 spree, 8 and 2. He's got the hot hand.
Yeah, watch out. Streaks are very much nearly there, as it is a packed house. Hey, if you can hear me in the crowd, wave. Can you hear me in the crowd? Yeah, let's get it! You rock, Raleigh! 5 spree for Cellium. Oh my god, that's made my day.
I completely forgot about that.
You guys are amazing. Also, sorry, headphone users. Sweet nades out of TJ, First Blood.
God, those are just vicious snakes, though, too. I mean, that is absolutely ungodly. So, yeah, I'd be trying to kill Cell with the nade, too. Wouldn't want to do it with the gunfight, but you get the First Blood. TJ uses the dead silence to get in prime position. And Abizi is the one that gets the kill, but that just means the teammates are there for the trade. And TJ heard it coming a mile away. Big wins in a bounce-back round right there for Vegas.
Absolutely essential. And Tej, look at this. Smooth moves. Pumps the brakes gun up immediately. And Sim, on the jump there, you do ADS slower in there. So when you're in the air, it takes a little bit longer to get your gun up. TJ, firm feet on the ground, beams it.
Just good use. I think TJ is then probably the most aggressive player on the map for quite a few of these rounds. So 7 kills to his name on a bit of a burner for the moment. And probably a pretty important round as well. I know 4-2 is always sort of that sweet spot, and I think Atlanta FaZe wants to avoid it. A lot of action down low. Tears with their SMGs with Slasher in tow. But look what's happening up top. Now, they're doing this loud.
Wow.
They're making a ton of noise to make this play.
And this is going to only ruffle Atlanta FaZe. Are they going to win anything? Nah. A big one for Tej. Keep Slasher on the donut. Prolute downstairs. Pressure now on the bomb site. You're not able to plant in the window side. Oh, you have to plant towards the wall. Abizi with a huge fight win there, though. 3v2.
And all this, I think Abizi's going to hear it. Yeah, switches to a different corner. They know he's going to have to come through this door. And the 2v3, you know where one man is. Now on the top side, Clay's looking for a gunfight on Cellium, and I think Clay's just going to rejoin, take the 2v2 on site, maybe throw in some wall bangs, because the trophy's there.
Trophies are there. Here comes Tej. She's going to be the first player to fight. Cellium is going to get involved soon. Abizi, no problem. Clay might be able to read this, but he's never going to be able to take care of Cell as well. The chips were down for Vegas. They went all in on the bomb site play. They didn't pay off.
Yeah, kind of an interesting strat as well. Again, you see Vegas incredibly aggressive, just to almost like triple up like top office or whatever that room is called. But they did it loud, so obviously the repositioning was there. The gunfights were handy, and if again, you get the tears inside of that site, their teamwork always on point, and if they let them get the bomb down, happy for it. So tied up 3-3, and I'm telling you again, 10 kills. We're only 6 rounds in, dude has 10 kills. Potentially on a record-breaking pace here in MW2.
He's absolutely unbelievable, man. Incredible. Clavy Slasher. Keeping him off the kills. Es Mundo es Toyo, whatever that means. On the wall there. I hope that wasn't something really rude. I pray to God.
Wrong door. He wanted the angle to get up to the top tower, but I think opened up the wrong one. And funnily enough, he does that. Someone actually does cross to the top tower. So Abizi, the opportunity to make a flank it and make a play. as Abizi is firmly behind enemy lines.
Yeah, he's deep. He'll come across Clay eventually, but he's doing it loud. He's going to take some time to get there. Cell trades her out. Managed to catch at least one. Now that's going to get Abizi to move a little faster. Is he going to catch Clay? Yeah, easy. No problem. That might be the round. Prolute and Temp, the last player's up now. It's a 2v3. And they're moving their way over towards the B bomb. Oh, wow. Abizi, come on. 3v1.
I mean, that is MW2, and it's fine. That is absolute comedy. I'm telling you, when he was leaning down to, like, peek out the door, he wanted to open the close one, and for zero reason, the deeper door opened up the wrong direction, so we couldn't see the cross to the top tower, and Abizi gets gifted a free flank. So one of those things where you can do everything right, and the game just doesn't want you to win it. Atlanta FaZe will go up 4-3, and obviously on their way to getting that dead silence back again. Simps number is going to jump way up. It'll be good to go to have it for this next round.
Amazing. Patience from Atlanta FaZe. They started things off quite slow. And now they are picking up pace here on El Asilo.
What a gorgeous crowd.
You are very beautiful, Raleigh. You smell good too. We've been out there, we know. Here we go. Can Celium break 20 kills?
I mean, the fact that they're winning this game 3v4 for the moment, things are looking pretty good for FaZe.
Big gun time for Clay. Oh, you saw Slasher there. And Abizi found Tej somewhere out and about. So mid-map, wide open now. Prolute on the flank. Deddy still popped. This could be a major moment.
Yeah, he's going for, ooh, I don't know who he's going for, actually. I thought he was going to wrap around for Cell, but instead he's up top. You need the kill on Slasher, able to deliver. But no reset on the dead silence, but Clay actually finds the pick on Cell in the meantime. A 3v2. And Sim accidentally just dropped that bomb.
That's all right.
Or maybe intentionally.
Yeah, dropped it now. It's in the hands of Abizi. He's possibly going to make the way across to the bomb site now. Yeah, they've gone from B. Actually, yeah, they're going to do a full lap, possibly. B's clear. You've got no idea where Vegas Legion are now. And this is a difficult moment for FaZe.
And of course, Abizi, without the dead silence, now has to play much slower. And if that door is closed, that is a tragedy, because this is going to be obvious to the side of Vegas, but you might get a freebie. Is anyone paying attention? Thank you. Abizi gets the kill. He's going to get out, and maybe a quick plan on A. Clayster and Prolute, they got to jump on this.
They got to go faster. Final 10. Bomb's planted. Doesn't matter anymore. Noise. Nice angle there from Prolute. Oh, but Simpson in the corner. Here comes Clay. Perfect timing on this one. He's loud as hell, though. 30 seconds. Oh, the most unfortunate timing on the concussion as well. Clay, pistol. Man, he got one bullet in. Not enough. FaZe. Keep it going.
And what a breakdown as well in that round for the 2 versus 3. The dead silence plays don't even pan out for the Terrors. But then they just get gifted. Beezy making the quiet play up top. Temp gets left by himself. And I don't know if that was like a communication thing or a play call, because you see Temp trying to join his teammates after the fact, but he's just a little bit too late and the timing is not there. So either Prolute needs to help Temp sooner or Temp needs to get out faster. But either way, they just completely lost it. And now Atlanta FaZe 1 round away from winning this game. And I mean, selling to Beezy, 22 and 10 combined.
Ridiculous. Slasher.
He's hanging out.
He's hanging out. He's just happy to be here. He's a search and destroy. He may not have gone his way, but it's not to say he's not contributing to the victory. It has to be a funny moment. Dead Silence almost finished here for Abizi. He's almost done an entire lap of the map. Atlanta FaZe, it's a single round. They can tie things up, but so far, it's a great round out of Vegas.
And you want to not let this bomb go down, so you clear out one angle, but shots from up top, and Temp's going to get caught on the outside. Clay's going to get caught on the inside in a 2v4. How quickly this turns. No bomb plant coming through. And TJ and Prolute don't know what to do.
It's a 7 spree from Abizi. There's the bomb. And Abizi, he's still kind of loud. He's got everything to throw at these boys. TJ knows he's up there. Slasher gets on the board. It's falling apart. Prolute, damage dealt. Wait a minute. Prolute not down and out yet. It's a 1v1. Quick reload. Here we go, boys. Square up. Take the fight. Oh, my God! Oh, yeah! Prolute, what a win!
And right back to talking strategy for the next round. What a moment.
Ooh, That's a win and a half, Proloot.
And he was tweaking out a little bit before that because he didn't know
was.
where the chow was going to come from, so he's shooting everything, trying to be predictive, and as soon as he had it, he makes the right play of the wide chow, but then Abizi was a little bit quicker than he expected. It just doesn't matter with a snap like that. I mean, in fairness to FaZe, that would have been a 2v4 clutch. That would have been a dagger for Vegas, but a nice little moment for Proloot just to keep him alive.
Also, let's see how far Selden and BZ can get these kills going. What a performance from them. Proloot is feeling himself now, man. He is buzzing after that one. We heard the crowd from here. He must have felt it for sure.
Yeah, no, his thumbs are moving faster than his brain for the moment, and that's not because his brain is moving slow, but speaking of quick movement, boink, that's a quick way to get first blood. And Abizi trying to make a play with the tack, but he just gets caught. Now, if FaZe can 2v4 just about, a 3v4 is a lot more manageable and a decent bit of time to work with, and so many bomb trades that they go with.
Yeah. Oh, baby, when you strafe like that, you may come and go mad. Oh, Teach! Dives underneath one, gets himself straight into the kills. It's a 2v3. Vegas man advantage. Trophies are down. Celium is not going to stay up there for too long. He's going to get down in this fight ASAP. Slasher now moving on the inside as well. Slasher finds one. The knives may be out. It's hit fire there from Proloot. 1v1. Celium bomb recovered. Clay's got a snipe. There's so much noise being made. This is tense as hell.
Hey, Clay, you don't want to let him plant this. Clay's making a move. He might be loud, but he's got the pistol. Into round 11 we go.
Round 11. You wouldn't have it any other way. My goodness, Vegas, Legion. Another nail biter. Final chance to impart wisdom. Final chance to call the play now. What are we doing? FaZe, you cannot let this happen.
And you also cannot afford to get picked. I think Vegas Legion, have had a few rounds where they've been getting those first bloods. And I know it's been close, but they've still been converting. No sniper for this final round for Clayster. He's aggressive with attack, no dead silence. And a lot of angles and a lot of Atlanta players. You see that door open in Clayster. Yeah, he is in a tough spot. Simp able to get that first blood. Advantage for FaZe.
Yeah, Vegas were all in on this B side of the map push. They hit the field as hard as they possibly could, but now they're having second guesses. It's a doubtful turnaround, trying to get themselves in, but FaZe are all over this. They're riding the wave with them. They may not be here, but the counterattack will be there in a second.
You get the bomb down, though. You get the bomb down, and it's planted. You can actually spot this from up top. So as far as clutchable situations go, this is doable. Temp gets a first blood. Abizi's making a play on the bottom side of the map. And Temp's going to spot him out, but Abizi's got him tagged up. Temp trying to bide his time. He's going to fall 3v2.
Proloot sends it around the corner. Oh my God! Abizi, what a 1v1 win that was. Clay now has got to go massive. Simp puts him to bed. Atlanta FaZe do not let it happen. And my good God, Tyler Farris, the most ridiculous 2 kills in that round, keeps his team in it. We tie the series up. My God, what a search that was.
And I don't know if you hit him with the T-pose, the why are you entertained, or who do you think you're challenging like that? Abizi gets the revenge on Proloot for the one-on-one gunny and drop the 15 bomb on top of it. A ridiculous game number 2, a ridiculous game number 1. And honest to God, I think for Vegas around 11, that might just be painful because we are going to a hotel control where last time it was a hot 3-0 in favor of Atlanta, who clearly, maybe outside of Slasher, the guns are hot.
Guns are stinking hot. Well, guys, we're going to throw to a very quick commercial break on the other side of this hotel control. Game 3 and what has been a absurdly close and very, very entertaining series here in the winner's bracket. 250, 248, 6-5. Hold on to your butts. Control Hotel coming up after this break.
think that's a statement right there. But you got anything you want to say to the fans that's been supporting you here?
Yeah, the Ultra fans, you're the best. You support us through everything. I mean, I heard you guys even against the Optic fans, and they got smoked, so it is what it is. But, you know, we're coming for it all.
Hey, they coming for it all, okay? That's going to do it for me and Scrap on the main stage. Chris, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. And that is my new favorite player. Show us some love, Raleigh, especially for Scrappy's mom there in the front row, recording the interview. And even while he's talking smack, you can just see the joy of the whole family. Toronto calling out the rest of the competition, saying we need someone to shoot back. Ton, did it look that clean to you, though, watching upstairs?
Honestly, I think, when you look towards map number 4, Minnesota Rocker were shooting back, but it didn't seem to matter. The shots are there, of course, for Ultra, but the teamwork is the absolute prime of what their game is about. We were saying in the green room, okay, they're down by, 10 or so kills, and still the game was so close.
They were in the lead.
Their rotations, their 460s, their holds are so good. They are so well-rounded.
Let's take a look at one of the key moments in this series. We highlighted on the desk, Search and Destroy can help you win championships. Toronto, their search was clean. This is our scuff play of the game, Allie.
Yeah, and they were down, right? They were down when it came to the Search and Destroy, but the interesting thing about Toronto Ultra, again, is that you can never count them out, and we have to get on board with Scrap, the man of the hour in this 3v2, working on this crouch walk, right? He's going to find this player in this corner, but he's going to get taken down, so then it's left to Insight and Standy, and Standy says, well, I'll get them both for myself.
Yeah, and what we saw is like the issues that Rocker were having there on that B push. Like Cammy gets picked out of the white building in the back, like he has to stay alive there, so they have some assistance so they can't get pinched. And then also throughout this, like Toronto just kind of capitalized on the mistakes that Rocker was making. We've seen in both of the hard points, opportunities for Minnesota Rocker to run away with it. And what happens? Kitchen on map number 1, Kitchen on map number 4. We've seen it each time this team, Toronto Ultra, is able to rally a full 60 towards the end, and they get that into the W, man. This team looks so strong across all the game modes, still dominating.
Talking to all the casters, talking to all the analysts, it feels like Toronto Ultra, the team to beat here in Raleigh right now. The question is, how far can Minnesota Rocker go? Because this is a squad, they made it to the top 8, but now you're facing elimination in that first round of the losers bracket.
I will have to say, when it comes to the Minnesota Rocker, I remember the biggest question around was, can Afro continue to perform on land, whether it was nerves, whether it was non-liner situation? The answer is he can. The answer is that he absolutely
100%.
can. Afro has very much proved himself in the past 2 series Minnesota Rocker has played. The issue now is the consistency. Can we consistently do that here? You're now down in the losers bracket. The pressure is through the roof when it comes to Minnesota Rocker, who is supposed to be the first seed and the favorites heading into this event.
And we got one more matchup here on the main stage. We're going to see LA Thieves taking on the Seattle Surge. We're going to get a little preview of the action on Bravo on the other side of this commercial break. But why should people stay here in the venue? What's happening on that stage,
It's 2 champions from last year, 2 of our top 3 teams. It is going to be a banger. Sib is red hot on the other side of this break. It's going to be lit.
It's only day 2. Lock in. This is the Call of Duty League Major #1 for the 2023 season.
little things like that, all that moment and effort. Use the tack, use the Semtex to kill BZ, and then, hey, now it's Celium in your top bedroom. Nothing to wait for there. Clayster just doing a final 360 before he bites the dust. And round one for Atlanta FaZe, pretty comfortable, I'd say, overall. No real pressure on the B zone at any given point. They had the bedroom control whenever they needed it. Just efficient things coming out of Atlanta FaZe, and especially Abizi, 10-5 after one round.
Yeah, he really flew out of the search and destroy, scorching hot. Swap sides now. Vegas Legion will be on defense. We'll see if they can have the same perfunctory performance that Atlanta FaZe had. 3-1 split on the looks here for Atlanta FaZe. One going towards A. The rest, well, okay, 3A, 1B.
Setting up a trap towards the middle of the map. And Vegas might take the bait, but it doesn't matter if you take the bait if you win the gunfight. So Vegas actually just pounced their way through mid. Atlanta FaZe now forced back over towards the A zone, and I think the Terrors are very much feeling the fact that the Vaznev is back in full force. And if you want to see some 360 snake action, Celium coiled up and ready to go.
Coiled up, indeed. Well, while he's snaking his way towards A, let's have a quick listening with Vegas Legion.
You hit it to the spawn? No. We should apply pressure. Byron can spawn up and hold it.
I'll hold bed.
Oh, wait.
I'll hit left, bro. Hold it back. Yep. He's just doing it.
That's kind of thing.
I stunned him, Chandelier, Slasher, coming, going back broken. He went to broken. Slasher's broken. They're gonna push you our spawn, guys. I spawned out already.
Bottom bed. I got the guy on spawn.
Slasher in our spawn. We're missing Simp and Slasher. Slasher's in our spawn.
I have their whole side of bed. They can be top
Stunning dark. I didn't stun him dark.
One can be top bed.
On me, blue. Simp and Slasher in our spawn. Slasher in our spawn still. Slashers are dark somewhere.
I hear you, dark bed.
I have top bed.
One spawn, right? No.
Dub. Going around Chandelier. Celium, one shot. Going Chandelier, one shot.
Can you pick up top bed? I did.
I'm going back. I'm going to the back.
I did.
It's on me. He's going to kill me dead. I got one. I'm one shot here, though, bro.
And there we go. A little bit of back and forth there in the Vegas Legion comms. Slight bit of discomfort, Chance. And while we're enjoying the comms, hello to everyone on Alpha. You are missing out on a banger of a series.
Honestly, it has been fantastic and classic Vegas comms as well. On the B zone, though, that is a lot of players for Atlanta FaZe. The triple stack is in. Prolude trying to make the play. He's got dead silence to try to make it happen, but everybody laying down, and it baits you in. The ARs show up, and Clay there to get all of the trades, but not in time. A little too slow in Atlanta FaZe. Hit him with the quickness.
I cannot believe the timing on that one. I mean, you can see it in the final kill cam here almost. I mean, okay, Prolude gets taken care of there, but the dive from Clay, so close. Not enough, though. FaZe with an immediate 2-0.
It's weird in this game. It feels like it's almost like a frame thing of there's like an extra 0.1 seconds of like you have to be in there sooner before it gets captured. And Clay on the receiving end there, and Atlanta FaZe the beneficiaries. Last few times these guys played on this map, it was an Atlanta FaZe 3-0, and if so far these first two rounds have been any indication, Atlanta FaZe want to repeat that success.
I mean, I think what the biggest takeaway from this so far, and which we came into this with, is that Vegas still struggling to control. It's not an easy game mode. A lot of ifs, buts, and maybes, and so far it's just a butt whooping. Temps first blood, though, we should see a lot more love towards A. A little bit of B love as well. That's all going to come to a close now. Time to muscle up, take care of the push.
And you see Vegas trying to make plays on a few different sections of the map, but that doesn't mean they're actually easy gunfights to win, and maybe falling into a little bit of the trap is a couple trades coming through, but the slow capture looking like it's going to be successful. BZ not even going to chow, just going to dip out. A zone secured, extra minute to the clock, 2:12 to work with. With a Celium in your base, and if Celium's in your base, that means someone else for Atlanta FaZe is going to be in bedroom. That's going to be Slasher. Atlanta always have players in position.
Yeah, still. A little bit of a spread from Vegas Legion here, though. We might be able to still see something happen. Celium still running amok. On the other side of the map, Temp getting the kills. So right now, even in the life count. Over towards B, we're going to go in a moment. Temp's got bar control as well. So Slasher, the man with the trophies. Here we go. Looking to get TJ off the point, and he will. Not without taking a tag or two, but you've still got presence here for Vegas.
And Slasher's going to be still annoying behind enemy lines, but this is so many Vegas players that actually have most of these things covered. Clay has to get out one shot, though, and as he's diving away, they just get chopped down and never properly cleared out bedroom. Slasher there to make the play and set up his teammates to get the kills, and they still have not yet dealt with Slasher, let alone the fact that Abizi is now also in your spawn.
Yeah, this is great work out of Atlanta FaZe. This is a masterclass right now in defense. They're doing a really good job of just moving Vegas around. They are playing them like a fiddle. The puppetry in motion.
Good reads.
Brilliant stuff though. Temp now. A couple of clean outs. You've got bedroom control. Prolux on the flank. This could get Mixy. A couple. No, everyone's dead. Done. Selling got a 3-piece. My God. The play's done.
Yeah, you just get wiped out. I think maybe from what we heard in the listen-in of like Clayster being frustrated with the fact that Slasher in his spawn of maybe not always clearing out your base in a sense, but Temp making good reads to clear out top bedroom, so maybe a few players in the mix, but now Vegas are just going to get cleaned up and shot in the back and more or less contained. Temp behind enemy lines, and no one from Atlanta has yet turned, so maybe Temp and Clay can try to pinch the hill, but too many corners to check. Number 3 is looking for Temp, so Atlanta FaZe firmly in control of this game.
Yeah, really. And in 40 seconds, the game will be over. And we will be looking at Atlanta FaZe 2-1 over Vegas so far. But what a sensational series that has been. We can forget all about this map and get back to the nail-biting matches of the hard point in the search and destroy after this. Final 30 seconds. There is a chance for Vegas to get on this point. We're still roaming around as Temp. He's going to be shooting at absolutely nothing for a moment. We're still trying to work our way towards that point. Final 20.
Yeah, Temp's looking for the spawn kills. Meanwhile, Prolux like, hey man, can we just please go to this B zone? We are right here trying to knock on that door. Clay can't get the kill, but he's got eyes on 2. You know, it's couches in top bedroom that you're dealing with. Selim gets caught.
Wait a minute.
Couches gets caught as well, and now you can get 3 on the point.
You got 1, 2. Here we go. Diving on, stacking it up, Vegas, baby. Like chips, truly stacked. They've got it. There's no way they lose this one out, surely. As there we go, a brilliant turnaround, Vegas. They get on the board, 2-1.
And that's all it is, man. Those little moments. Clay's got the eyes on 2. You know someone's taking the catwalk to top bedroom. You get that kill. I think it was Temp that managed to win it over from the bar, maybe even the hill. And after the fact that Beezy was already 1 shot from Clay, so he gets caught couches. And it is always those weird moments on the map where you got players on different sides in each other's spawns, and it turns into almost like a TDM for the moment. But as soon as Vegas gets that wipe, jump inside the point, make something happen. Still a long way to go in this series, but it is a slightly defensive-sided map. I think 58-42 is the last I saw, so a small window of opportunity for Legion to try to force the round 5.
And if Legion can keep both of the zones safe, I mean, they're going to be able to net. What? I mean, it goes down to kills.
They're not
then.
keeping both zones. A's
of course,
catch on. A's get
they can. It's a big if. It's a big if, and now it's an open mid-map. I want TJ back there to do what he can to get over towards A, but the first 7 get long gone. Everyone else flooding on towards the A zone as well. Restaurant's about to get absolutely lit up, and Celium, good work there. Pressure forward, second segment, nearly done.
Well, no one's read the flank just yet, but that doesn't mean these gunfights are easy to win, especially Simp isn't going to chow, and actually does, gets eviscerated, so Clay the annoying player. It's sort of the theme of this map of the one guy over to defend A, but in the meantime, you actually do have pressure on B. Slasher's gonna be here, but with no trophy, so no dice in that situation, no funny business on the map, and Vegas keeping things in control on the defensive end. Push themselves up into bedroom and making sure everything is nice and slow.
Slow things down as much as possible now. Vegas, 2 minutes on the clock. 3 life lead for FaZe. Nothing too serious, but you just got a lot of kills. You're now going to be seeing a very, very awkward situation in the spawns. It's a mega stack. It's a full 4 stack. I'll throw in the towel. It's done. Clay, can you kill them all? Do what you can. Second segment. Clay, you got to go, mate. This is it. Quick contest. You've done it. You've killed all of them. My God. The first time we've seen that happen. Pressure on now. Vegas just bought a lifeline.
And we say you did none of it. Clay did none of that. That was his teammates. Prolux goes huge and a little bit of coordinated dive bomb on the point. But these players for Vegas, they are doing a good job of getting to bedroom, and then they just die. They have to start making moves, and Prolux going to fall. You just have Atlanta FaZe clearing it out too efficiently. TJ's sort of the next man up. You expect the trades potentially to come through, and I mean, it's done. You don't even have to challenge. You just have to stack the point after this. TJ on one side, but they don't even jump on. Maybe just in the nick of time, but no, you fall. It is done. Atlanta FaZe running you over on hotel control.
And FaZe, they've got their set positions when there's a 3-man stack. 2 players prone by the close wall, 1 man on the box. And unfortunately, that last player there, I think it was Clayster, he just hopped over those 2, and oh my. What an unbelievably unlucky moment. FaZe got 2 strikes at it and they managed to nail it, but a very, very interesting turn there on hotel control. Atlanta FaZe take the lead here in the series 2-1. as this very exciting series continues. Another hard point on its way.
And I do think that Control is a perfect example of why that round 11 for the Search and Destroy is haunting for the Vegas Legion, because they had not really any success at all in Control this year. Very much been a struggle point, and yeah, Atlanta FaZe able to take it to them. But that's just a setup for the maps and modes. Obviously going back to Hardpoint, that is the only map win Vegas actually have. Now they got to get it done on Mercado. And again, it's a decent map for them, like almost across the board, not counting the Hotel Control. It is good maps for Vegas. Obviously, the fact that I think I've seen a BZ go either double or triple positive in every single map so far this series definitely cause for concern when we go towards Mercado. And at the same time, I think for Clayster in both the Hardpoint and Control, roughly in the double negative territory. So not a fun time having to shoot back against Slasher and Celium. Also with those TAC 56s in hands, but those are the players I'm paying attention to going into map 4.
Double Mercado to close the series out. FaZe have been looking very, very spicy indeed, but man, Vegas are going absolutely dumb hard, man. And you got to tip it. You absolutely have to tip it. Vegas, they're turning around the entire brand, Chance. I mean, not only with a rebrand the name, but also the rebrand. They've already won more series in this weekend alone than they did in the entire last year, I think.
It's true. And, you know, outside of, well, even Control a little bit, maybe not compared to Atlanta FaZe, but a few teams in this league, a threat across the board in every single game mode. Their Hardpoint, pretty solid. They're right around that 500 margin, and their S&D has been pretty solid. Obviously, again, the pains of that round 11 might exist for quite some time.
All right, Call of Duty fans, we got one more series today to wrap it up. Y'all ready to get this started? And I know you guys are ready at home as well. And for the first team to come to the stage, I know you love them. It is your defending world champions, the LA Thieves.
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
Dylan Allen has picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it. Long, here we go. Round number 2.
Raleigh, make some noise. Here come the Thieves. Give it up for Envoy, Kenny, Draza, and Octane, the LA Thieves.
Los Angeles Thieves back-to-back champions, including that world title from last season. They got the reverse sweep over the Legion to kick off Raleigh, and now they just took down EU's best squad in Elevate with a 3-1 last night. One more opponent here. It's time to take down the Surge here on day 2.
Yes, it is, but Surge says they only got one more wave to get over to make it to day 3. Let's get ready. Here comes Seattle. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Seattle Surge. We have the magnificent Civ, Accuracy, Mac, and
The Seattle Surge come out into Raleigh. They win their first match versus the Ravens. They fall short versus Atlanta FaZe. But they respond today versus LAG Academy in a clean 3-0, and all was on the back of Sid. 1.7 in that series. That young man is a man on a mission. Blaze, let's get this one started.
He's definitely on a mission. It's time to get this mission underway. Give it up for your casters for this last matchup of the day. It's Merc and Maven.
Thank you so much, Blaze. All right, let's get into it. I don't know. This whole event, it's like, I'm not really sure what's going to happen. I'm not sure how people are going to play. I think for the Surge side, it was sort of like they have this pop-off ability. When's it going to click? Because the Search and Destroy has been so bad. Last night, it seems like things start to fall in line. We casted the Thieves match, though, and we were impressed with what we saw.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate really pushed them to the limit, though, right?
They did.
Obviously, though, LA Thieves, they have that pedigree of sort of having that system, and I think we really saw that in the control down 0-2, and then they just rip off 3 in a row. For Surge, I mean, today, you heard Study talk about it, you know, you have a 1.7 from Sid, but I think Fred was also a 1.68. They both go like plus 25. Your all-stars pop off on the Seattle Surge side, but Accuracy has a solid map. So does, you know, Mac have a really good match. This team, we know they're major champions. They can bring it.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about this Surge team, I mean, Lamar, you hope this to be a rock, especially a title like this where you think like people like him and Clay and Methods, like your slower sort of ARs, like this game should play to it a bit. I know we can play fast, but you know what I mean? There's a lot of pre-aim. Like you're holding with an AR, hit your shots. But the superstars, yes, on your screen, Pret, like that's got to be the guy. Sib's got to be the guy. Mac, I don't know if he's going to drop a 2.5 or a 0.8. I'm not really sure, but like he will be that swing, that swing in the balance of how they're going to perform sometimes.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We saw it last year at times. You know, if Mac was playing well, then this team just hit a new level, right? That's when they won
he's
the
like
major.
the best in the game, or he's like, all right, I don't know what I'm going to see sometimes.
It just feels like he can just hit a certain level that is almost ahead of Fred and Sib at times.
Right.
It's just, it swings the other way. But for the Seattle Surge team, I think they had some troubles with the online portion leading up to this, right? They go 1-3. Search just trying to figure it out. It's a much different Search and Destroy than, well, S&D in the past.
And even though you have like a system type player and Accuracy who's going to have a way he's going to want to play the game, you have a lot of young players, right? You do. So it might take some time for them to get going. But we weren't really sure with Thieves. Like we know, you said it, they have a system they want to play to. They want to get to that point. Last year we thought no one was going to figure out Vanguard. They finally seemed to click and figure it out. It seemed to be behind just really good communication and playing together. So you would think as long as this core can keep that egos out of the way, the sky's the limit.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, sky's the limit. And well, they've reached the sky before. World champions for a reason. But yeah, it did take them some time to find that system, to get comfortable, to really start to figure things out. They're hoping to do it a little bit earlier in the season.
I think they did not have a good year until the end. Like, it was very up and down, right? Like, well, to be fair, the only consistent force was really FaZe, all those second places. Like, can Thieves get a consistent year? Can you be the team on top, or at least a contender battling late into Sundays all year long? Because we think with this talent, you should.
Yeah, but you never know in the Call of Duty League. And a new title, it just happens to change things. It's a 3-for-3 trade, but Octane's going to find the final one and earn some time for LA Thieves here. And, well, it's going to be a restaurant spawn for all of Seattle Surge. Now, what do they want to do? And what we've seen is, you know, push this way through arches or try to push towards White and Chandelier and flip spawns for P2. Draza off a spawn to keep things messy. Nice little drop shot with the headshot. A multiplier landed onto Sib. Seattle gonna find that time, and now watch number 5. Sib, he's gonna spawn on up, and he's gonna go. Where do the spawns come in? And it's not good for Thieves.
Yeah, I think you had, what, 3 down there, and just, what, the ability of 5 and 8 to push through a bit. It's enough to influence them, they'd spawn out. But now, that number 4, like, if you can get a pick here, I say, if you get a kill, you might spawn in the back. That's probably worst case scenario. Everyone drops, you don't even give yourself a chance for a spawn in the back.
Yeah, but right now you have Accuracy and Matt kind of pushed out near P4. Oh, sorry, Accuracy, he's actually towards that check-in. They're trying to go around the back, but Mac and Fred were able to take down 3. Octane, he's gonna wait for the spawners to come on up, and you see Mac with the Vaznev, and maybe they're thinking 3 subs on this map, you know, on land.
Well, listen, every single
Well, no,
year.
Sib's got a second one. I'm being dumb.
But every single year I listen to AR this, AR that. Usually once you get to land and we start to get more reps, the pace of the game picks up, more subs start to come out. It's usually how the year goes. I know we're early, but
Dude,
we'll
just
see.
look at the top right. That is 13 kills in a row.
They're getting
Everyone on a
hammered.
streak.
They're absolutely getting hammered right now. Seattle Surge came to play in this map 1. Maybe you catch Steve sleeping a bit when Fred's getting headshots like that. Kenny, adios. Not a chance. 5 in a row down for Sim as he's working towards the precision, and we'll see if he can continue to make the plays. Just starting to push out, look for this next fight.
Yep, Draza going around the back though. Draza may have found the opening. Kenny though, he's gonna find one, but that's gonna be it. Pred and Sib staying alive inside a kitchen, and now you put together potentially 3 hills in a row, and it shows in the scoreboard. I mean, the slaying is one-sided. They're winning rotation, gunfights. Someone's got to wake up on the deep side.
This is sort of what we've been waiting for from Surge. Like, you would think that is a team with wild capability. When were they going to start to click? When were the superstars going to shine? And shining bright like a diamond right now is Sib. 8 in a row at 10 and 3. What a streak it has been. We'll check Mac for a second. But once the rotation comes in from Sib, we got to get back to him just to see the streak. But as you can see, he's kind of soaking up time in the old hard point as we get ready for the rotation. Look at this scoreline. 128, 130 to 10. An absolute stomp. And Thieves are just getting crushed here out of the game.
And that's what we talked about, right? Like, this map, it plays a little bit more traditional style. You get spawned out, and a couple of breaks later, you can just get bullied on the map. And that's what's happening to LA Thieves.
I mean, you've got the closest to even, I guess, Octane, like 7 and 9. You are triple negative if you are Envoy. You are not missing a bullet. Sim is a one-man wrecking crew. The young man just oozes with talent.
I mean, the entire team right now is already in double digits. And I just think if you're LA Thieves, just try to slow this down. Obviously,
Yo, bro,
Surge,
is that too soon?
Yeah, I mean, listen, they have a match under their belt today, right? And they've obviously are coming today with a new fire, right? They 3-0 LAG Academy. Thieves, they've been waiting. It's been a long night. Last match of the day, trying to find a couple of scrims,
And
but
you've
they
been
gotta
in that
wake up.
position. It can be tough, right? It can be.
Yeah.
But like, you got one map. This one map, maybe you just get pounded. You have to get hot. But like, you got to rebound quick. You got to. And at least the way Surge has been playing, Surge, you might feel all right for Thieves.
Well, Thieves, though, they're going to start to fight on back here. 4 in a row for Kenny. He's up to 12 and 12, but they're going to get that break.
So how important to you is it? Like, all right, we've had this before, where it's a map 1, you come out slow, you're getting just dumped on. How important is it for you to like at least see the guns get a little bit hot for something like this?
It's great. Yeah, extend this game on and say, you know what? We just had a slow start. We weren't shooting well. And now you can start to see as they're getting into their
So
setups.
like, even if you don't win, it's still important, you think, just to like show you got some fight?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
And it just comes down to kind of that. It's like, dude, we were just not locked in.
Yeah. It just makes it easier to maybe brush it off and look forward. Now, we're not out of it yet. It's now a 60-point game, so they're starting to chip away at this. But what was it at its worst? 130 to 10. So this has been, what, 70, 80 straight points for Thieves? Now just starting to put Surge on their back foot. Kenny now, cruise missile in, trying to get the comms up for the boys. Sees one, that should be Sib. Missile through, Sib blown to smithereens, legs, arms, torso, just gone.
And
Just
that's
blown apart.
accuracy who gets taken out. You do have a streak on the other side, but as we head to P6 towards this patio, it's going to be LA Thieves with the break. But off his spawn, here comes Sib and Mac. You have 1 player, 2 players hitting down low. Gonna rely on the rest of Thieves to try to hold on. Octane and Draza, the ARs, trying to do what they can.
Now this becomes almost a conversation of like, if you are Surge and you lose this, did your back just get broken? Because you came in, you threw a knockout punch, and they just got back up.
There's still a lot of work to do, well, honestly, for both of these squads.
But it didn't feel that way 2 minutes ago.
No, it did not, but accuracy, he's finding another 2-piece. We saw that inside a kitchen. Able to do it here again as they're going to find the rest of this trap time. Keep around that 60-point lead. LA Thieves going to look towards P1.
It's been an incredible rebound, but it's like the ebb and flow of the map. You know, you make that Surge now if you're Thieves, you take the full hit, front of that hit if you're Surge, and now what do you have? Show what you're made of, bounce back.
Right now, this is just your time from accuracy, just kind of soaking it up, but Octane's going to open things up for the rest of the team. Kenny trying to get aggressive, and there we go. That's going to be all 4 dead for Seattle Surge. How do Thieves want to play this? It looks like they're just going to hold middle of the map right now.
Now, maybe behind that, you see number 4. Oh, that's Envoy. He almost snaps on accuracy. But tell you what, Kenny is starting to go nuts. It just feels like he is always in the feed right now, stepping it up for the squad.
And this is the map where I was listening to Envoy talk with the boys about, where he said, like, first hard point, second rotation. I feel like it's so important. It was all last year. You dictate the pace through the second set. You can set yourself up well for second after a big chunk of time. And that's exactly what they've done so far. You get a great amount of time. Now, thankfully, for the Surge side, Mac is able to win a big one-on-one on the south side of it. I think Draza still trying to get in the action. Mac going to take him out as well. So Mac huge in giving them some freedom here, some breathing room as we get into our second hard point.
Yeah, and with accuracy in this spot, you're going to see that all LADs spawn in restaurant side. Still, though, within 40, LADs with a beautiful comeback here. But going to need a break here at P2.
And this is where they struggle. This is where the first haymaker really came in from Surge, right? The first time through this second hard point, they just dominated them. Never an opening at the back, locking it down. Accuracy winning is one. All the guys popping off as Sib continues to snap. The guys at 21 and 15, he's been a little bit more human. But Joe, so far, they're pushed out to a big lead yet again. At least you get in for a contest a bit. But is it going to be enough?
Yeah, you really just haven't had the spawns, right? Surge have been here, but again, the reinforcements from LA Thieves are there. They've contested some of this time. They're getting them off of that point, but the final 15 go their way.
Joe, it's
on
100 to 1.
rotation.
It's 100 to 1 at that point. Like in points.
100 to 1?
Something like that. I mean, it's got to be. I mean,
It's a Maven stat right there.
You got nothing except that tick for a second there if you were Thieves. I remember they got destroyed on both. Yes, I made that up, but...
Well, now over to P3. Draza's inside. He's the only man here right now. The rest of his team starting to push the caution. Draza, though, with the moves and Envoy, he gets inside with the 2-piece.
I'm a slippery snake.
He's able to find that play inside of Kitchen.
Now, Sib, he's here, but you don't have a lot of help. Wait for your teammates to start to group up and get to you. He's number 7 spawning all the way out back. Maybe going to try to develop a pinch as they get forward. 210 on the board for Surge. Now, trying to make the run and answer is Thieves. A little snap back, it leads to a team kill, but all the other kills come through for Thieves outside of Fred. Maybe the guy with a chance to make a difference, but it's not going to happen there. So you get that dominant hold at second. What do Thieves do? They answer at third, and now you're right back in this game. They get the rest of the time, Joe. We're looking like a 15-point game.
Right, did again just a great job staying alive in this game. Octane just quietly has just been. Well, he's got 29 kills, looking for number 30 on rotation. Envoy able to find the first one. Kenny was trying to work bedroom side. That's where the spawn's gonna come in for Seattle Surge. You're gonna have Sib and Pred out towards the front. Draza trying to cut them off mid, but a nice job by Mac with that kill. You're gonna see they're secure a lot of this time. And LA Thieves, this is not where they want to be. They're trying to get through. This is a nice hold from Surge so far.
It feels similar to second. It's like this southeast quadrant of the map, like whatever Surge are doing, they are locking it down. The openings are not coming through for Thieves. You got about 30 seconds remaining. Can you contest any of this? Because there's only 10 seconds left for the win here for Surge. They can close it out now. It was 5 in a row from Sib before he dropped. He's right there matching Octane. And yeah, he slowed down a bit off the Hercules-type start, but it's enough to get it done. Surge, they come in, they throw that first punch. Thieves, they respond, but Surge able to hold on. But now back to that question I asked you like midway through the map. That was enough from Thieves. He started to get in a groove, right? A bit?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously, you don't want to ever go down 100 to 10 or 100.
I think it was 130 to 10, something in that ballpark, yeah?
Yeah, some in that ballpark. They do a very good job. I think the second half of that map, Kenny and Octane really wake on up. But I think you get a really tough map out of Envoy, like 13 and 28 for him. And that's going to happen when you're kind of a sub running into setups constantly. It can be difficult to break. But Surge, they have struggled in Search and Destroy. Maybe that's where you look at a man like Envoy to lead LA Thieves and turn this thing around.
Yeah, and Lamar just kind of being that guy, soaking up the hard point time. You see you got nearly 2 minutes in that. Well, you let your young talent kind of spread out. But listen, yes, Thieves lost the map, but I guess I was impressed because I was at the point that midway through, I was sort of talking about, like, I think I said at one point, let's look forward to map 2. Like, they were just getting absolutely slaughtered. We'll see how bad the scoreline gets. But it ended up being, what, 80, 90 straight points from Thieves to get back into it.
Yeah, it was really here, right? On this rotation, Surge, they just were able to bully their way into P3. When you put together 3 hills in a row, it is not going to be a good time.
You don't see that all that often, like 3 straight?
No, it was just so one-sided in the slaying on the rotation. You can see it in the scoreboard, 90 points, but then the second half of this.
The next scoreline you see, it's like
LA Thieves, we're trying to bounce on back.
I will say one good thing, I think, is Kenny was a little bit, I think, inconsistent yesterday. Didn't always have the best maps, especially in respawns, but you saw it there. He was consistent throughout. If he's able to stay warm, that's when Thieves, we saw it last year, is at their most dangerous.
And now, when we start to look forward to the Search and Destroy, I mean, that's where a lot of the woes came up for Surge. They played a lot of Fortress. One of the stats where the guy's talking about, like, they just, once the bomb was planted, they had 0 retakes and defuses. Like, they lost every round in which it was planted. That can happen a lot on Fortress, but the Search has been iffy. But what wasn't this the LSE low? Isn't that what we casted Thieves on against Elevate? Wasn't they lost that one, correct? Like,
yeah,
they kind of got smoked, didn't they?
The subs really just, you know, couldn't find any success inside of that A bomb site, right? That's what it's going to come down to. A lot of those sort of 2v2 duels. You know, you can work the outer bomb sites if you want with the ARs, which is kind of what Thieves adjusted to. They were just in too much of a hole. So, again, Envoy struggled.
To get a rep, though.
Yeah, Envoy struggled in that map 1. Maybe here in the map 2, this is where he can be the one to turn things around for this Thieves team.
Well, I think yesterday was like the completely different thing for him. Didn't he have, like, he had a really bad search. Remember, he started like 0-6, then came out just hammering people on the map 3 control. So he's been a little up and down at times, but he showed his ability to rebound. That's what you expect from a championship caliber team, a world championship caliber team. Because Joe, I mean, you can speak to it. It's not easy to win a world championship.
No,
you got a lot of tournament wins, but that one could be tough.
That one got away. Yeah, that one got away. It's what
I'm not trying to like rub that in.
I get it, Clint. I understand. Yes, I did win one.
I just see you were one of the winningest players ever. Like, it's hard, man. And like they did. I know it's much different now in format. You can say it's easier. I don't know if it is. It's just you have to go through all the top teams to do it. But you had that one run. Oh, dude, I was rooting for what goes. So I casted a lot of that. I'll still never forget what was the Warhawk search.
Yeah.
Versus SB.
That's a good one. I like that one.
Round 6, they had 0 kills.
Yeah, that was a good time. No, but and even like just in terms of keeping the same roster multiple years, that hasn't been done too often. You had that NV roster from Black Ops 3 and Infinite Warfare. All of these guys know they're veterans. They know how difficult it is to win and raise that trophy. It took them a long time to at least win that first major.
And I think the addition of Shane was big for them. You know, we've had the privilege to listen to some of their comms as they work on stuff, and it's been, you know, people get on coaches a lot for what they do and think they do more than they do sometimes, or responsibility-wise, but like hearing Cap and Shane kind of work through the players and different stuff, like being able to listen, that's been great for me. Just learn and hear how systematic they are on trying to work on things. Just marking moments in the scrim. What did we do wrong here? Let's go back. Let's work on it. It's been very, very cool. But now to the other side of it, I mean, I guess Surge was a team, I think coming into the year, we had high expectations. Just based on the talent, based on what they did last year, why would they not improve, right? But I think for many, at least before this weekend, there was a lot of question marks, 100%.
Well, I think a lot of the questions marks were a lot of people probably wanted Sim and Pred on their team with kind of what they did last year. And, you know, after winning a major and then kind of falling off the last half of the year, especially towards champs, they wanted more. It didn't happen, and were they going to stick as a roster? That was sort of the big question.
What was the finish? Third?
I don't remember.
I think it was third at champs. Remember, they had all those absolutely insane series, right? We casted some of the hard points versus FaZe. They had some of the terrific moments. Third or fourth, I forget, dude. I've casted too much COD over the last 10 years at this point, but
yeah, it was just a question of, is this roster going to stick? And then coming into this, 1-3, but it's online, still early in the year. We're going to see if they can fix some of those search and destroy mistakes. And again, they 3-0'd LAG Academy today. They're coming out firing, they're coming out hot.
Yeah, I think it's just easier too when you're like a Pred or a Sim. I mean, Pred seems to me, he is definitely someone that feeds off being in a live venue, like feeding off the crowd, like 1,000%. You've seen him.
I'm sure after some of his maps at champs last year, nothing is gonna feel the same to him.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we're online. I have a crowd. Like, no one see what I just did. But now, to the YY God.
This is a ton of info already. Only problem is he's got to open that door. And they're probably going to hear that, you would assume. But it's kind of on him to maybe make the play or just get some horrendous timing. We're going to find out. At least going to find the first blood, but a nice trade by Sib and with the snipe in hand.
Oh, I didn't realize he got the kill before he dropped, at least. Yeah. I mean, good for Kenny in that sense, but yeah, very, very quick trade. My lordy, the centering there from Sib. The instant he is scoped in, it is on the right eyeball of Envoy, just plucked. That is what we talk when we talk about centering. That was beautiful.
Yeah, Octane's gonna get Deddy here, so he's gonna be the one making the play. Draza probably waiting on him. He finds the kill, just clearing inside a bar. What's the timing gonna be like for Draza? It's not great. Octane, though, gonna make this a 1 versus 1 with 20 seconds remaining. Sib just trying to do what he can. But the Deddy actually resets, and there we go. Octane with the Deddy play has time for the defuse. He hits 3 in the round.
You know, I didn't realize the Deddy was still up at first. He's hammering through doors.
Right, it's the reset.
He's gonna hear him stomping, but yeah, the reset just enough to get there and make the play. You're thinking Sib has any idea. I'm not doubting he's hitting a snipe after the shot we saw. But we'll see it one more time. Yeah, I think he had a Vazcap to work with at that point as well, but Octane with the clutch to get them up 1.
Yeah, and I think a part of like Octane's gameplay that sometimes goes under the radar is honestly his search and destroy.
Well, because he has the worst search teams of all time, Joe. That's
like
why.
The last couple of years, but yeah, his search gameplay has improved. Well, at least his teams have definitely.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there were times. Remember, there was one year where he had like the #1 search KD, but his team like won 1 search or something. Like some of those years, like statistically, were so funny. Shout out Nicky D. It's a hit marker for Sib as he shoots him in like a quadricept. I'm not sure where that one went, but doesn't quite take him out. Now Octane's turn to rifle up a shot. He's on 3. It's Envoy though. That's working around this deep flank. Deddy about half left in it. Up to the tree stump we go. Trying to get the movement on. Where are they? Deddy about to run out. Sib able to hit a shot. Now Draza able to pounce. Envoy, he's still searching, just looking for these players. They should have no idea he's in behind enemy lines, and there's the freebie finally.
He's been looking for him forever. Yeah, like the skirmishes are going down. Like, you know, I mean, his teammates are probably like, dude, they're right there. Envoy looking for him.
Joe's so flustered.
Just some of the timings he got with it were not great. Accuracy's gonna take down Octane. That's gonna leave Envoy in a 1 versus 2. No dead silence. He used it early in the round. He's gotta get this bomb down. It's been a clutch in round 1. Can they find another one here in round 2? I mean, with the Vaznev here, you at least have the sub in this position.
It's all
close to Deddy, but they're just waiting for him. The nice patience from Accuracy and Max. Just keep him trapped in there. Should have tied things up.
I mean, this title with the time to kill, it's tough to win that type of situation. He would have had to hit a wild snap onto somebody. Not going to happen there. So we'll get to 1-1 once they.
We're just going to hang out for 30 seconds.
Accuracy's that silence is real low. So just build that up a bit.
Yeah, so for everybody tuning in, wondering why the heck aren't they defusing that bomb? They're trying to just get their field upgrades percentage up as high as they can. Make sure they have a trophy, dead silence, or at least close to it for the next round.
Yeah, that wait a little bit longer. So I think his Deddy was real low.
I mean, if that timing maybe goes a little bit better for Envoy. And Sib, he was able to hit another snipe there onto Kenny. Sib repositioned. Envoy was just climbing that mountain, trying to get on top of that tree. He was just having struggles with it.
Yeah, maybe if the movement's a little bit cleaner and he gets an earlier kill, maybe it goes a little bit different.
You can see you're going to have 3 Deddies up for LA Thieves with Octane's about to get there. Close those doors.
Yep. If you're coming through, I'm going to hear it.
Again, Kenny working up the right side of that map. This is really what LA Thieves have found. It's been openings in the setups, but it came down to a clutch. Envoy with that first blood.
This is one of those rooms, like your trophy's your MVP. Like, Envoy just feels untouchable once he has his trophy down inside. It's not an easy clearance. Now as Kenny works his way up the map, Sib's gonna get caught trying to hit some snipes. That's actually a 2-man push. They've got all 4 up, Mac and Accuracy. Left to try and clutch. Accuracy, obviously a part of some of the greatest search and destroy clutches we've ever seen, but not gonna happen here. Everyone chopped to bits. Back and forth we go.
Yeah, and LA Thieves, again, just finding the openings, just taking risks. We didn't see this too often yesterday. They were playing really around that A site, and Elevate was just picking them apart.
Oh, I mean, we saw it yesterday. Elevate, I think it was Harry, got like a trophy down on that bomb site, and did 1 by 1, they're challenging him. He's just destroying them. They threw so much utility in, just couldn't clear it out. I was like, the trophy's the MVP of that round, because it just kept them alive and set them up for easy gunfights. Envoy's like, all right, my turn. Got the first blood.
We'll see though, Surge. I think on their offense is going to probably have to just sort of spread out, find more info, or at least just go a little bit quicker towards A if that's what they're going to continue to do.
Kenny's just swan diving back and forth, practicing to be an Olympic diver.
Is
Got
that
the
in the
form,
Olympics?
got the form for it.
Okay.
Yeah, those diving boards.
I don't know if that'd be a good form for it though. It's like a belly flop, but you have to be like straight.
Just broken ribs. That's what you're
Okay.
saying? Well, Draza and Envoy, they combined to shut them down. Accuracy's just watching his whole team get sliced apart. Accuracy last alive, eyes on a one, some nice tags in, but not gonna be enough. I think Octane, you see at top left, he is like one bullet, but now gonna reach him back to full, and there's the chow. Now 9 HP for him, we'll see you later. A clean round from Thieves.
Yeah, we saw it from the outside, not from the inside, but Thieves, I mean, not allowing Surge to have any trades. It was very clean near that A site, and Octane, anytime he has a long-range fight, he's got a good chance to win it.
And I think they had to have took couple things they learned from that match versus Elevate, because they were outclassed completely here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you play a team like that, just take their strats.
Yeah.
Screw it.
Like this worked against this.
What did they do well?
Yeah. 3-1 now. 5-1 start for Octane. He was
just with a streak.
He was the main guy.
There's 2 clean sheets in a row. 8 kills for LADs, all balanced out, 2 apiece.
That's something you love to see as a teammate. All right, everyone's getting it done. And once again, it's Envoy with his trophy here. They are throwing everything they've got.
Well,
finally,
it's gone now.
The trophy's going to be up, but what do you have left?
You should have a couple of these if you use some tags, so they're going to try to find it now. The nade not going to connect, but maybe trying to bait Kenny in. There we go. We're going to start off with Brett. He's going to chow, but Kenny and Envoy just doing such a good job finding those first bloods and playing their life.
Again, it's like the trophy's the MVP, though, because it's like you don't give them an opening. You get so much information just due to the number of things as well. Like, you know you've got multiple players in this position. Gives Kenny a chance to get in. This might be 3 clean rounds. It is. The snipe gets hit. That's 12 straight kills now for Thieves. They have taken over this search and destroy.
And similar to what Thieves had to do yesterday, I think Surge might have to start working that out our bomb site. I mean, especially on offense. Or you have to go faster inside, because the way Kenny is working this outside, you either kind of bait him in and leave Envoy alone, or you have to go at him, right? Just send all your resources, take that bomb site over. But right now, Surge is going to have to switch things up.
This is where the woes have been, really. The struggles have been in search and destroy. Pred is 1-5, Mac 0-4. You ride the high of that map 1, but now you're sort of just running into a wall. Is everybody. I mean, just look at that top left. Thieves popping off.
You can see the way that LA Thieves kind of...
This guy thought he was Aaron Rodgers in his prime, like...
But they kind of value this side of the map, right? A lot more. Kenny jumps across. They try to get Octane out as well over towards that tower. He's going to have to back on up. Up top, finally, a first blood, a kill. Their first in 3 rounds. Fred's going to find it, and, well, he's going to go hunting. Little do they know, though, Envoy is behind him. And it's with Kenny again.
Look at number 8, though, starting to leak their way up. There's a chance Octane's going to get caught here.
Or is he? He's like, I don't see anything. I'm going to turn around.
Yeah,
he just get a feeling sooner or later what's going to happen. Envoy, he wraps back. And Octane with some beams onto Pred.
Oh, my God. Pred thought he had the opening, just sneaking his way up. Now Max got a clutch. This is a big one. Try and stop the downpour. That has been Thieves. Just annihilating a Mac. Another one. Sinners, well, hits a bullet, but just not going to be enough. And that, they pull off the 3v4. You finally get the first blood behind Pred. And yeah, it's just somewhat, the Spidey senses maybe tinkle a little bit there for Octane. Like,
yeah, it has to. And that's sort of the difference just in this title, right? I mean, if Pred has a dead silence perk, he's going to hit that much faster.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah, right, Octane's dead, but that just doesn't happen. Pred just wants to, I don't know, he doesn't know where everybody is, doesn't want to alert everyone, give up a free kill.
Instead, he's like an 87-year-old grandma of 6 crossing the street. Like,
pretty much you, yeah.
Yeah, okay, Joe. I know that I'm weak and nimble, but...
Oh, dude, you're going to start doing yoga, dude. You're committed.
Well, weak and nimble, that's not what I meant to say. I'm not very nimble either. I'm just weak. Fragile, I think is what I was going for. One more round, needed for Thieves.
Yeah, two. Again, an opening. Draza able to find 2. Looking for the third knife.
Go stab him! Put your gun away and put your knife through his jugular! Oh.
That was violent.
I'm sorry. I got really in the moment.
Cruise missile
Mac
in.
down.
That is it. LA Thieves dominance in map number 2. They just found opening after opening, whether it was Kenny or Envoy with the sub, and then in that last round, Traja. I don't know if they knew something the way Surge wanted to play the map or what, but they just took the entire map away from Seattle Surge.
Hey, it felt like the opposite of what we watched with Thieves on that map last night. Like, they were outclassed. They weren't finding the openings. They were getting punished. It's, to me, I have to talk to Cap and them, but it seems like they went back and watched that and were like, what was messing us up? What were we struggling with? And they brought it to the table today.
Well, yeah, I think there's so much focus on the A-bomb. Those sort of outer lanes tend to be open.
Yeah. But that to me just strikes you as a team that did their homework, prep for today. You had all day, right? Like you were watching matches. You got to work some on improvements you got there. But what a map from Octane. I mean, 901. That's some impressive stuff. Not a stat line you're going to see all that often as he takes over. The entire team does. And now you sit here, that 1-1. You brush off the difficult map 1.
Yeah, I mean, Envoy too, he bounces back, goes 7-3 in that game, but just a beautiful game from LA Thieves overall. I mean, you get 3 rounds in a row where you don't give up a kill to Seattle Surge, but we're headed back to Hotel Control. And I mean, this has been a close map, I think, the entire weekend for everybody, right? Just sort of that offensive strategy versus can a defense win one?
Yeah, except for, I mean, what we saw when we were casting it for Thieves yesterday here, their defense and their mid-map aggression and just control was methodical.
Once they got hot.
Once they got hot. They were in a hole early, 100%, but once they got hot, it was very impressive to witness. But Surge, alive. Thieves, alive. Tied up 1-1. Who's going to make the run and continue on inside this championship bracket? We got a lot of Call of Duty action to come, but for now, we head to a quick break. When we get back, that map 3 control.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Hello and welcome back. We get ready for the map 3. All tied up. Yeah, Surge came out with the Haymaker. They came out so hot in that map 1. Thieves, they bring it back. It's a tight map, but Surge able to take it. It is then electric. From Thieves, that Search and Destroy is dominant. I mean, there's that, 3-4 round stretch where you don't even allow a kill. It's funny because we were joking about your, back in Ghost when you didn't allow a single kill on SB. I'm like, here we go. Like, that stretch was so dominant, but it, obviously ends after the 3 rounds. But impressive stuff there from Thieves.
Well, I mean, it was just so decisive, right? They had an idea, a game plan, they stuck with it, and they found information. And I think just info in this game, it seems to be so important with how reactive you have to be.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's always the case, but even more so in this title. And the respawn, just figuring out where teams are spawning, kind of where is their push coming from, and then in Search and Destroy, just, I mean, yeah, because it feels like everybody kind of gets to a point and slows down, right? They have an idea of where they commit to a site. There you go with that, but it looks like we're gonna have a bit of a game reset before we head into that hotel control between these two teams.
It's a tie. Now,
it's a draw.
Yeah.
We don't do that here in America.
Yeah, wait, when is that game?
Sunday.
Sunday? I'm going to find a way to watch that while I'm casting probably.
It's 10 a.m. You'll be all right.
Oh, yeah, I will actually.
Yeah, you'll be okay.
Okay, I'm down. That'll be perfect. We're going to take a look at some of the series stats right now. Octane, he started off like around even in the map 1, then erupted. He ends up like positive 10. The Search and Destroy, he goes 9-1. You see the stats from him there overall. I mean, it's like a weird 1.5 acres at a 9 KD in Search, but considering how that hardpoint started, I don't want to say he was the one keeping the minute because they were down like 120, but like he was the only one like not getting bodied early on, so he might have been like the one voice in the comms that was sort of like, all right, everyone take a deep breath, we're all right. Which sometimes be the case. Like the one person not getting slaughtered can sort of be that guy.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Just kind of slow down. Like let's regroup. I mean, almost an incredible comeback. You see him there laughing with the guys. I mean, you know, they were used to get a lot of hate for that, cracking jokes, having a good time on stage.
Well, we'd go back and see them playing like League together and stuff. He'd be on Paths of Exile. They're all just hanging out and laughing. But like,
yeah, that's what's awesome about that team. They're just always having a good time.
That chemistry and just the communication, which it really feels like they have really good communication avenues, especially with working through problems and stuff. A big part of why they saw the success at the end of last year. Now, how is that communication going on the other side of the stage? As Surge, just kind of quiet right now. I mean, not a lot to say. You started a map and you had to reset, so not a ton to be vocal about, but
maybe accuracy doesn't let them talk until they get a map.
Yeah, right. But would you want to see like anything here right now, though? Just kind of getting you ready for the map, or it's sort of like everyone just chill, focus on your.
I mean, I'm sure they probably already talked about it, right? The coach was on stage. They were figuring out breakoffs, where they wanted to go, starting on offense or defense. But just trying to figure things out as we work through this and get this map underway.
Well, I love listening to player comps too. Listen in sometimes we get to hear them in scrims, but I just love it because, listen, not every team has like a true in-game leader. And like when you look at like something like CS or something, usually like your in-game leader is not necessarily the person putting up stats. It's a very difficult job to do. In this game, I think you can do both and see people still put up numbers, but like it needs to be more of a team thing because I think you can probably speak to back in your career, but like when you're doing well, easy to lead, right? Like we're doing well, keep it going, boys. When you're getting bodied though, sometimes it can be hard. You need somebody else to step up. Like it's just difficult.
It's not even, the hard part is when you're losing.
Yeah.
Other voices start to come up that like we should actually be doing this, right? Just trying to sort of balance.
So I'm thinking like other voices help, but it could be worse. Like,
yeah, that's how you start arguments, right? Like this guy has no idea what he's doing type thing. And
well, that happened a lot in Vanguard because no one could figure out how to play the game, remember? Like,
but that's with, the reliance on the coaching staff and all of the resources these teams have. But it's going to be LAD starting out on offense. Civ going to be challenged in the middle of the map. Draza's going to win that one. But it is trades back and forth. But Octane able to find the one-on-one on B. And he's just going to pause that clock, try to do it again as Mac challenging from couches.
Yeah, Mac hit some lovely shots with the Vazim in the first fight. Nearly just annihilates Octane. A moment after, he's able to, following up the nade as well. It just, no opening so far on the B. I mean, you almost get that first tick, but not quite able to finish it. Let's see what Envoy, the Reaper, able to do.
And this is where things kind of slow down. You spawn up if you're LADs right outside of kitchen. You're going to get on A, leave one person on it. Everybody else is just gonna go looking. Can we make it play in transition over to B? Can we just find a couple of kills? But it's Draza sneaking on through Fred though. He's watching it. Making sure this man cannot make anything happen, but he's got his duo and Kenny to help. And now with 2 kills, this is what they're gonna look at. Hey, where are these guys set up at? Can we get on this point?
That's where maybe he's gotta get down. Kenny's trying to chow him up top there with a tag.
I respect the hell out of it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess he was feeling himself after he helps Envoy. He's just chowing a wild.
I want my sub players chowing that all day.
All right.
It's confidence, oozing it.
Yeah, he was not lacking that. Envoy up to 6 and 2. 3 kills in a row for him. Lives-wise, just about square. Trying to re-peek up top, not going to work out. You might be losing 3 players here. That is going to be the case. So far the defense good enough for Surge, but you got a long ways to go. Still a minute 40 on the clock.
Yeah, but it relies on a lot right now. Mac and accuracy, just locking down bedroom.
He's actually in bed, bros.
Envoy trying to find that first kill, and he does, while the rest of his team is working up the opposite side of the map. Trying to basically just set up this pinch.
He held that on his forehead.
Yeah, Sib just gets stuck. I mean, on top of that heady, but Envoy, again, just looking around, he knows people are lurking. Surge doing a very good job after giving up A. Nice defensive hold so far.
Well, you can see like the white arrows on the map, they're pretty pushed up, these make cuts. Like kills like that from Sib just stagger the push even more. You follow it up if your accuracy, that's the kill that you
that's
need
3
to
dead.
get.
They didn't know Octane. Octane is here, and that's all. Now 4 dead. They're gonna stack this trophy already down. Maybe 1 push is up to the desk. But they're in a great spot. Yeah, that's just the trade's not there, and then they let Octane sneak on through. Almost 2 ticks in. Envoy's gonna find number 3 with the headshot. 5 in a row. And well, I kind of cursed him. I said it's been a great defensive hold, and now it is not LA Thieves. They capture B.
It's not all on him, but like when you have the mid-map fights like that, and you're gonna push out a little bit more aggressive. I mean, the one thing you gotta really try and avoid is a really quick like 3-4 down, right? Like that's what puts you in a bad place. And like you're trading effectively, and then accuracy doesn't.
Well, and I think you saw it kind of when we were on board with Pred. They had an idea that Octane was behind them somewhere, or someone may have snuck through. He kind of looked at it, but Octane just waited patiently for his team. I mean, Octane literally died 2 times that round. 3 and 2. My man was hanging out.
Yeah, he's chilling.
You had 17 engagements versus 5.
Nah, he's chilling.
Yeah. I want to do that.
Yeah. It's Deddy out instantly for Envoy. He wants to get aggressive behind this. You just have a little bit left. He can get there in time. Able to get the top bedroom pick, and he just goes soaring out like he's Batman. Unfortunately for him, Mac with a quick snap. The comms on point. They're Mac with another one. That'll be 3 straight for him. The Mac attack. Big Mac making the plays here early in the round.
Well, I actually didn't know Mac was in that position. After he finds that first kill, he thought the next challenge was going to be on that player, but Mac kind of snuck on through towards Bar, wins the first gunfight, then snaps on to Envoy. So that's going to be done already. A nice start here for Seattle Surge. A lot of work to do. Over towards A for LA Thieves.
Yeah, and Mac just picked up 3 kills like all over the place. Like that was just a terrific individual moment.
You can do this, but it's tough to do for 2 minutes.
Oh yeah. This will be a long hold.
Or not a hold at all. 4 dead, all right.
All right, that might be it. I was saying they're gonna hold.
Shout out to that trophy, dude. Big kill right there.
Nice job, Octane. That's gonna be the first bit of progress. Second about to be done. They are all posted up, and that was about as clean a break you're gonna see. Mac, by the way, was 6-0 in the round until that point. Now you get a pretty clean break on the other side. Unfortunately, you still have a minute 40 to go, and they got 2 points of progress, but you get back in pretty quickly, pretty efficiently on the other side for Thieves, too.
Yeah.
But, well, you're down 6 lives.
Yeah, nice teamwork for LA Thieves. Well, again, it's this info game. Envoy's trying to figure out where is this push coming from. You have accuracy on opposite side of the map. Envoy, he's just kind of looking, and now they know. 2 players on the flank. Kenny trying to activate middle of the map. But Octane has to back on up, and look at this play from Fred. Just kind of baiting this out, just waiting for this, and 3 players are going to challenge. Draws it, though, somehow snaps. Now maybe an opportunity to save this. Maybe, but Sib, he's going to find another one. That should do it as the headshots come in.
Oh, dude, it just seems like 2 bullets, bro. When you're hitting those headshots, just laying people out, absolutely clothesline. But I mean, it comes down to at least two things for me. I mean, max play, visually early in the round, it gets them out to like a 6-0 start.
That was it, yeah.
And then once we transition over to A, I mean, it was just they broke through and got 2 points progress right away. But Mac, I mean, once Envoy made the Debbie play to top bedroom, I guess I was thinking like, all right. But then he went like full on.
Well, he doesn't know Mac's there, right? They think there's one more lower B, but it's actually Mac who, again, he found the first kill on the Envoy's teammate. And as soon as that happened, he's like, well, I probably shouldn't have jumped out of this window.
Yeah. If he wouldn't have and plays that a little bit slower and plays his life, maybe that plays out differently. I don't know, but it's a great play from Mac. Yeah, that guy thought he was just floating.
Yeah, I respect it.
Oh, yeah. No, there have been some egotistical challenges, Joe. Maybe other teams tonight had time. Sib, the shots continue to be clean and lovely to Sinring. Still, so on point. Pred, real life, bobbing and moving in game, bobbing and moving. Trying to take the fight, but it's going to be Envoy that will be able to take him down. Guy's game plays is crooked and backwards, twisted as his headset.
This is what we saw in round number 1, right? Just these keeping one player on, but Sib actually sneaks on through. Is able to find Kenny on the point. So now you have Draza and Octane kind of on their lonesome. It's a bit of a 2-2 split, and the two players at A, they're just trying to find Sib. But Octane and Draza getting kills are like, all right, maybe let's just go to B. Let's just go to B. We know where they're spawning. Let's try to find the one player in Mac. But Mac's able to get one, backs on up.
Oh, he gets Envoy too. Envoy, I mean, he goes to look down bottom ladder and they just read it. Now you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. But Kenny and Octane, they win those two fights. So you're still here on the point. You still stop the clock for a while. Poor Envoy comes flying in. I think it's a nade, like one bullet. He is just decimated. Octane still just trying to be a slug hidden in the grass. There's no grass there, but he was trying to hide. 20 seconds now to go. 3 kills through for Surge. They're trying to fan out across the map. You're going to be able to get onto A. You spawn out driveway, you get onto it quick, but you've been holding on, and that 5 lives, that can be big too. You're up a bit out.
I mean, they're thinking about retaking this. You have Mac working the pitch right now through Kitchen.
It's like, do you throw your lives away, though, that bit of advantage you have if you don't get this?
Well, I don't really think they care. They try to go for it.
It wasn't much. It wasn't much.
Yeah, with that timing. So now just a minute and 15 for LA Thieves. They're able to get one tick at B. Envoy starting to get it going. Now that's 3 dead. Fred off a spawn, trying to get to this position. Does not win the gunfight. He gets team shot down. And just like that, off that transition where they go for A, try to retake it.
Am I crazy that I'm thinking it's going to be about a minute 20, you got a 5 life advantage and just play tight, play kills?
You're not crazy. It's just a call. They go for the retake. It doesn't pan out. Kenny, Envoy, they close the round out. We've seen that since Control has been there. If you want to go for it, you can. It's just there's a risk to it.
Yeah. I guess they just sort of went out. I thought it was going to go.
And maybe they don't care.
Yeah.
They want to maybe offense round 5.
True.
Maybe they don't care.
I think this is one of those maps that doesn't seem to matter too much. Like you win it on either side of it 100%. Kenny, all chuckles. Beautiful smile. Having a blast. I mean, that's what's fun about all this, right? We're playing video games. Have some fun. I know there's a lot of money on the line, a lot of pride, but enjoy yourselves.
Surge's gonna go right back to this B hit. It worked last time through. See if they can get it to work again. A little bit slower. Nice little bait and switch there from Octane and Draza to find that first kill. But Fred, accuracy, just holding, trying to lock it down. Octane able to play his life and goes for the reach out. At least gets a couple of bullets in.
Bro, I thought Draza was like a gopher. He barely got the top of his head up and was just gone. The headshot comes through from accuracy. Incinerated. But now they'll start to group up on A. And work the progress here. Starting to push forward. Just nice patience there with the preamp. Octane takes the fight.
You have a couple of plays kind of developing. On the other side of the map, you have this sort of this 3v3. On the opposite side, it's sort of Envoy and Fred looking for one another. They've been doing it for like the last minute. Bullet just trying to find that one player kind of lurking on an island. Mac, he's going to try to take that shot, but not easy to do.
Yeah, I mean, that was what, MTAR or Vector back to Ghost Joe, and you're hitting that. That guy's dead.
right back to it.
Yeah.
But A now done, and Matt just goes right up that staircase. You do not have bedroom control if you're LADs, but it does not matter. How does Envoy get 3? And maybe Civ is here to respond, but doesn't do enough.
It just erupted. The kill feed is Envoy. Just what a play. Got a lot of big multi-kills as Mac just comes bouncing around the edge. They win the fight now. There is a team kill. Max gonna get taken out. How costly is that going to be?
Gives them a little bit more time to work with. Nades are now in as well. There we go. There's the retake behind that. Yeah, I mean, maybe if Mac is there, accuracy can play differently.
Nice shots, Lamar.
Well, Mac off a spawn, so right back to 3 dead.
Yeah, it seems like it's like we get 3, you get 3. We get 3, you get 3. Just back and forth, and there's like a one-on-one going on mid-map.
That favors Surge, though. I mean, they have the life advantage. Now, second take done. These, if they're going to go, they have to try and retake it now. Or we are heading to a round 5, and that's the way it is looking. Round 5. Here we go.
Not going to get there. Surge able to clutch up. And you survive a couple of frustrating moments. Maybe with the team kill, you think things might slip away. You regain control, but it felt like there was always enough pressure there that like you didn't let Thieves like get into much of a setup. And now a big part of that was Lamar. Like when accuracy was mid-map,
yeah,
he was winning some ones, he was getting some picks.
Through.
Like he didn't ever allow them to like get into like a 4-man setup.
And they never had bedroom, never had anyone.
What was
sort of
impressive about
patio
Thieves' defense when we watched them really be successful? They had mid-map. Like you had Kenna, you had Draza making plays mid, finding picks. They were the ones cutting off those transition players. There, at least towards the end stretch, I mean, it was Lamar.
But the slang goes the way of Seattle Surge. So that means round 5 for offense to LA Thieves. Most of them are going to try to switch things up and go towards B. Maybe a team shot coming through. Trophy down, you got to protect accuracy. One player is behind enemy lines. That's Civ. Now Envoy's got to deal with that. Or is this going to be another 3 for Civ? It sure is.
Civ, what a talented young man. I mean, he's sitting on a similar stat line he had in that map. 1, now up to 30. Another 30 bomb. Horrific timing on Envoy as he started to push up the back steps. Can Surge hold on? It would just be a story of people bouncing back if they're able to get this map 3 victory. There's one person lurking over towards that A side. It's going to be Pred. Seeing what Pred's able to do. He gets one, he gets dead, he gets out with his life, still being a nuisance. This is allow the rest of the team to start to rotate over, Joe.
Yeah, he's just wasting time. He's wasting time and resources for LA Thieves right now. That's his goal, but he does end up getting caught. I feel like every time we say something, then there's like a 3 or 4 dead.
Yeah, it looked good for a sec. Like, I saw him get his daddy off, get to his spot, saw everyone rotating over. I'm like, all right, here we go. And Thieves just kill all of them. So, they're about done with the second part of progress. Just slowly work on A.
Pred's going to have a one-on-one here. Inside the middle of the map. Envoy, he wraps back. They want bedroom control. They can transition over to B. But look at this lurking play from Pred. Octane, he's going to hear this, but he's going to get taken down. So A not done yet, but over at B, Thieves are winning the skirmish.
And I don't know if he just wasn't expecting that at first, or maybe he didn't get the audio cue, but it didn't seem like he reacted. We swapped off in the final second, but you're not quite done with A. The clock continues to run. 35 seconds now to go. Who's that cutoff man? It's number 5 on the map. That's going to be Civ, who's trying to make this a problem. He was also going to spawn number 7 up there and Mac with him. So they've got like a 2-on-3, 2-on-4 now from this position. How long can they hold? Every second counts now, Joe. We only got 20 on the clock to work with. Draza looks like a jackrabbit as he's just bouncing across the map. 15 seconds now to go. Kenny's able to win one on the edge. Someone's going to get on the point to stop the clock as Pred continues to sing and dance his way through the map on 4 in a row.
Max here now to help him out. Here's the thing. There's only 9 lives remaining for LA Thieves, and they just continue to find pick after pick. So you're going to only have 2 4-man pushes out of Thieves to try to get B.
And Pred's kill ends up being massive, right? Because it creates a lot of this chaos, like that one-on-one win on the Octane. They have to invest a lot more lives than they wanted to get A, right? Like you thought you had it for free. Is that one of the gambles of doing that kind of 1 person on and 3 people go? You don't end up getting the lives advantage to that, I'll tell you that much. Now you're down to 7 lives. Double it up is Surge. A chance to do it here. Stun's going to hit. Pred continuing his tour of the map.
Right now, you just have to wait for one another off a spawn. You do not have a lot of pushes left, and well, it's got to be clean for the rest of LA Thieves. One player gonna go down, but you have so much to clear.
No respawns.
Well, Sib's there for the trade. It's looking like Surge gonna clutch up in a defense in round number 5.
I mean, this would take something truly special. With 15 seconds to go in a 3v12, he pulled it off. The movement there from God, the man is a demon. You're on the point if you're Draza. You were on 5 in a row, but you are the only hope, the only player for the Thieves side, and he's gonna get blown to smithereens. Surge, all smiles. They're able to win it in a round 5 in a really back and forth control with just some wild moments. Like, you felt pretty good about Thieves' chances when it just Octane landed the point. Like, when we hopped to his POV, and we knew Pred was pushy, like, it looked like his eyes, like, he was looking at his teammates' screens.
I mean, I heard it run around in my head.
No, I did too, but it didn't seem like he reacted, right? Like, he was sort of focused on what was going on with the other players. I mean, he still might have dropped at close range going up against the Vazep, but the fact is, Pred gets the kill. You then have to, you probably lose 8 to 10 lives more trying to go to finish off A. You have so little time to work with. Unbelievable control there from Surge, and now they retake control of this series, taking both respawns.
And I mean, just lane-wise, again, this is kind of what we saw a little bit yesterday from Thieves, just some inconsistencies. Just map to map, right? Like you had a good map 1 from Kenny, but not really from Envoy. Then here, it's got a back and forth. You're just trying to get everybody on the same page, and maybe, you know, when Sib is playing the way he is, when you're having these stars pop off, it's going to happen. But it's those little things you have to button up to give you a chance.
I think what we saw for Celebrate was like those really brilliant moments in mid-map by Draza or Kinetic. They were the ones popping the 2 or 3 pieces. Here, yeah, this Macker Sip or somebody clutching up with the multi-kills. I mean, the talent really shined and matched what Thieves are bringing for the Surge side. The talent needs to in a matchup like this, and Sib was incredible.
Absolutely was. It was all offense until round 5, and Surge gonna clutch on up. I don't know if we're gonna see that moment, that play, when Fred finds that kill, or we won't, but I wonder how many lives they had, and then kind of, what, it was like 8 lives left when they jumped to B?
My guess is it was around even.
I just meant like the number, it was probably 15 plus still.
Yeah, but I think like overall, as a comparison, it's probably around like even at that point. Because that you're thinking like, let's get the edge now, right? Like let's find some picks, just keep the clock stopped. But it just completely bit him, and that's going to be one of those risks you have when you try to play it like that. Because you have 2 choices, right? Either let's just stack the point, get it done, get the time, and then we set up. Or we try to milk, I don't want to say like get cute with it, but you try to like milk it a little bit, keep it stopped, and try to get the advantage. They just didn't, because Fred makes the play.
Well, it's less about the advantage and more like if we find 2 or 3 kills.
The quick transition.
Yeah, the transition. They did that in one of their offenses before. We saw that happen. Because if you get bedroom control, you get 3 players on it, that is good enough towards that B zone. But moving forward, going to Mercado hardpoint, you just need the gunnies to get warm on the side of LA Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, the end of that control, or moments of that control, just sort of felt like early on the hardpoint, right? She's like dominant from the superstars on Surge. You can't come out flat like you did for your Thieves in this hardpoint. You know,
Mercado is a map where if you give up 3 rotations, you're probably down 100.
You might not even get the second set of rotations.
No, because we got 7 hills.
Yeah, you might just be done before you get another chance to redeem yourself with the second set through. So you definitely have got to come out of it stronger. Let's take a look at the stats for Sib. Yeah, this S&D, they got smoked, but look at him across the hardpoint and control, sitting around a 1.4 for both. You're going against the reigning world champs that are just filled to the brim with talent. That is impressive stuff and just shows the quality of this young man.
I mean, the guy has like, I mean, we've heard pros talk about it, just sort of one of the best shots in the league.
It's like you're watching like Self sometimes, like just with the centering and the snappiness. They're different players, I know, but like just
that style
POV kind of feels like it just feels so clean, right? It's fun to watch.
How much would you pay for just like a day?
No, I've said it before, dude. Like
just one day.
I don't know how much it'd be, but like I just want let me enjoy one day of COD just being one of these guys. Yeah. Like it always pains me, and I think people in the crowd at home, like you feel this. Like listen, you're playing a ranked in the past or a pub or whatever, the mosh pit, whatever it might be, and like you're going hard, right? You got your Astros cranked, like you are twisted, you're locked in. You drop 40, you're feeling good. You hop to one of these pros, like I go to Octane, he's got like I don't even know, just a sniper build. He's jamming out the music, talking to his chat, thanking every sub. He's got 100. Like, they're just different. They're different, man. It's unbelievable.
Truly is. It's a winners around one matchup.
Not to mention everyone knows who he is in the lobby, so they're all just shouting at him and trying to kill him, and he's just world starring him.
Thieves trying to get this to a map 5. Surge trying to move on in the tournament. I think the winner of this plays the winner of, well, I think it's New York, Florida. New York, one of the surprises of the event so far.
Yeah, you coming out just 3-0 people? Yeah. I think that was definitely a surprise after their start. Well, here we go to get into a P1 through P7 battle across Mercado. You might get shot, you might get tacos, but it's gonna be a party.
Kenny just gets right onto that heady, right onto that block. And you saw it from Sim's point of view, just how difficult it is. That strafe hit Steve's. It's a map control right now. We're gonna head to P2 towards the bottom side of the map, side of the cantina.
Yeah, we gotta check out that. This makes you just want Mexican food now. We saw a restaurant.
Tacos, I'm in.
Yeah, one night if we end early, we're headed there. Anybody's welcome to join Joe's Pain. No, actually, never mind. It's not the CDL.
But Deeves, this is not what they want. They actually spawn on out. Now it's just Kenny by his lonesome, trying to do what he can. As Sib and accuracy starting to work their way over.
You got like all 4 here. The pinch though starting to build up.
Well, that works.
4 Thieves. You burst through both sides of it. You get to the point trophy out. 5-1 start from Kenny now. There's just shots all around him, but his teammates for the most part picking up the kills. You lose one side Mac, you lose the other side to accuracy. So now it's on the other players to step up while they're waiting for their teammates to spawn. And they're doing just that. Working up top. I think it was like a nade with the smoke. I don't even know if he saw him. Just gets evaporated through the window.
Hey, this is great for Surge. I mean, this is one of those money hills. Zomboy, 1-6 start. Not the best for him, but still so early in this game.
But that's what it was like in the map 1, right?
Well, even in map 3, just he has so many more engagements, right? He's playing at such a fast level. But on the other side, you have Kenny, his duo, who's 7-2. So it's almost just like it balances itself out. Now, on the rotation, Octane is here, trying to buy as much time as he can to disrupt that setup. The rest of the scrap time, you go the way of Thieves. But Draza, he's just got to wait for his teammates to rotate on over. Surge will be in a good spot for P3.
Yeah, I mostly am only focusing on Envoy just because the dreadful map 1. I know it can be tough. I know stats aren't everything. I know you can win hard points. You're getting outslated in this particular title, but quadruple neg, not what you want. Out the gate as Fred just continues to use this heading beautifully. Another challenge. See you later. 4 in a row, 7 and 5. Tries to re-peek, but he's gonna drop. But
that's how weak he was, dude. He got stuck in the impact that actually kills him.
You don't see that often.
No, you do not. And then, well,
but he's in his bag right now. He's in his bag. He's feeling it, man.
Behind that kill, though, was a one-on-one, and Octane was able to win it. So he's gonna find the final 25 seconds or so. A lot of fights going down towards P4. Octane trying to find it, but the headshot in for Fred. But I think you take that if you're Octane, you're gonna spawn at the next hill. Yeah, with your team, and now you can get set up. So it's like one of those plays like, do we just leave Octane? Should we have left him?
Well, let's see what kind of influence he has here. Not much. Like he is killed almost instantly by accuracy, but oh god, now look where Octane spawns. Him and Kenny, due to the pressure around the point, they're gonna spawn all the way out top left, try to rotate this through back alley, get back towards the point. Spawning a bit closer on the north side, but having the fights towards mid-map is going to be Surge. Is everyone just trying to battle back towards this point. And Fred again picking up multi-kills. He has been so big. He was, what, 4 or 5 in a row? One of the last times we hopped on with him, now up to 11 and 6. This guy has the takeover game ability. Seeing bits of it right now, that's for sure. I was going to say give him another, and then Envoy just danced on his corpse.
And then somehow gets the second one. I mean, just a beautiful play from Envoy, fighting for the scrap time, and he gets the third. On rotation, though, it is just the Vazneps popping off inside of these hills.
This is what I was saying earlier, I think in ATP. They needed Envoy in some capacity. He was 2 and 8. He has really bounced back now to 7 and 11. Still some work to do, but like moments like that, you're like, well, how is he 2 and 8 to begin with? Where he's picking up kills like that. Draza goes for the peak. Fred, once again, meet your maker. As we slow down for a moment, but as the utility comes out, the Surge forward, about to come in.
Yeah, this is so clean for Seattle Surge. Kenny, though, with that first pick, and now that's LADs, they're going to fly on through. Relying on some nice teamwork here. Max gonna spawn out, but accuracy and Sib finding the kills they need. They hold on in a 2 versus 3.
And I thought that was really good discipline from them, because when you lose that one player, right, you're thinking, like, I think it was when Mac died. Someone's gonna have to shift, right? Someone's gonna have to change their focus, but they knew how many were pushing from the front. They all just held. They just held. They didn't worry about that player. They knew it was gonna take them a while to get there. They clutched up inside the hard point. That was great discipline.
Now this is a big play for Thieves. Pred and Mac trying to just disrupt this setup. A 40-point lead. Thieves need this hill to get right back into it. The rest of the push gonna come from back alley. The reason for that, I mean, this is where Seattle Surge wants to spawn for P7 when parking comes on up. So that's where their push is coming from that way. But Envoy able to read it. He's got the info. You have Kenny inside a middle alley. He's just making sure nobody is on that pinch.
Envoy is really starting to come alive, but now you need everybody else. It is a team effort to get this map 4 dub. If you're joining us late, 2-1 edge in the series for Surge. They win this, they continue on. It's the loser's bracket for Thieves. Thieves trying desperately to get this to a round 5, and you get a little bit of flinch on that first bullet when he's lying prone. I mean, you hit first bullet, it's likely all headshots, but accuracy hits it. He's able to pick up another one back alley. Not this time, though.
This is where you're going to see Thieves. They're going to try to get a couple of kills and push up through Barbershop, just the way he's doing. But you see Octane spawns all the way across the map.
That was a full 60, though, right? Because you were down 40 going into that?
Yeah, that's a full 60. That's just with some of these hills. It's so difficult to break in.
But this is where you need to answer back of your surge, right? Like you get incinerated there, you give up 60, but they did fight from that side the entire time, right? You really want to set up for 7.
And I mean, but Sib, he spawns all the way out. With the pinch coming in from Kenny, Sib has to rotate through all the way through middle of the alley. That's going to allow Thieves to get some presence here, but it's down to Kenny, who was weak, and that's a nice job from the All-Stars, Pred and Sib.
Well,
able to find majority LA Thieves and keep them controlled.
I think he was like trying to quickly get a trophy down, but the trophy hit a trophy, and then the nades came in, which also picked up a player, just an awkward sequence, but it's Surge that have the chance to put them away. They can take this series 3-1 with a win here. We basically got a tie game. Here we go. Let's get to a listen with Seattle Surge.
Mid-hedge, mid-hedge. Small. All right, get right. One's already going back alley.
Yes. I spawned here. I'm going top, okay? It could be low.
I'm bottom right now, man. I stunned up top. I don't see anything mid, bro. I don't see him.
Top dead.
Nice. Nice. Take your flank. Down T, run back and play cactus. Mid cut, weak. I can't chow. That's you.
Nice. Go get Mac. Go get Mac.
Cutter me, Mac.
Go get, help the guy out.
I don't know the guy over, but I'm playing dark. Small. Avoid this small.
Cactus Sam, and one on time.
Waiting divot. He chopped me, so let's time. He's divot. Bags. Watch this break. Use our bags. Someone's gonna go hedge. Back then.
Nice.
Okay, I'll get time.
Our hedge. Block. Hedge and block, okay? Nice.
Absolute.
An incredible break from Thieves is answered by Surge. It's Pred that's able to burst through, but you heard the comms from Surge. Let's kick it right over to Thieves.
Nice. We 10. It's Lamar.
Could be RB, that's it.
I don't see him. He's standing in gate.
I got native, bro.
He's absolutely.
He got me.
Alright, make sure we hit the hole.
I don't think he's under you yet.
I think he is. He just played that like he's under me. He just played that like he's under me.
Fast, I don't think he'll look at me.
Already stairs. Not moving on stairs. Top of the stairs. Top of the stairs, boys. Kill this guy. Yo, I got native, bro.
I need a dumpster, bro. I'm living. They're top. Umbrella. On top. Challenge our door. Good job, bro. I'm coming mid late, bro.
Hey, this is it right here.
I don't know how you come out of that with control if you're Thieves. Like, that was a fun listening because the pressure was there instantly from Surge. And, Joe, that was a war on the point.
I mean, it was just so back and forth. We were talking or listening in with Seattle Surge. They're like, crack, we're trying to push on through, flip those spawns. But right there, Octane and Draza with the tag, right? 2v4ing, holding on. Usually it's the Vasnevs popping off in that hill. This time it was the ARs making sure that Thieves have this lead. But now, the pressure back on over to Seattle Surge.
You see the quiet demeanor sometimes from Octane, but I loved him in that listen. And you heard the passion. He was being the leader at times, just telling them what was going to go on. He's already underneath me, got to get this kill top steps. Like he was really vocally leading the way. But Pred, now again, 27 and 18 on 4 in a row. Highlight material, just pop off at any moment, and they're inside of the point, trying to crawl their way back into this 10 points, separating these two teams. There's one person just still kind of lurking around. It's Octane. I think is still was there for so long, but finally he's gonna fall. They're gonna end up wrapping out. Let's see how the success goes here down the rotation for Thieves. Lead change, Surge.
And another great hold. I mean, there was a couple of chances there. Kenny, he was able to find the first one, but his teammates were so far away. Their push was a little bit staggered. He had to wait for him, but Surge, they're gonna find 2. 8 seconds left. That's gonna be 3 now. Finds a 4. You still get close spawns, though, if you're Thieves, though. I think it just comes in. Towards the end, it's a battle inside a barbershop. Pred able to find the first. Accuracy trying to hold on. But there we go. 3 in for LA Thieves. Mac, now you have to slow down. You don't want to get staggered, and he's going to slow this down.
So frustrating. You did so much there if you were a Mac, but the close spawn comes in. You got somebody at old. You get maybe a little bit fortunate there if you are Thieves, but now you're still in it. Do we have another lead change? Looming. Envoy winning another ludicrous gunfight. Draza trying to dance at the car, but finally he's going to fall. Thieves now back in front.
They get into the mid, though. They just go right down the middle. Right down the middle.
Back in, they can win it here.
Find 2.
They're spawning out so far. You gotta go. Gotta go. 10 points needed for Surge. The cutoff there. Mac hears him underneath. This should be a freebie. Able to take that.
That's
holding it at the front. Shutting it down. Surge with the win. They close it out. Woo!
And that is just a hill there at the end, where if one player gets in, they can make a play. That's exactly what happened. I don't know how LA Thieves is not watching middle of the alley, but 2 players from Surge just get into the point. They get into the point, and that's all they need is that chance.
It's just one of those things. Maybe it's just late. It's frantic. People are screaming. Just something slips through.
Yeah, just the opening there.
And hopefully we'll be able to see it again. Maybe we'll watch the final moments. You just see how it played out, but you see the smile there from Accuracy as he's gassing up the young gods. But man, I thought Max sealed it, bro, with the triple at Barber. Like, that was nuts. It was like 3 straight headshots. He had no right winning 2 of those. And then you spawn close, like basically on the point. Thieves get back into it. I thought that was the moment where Surge were gonna be screwed. But they got a chance for another hit. And they do it. 3-1 Surge. I think for most, absolutely an upset.
This kind of reminds me of like their champs sort of plays, right? Just clutching up in these hard points.
Crazy hard point moments they live for.
Yeah, everyone popping off when they need to. But yeah, I mean, Thieves, you have the setup. You have that setup there towards the end of Barbershop. The slang, I mean, it was pretty even across the board. An advantage. You had 31 from Mac. That's what we talked about coming into this series. If Mac is playing at that level, this Surge team just feels different.
Plays like that. Like, you know, it feels, yeah, like champs. Like, I'm gassing up Pred. I'm like, Pred's on 4 in a row. I look, I'm like, Max killed the whole team. Okay, like, it's just these incredible moments. But what a terrific map. 17-point victory there for Surge. They continue on. We knew this was going to be a wide open tournament. It just felt that way coming in. So many teams hit 2-2. Who's going to beat who? Didn't feel like anyone was all that far ahead. And usually when that's the case, it's sort of like who gets hot, right?
The only team, you know, talking to everyone, just sort of that everyone talks about is Ultra, right? And again, they get another big win in winners round 1. But I'll tell you what, I mean, yeah, you have no idea. As we're going to take a look at the end of that map, it's going to be our scuff play of the game as Surge able to close it out. But look at this, right? You have this setup. You get a couple of kills. Envoy somehow wins that. But watch number 7. Right after Draza dies, it just looks Octane turns around.
Why did Octane, did he hear footsteps from a teammate?
I don't know. He turns.
Maybe it was a nade.
Gives up that door, and as soon as that happens, I mean, it's just 2 players right through Barbershop. The break comes in.
I'm guessing he was avoiding a nade, right?
It feels that way. Yeah, maybe just trying to avoid that nade, but it's right through that door. The kills come in, Mac making
I wondered
play
how
after
they
play
got in,
alongside of
but
Fred.
I wonder how they did it, but that's it. I mean, Octane, you see him just sort of turn a beeline. We don't see it from his POV. I'm guessing little teardrop Simtex in or trying to avoid his thumb, but he just turns and tries to get out, gets shot in the back, and things fall apart. But yeah, I mean, those moments this Surge team has lived for.
They've done it time and time again.
It is hard to count them out when they are in the big moments at a hard point. It feels like someone's going to get it done, man. It's truly spectacular to watch.
And on the other side for Deasley, I felt like that was kind of reminiscent of earlier in the year for them, right? Like with what we saw last year, like they were very competitive with almost everyone. It was just like sort of these moments that they gave up. It's just, can they button those up now moving forward?
And I have no doubt that as we get further into the year, like this Thieves team will be godlike. My question is just like, can they get it together early in the title? Which you think they'd be able to, but we'll see. I mean, they're not out of it yet, but that's a tough loss there for sure. But my
Still
God, I can't wait to cast this guy for the next decade. Fred, an absolute monster on the map. We've got him on stage. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Merkin Maven. Give it up one more time for the Seattle Surge. Getting it done, Fred. I think you converted a lot of fans in the crowd to Seattle fans, okay? As you hear them cheering you on. How does this win feel for you, especially with it being the first time you played Thieves on LAN?
No, it's honestly so like it feels. I don't know. We miss LAN, man. The last time we played at LAN was at Champs, so it's been a while. And we're just a team that we just play so much better at LAN, man. We love playing at LAN. And yeah, Thieves, we always have a good rival. We scrim them the most out of any team, so it's good to finally get to play them on LAN. It's just a good matchup, man. But
yeah, you guys definitely learned a lot from all of those scrims. Now, tell me about what exactly did you learn in that to be able to take them down here today in a fashion in which you did?
We know they have one of the, like, if not the best teamwork in the league. Like their teamwork is unreal. Like they're just always on the same rhythm. So we know that we have to make as minimal mistakes as possible. So I feel like that's the best way to be. I mean, any team, but especially them, because if you make mistakes, they'll cap a point in 1 second. They'll get a 60 on a hard point.
Yeah.
But yeah, just something that we needed to work on, just S&D, man.
Now, speaking of somebody who made very little mistakes, and especially in the respawn, your teammate Sib, okay? He played absolutely fantastic. Talk to me a little bit about him in this
He was
series.
actually feeling sick, so he even said like he was feeling sick. You know, he had a bit of a tummy ache, stuff like that. And he came out front. I think he just wanted to go.
He had a Jordan game out here, right?
Yeah, I think he just wanted to go back to the toilet, man. So he wanted to get that stuff done. But nah, man, big props to him, man. He's one of the best players in the league, man.
Lastly, any words to all these fans who are on their feet to cheer you on here in the Seattle Surge?
I just want to say thanks to all the fans. You know, man, words can't put like description on what you guys mean to us. And all the Surge fans, thanks for coming on the journey with us, and I hope to see you guys in the future.
All right, y'all, that's gonna do it for me and Sim on the stage. Puckett, let's close us out.
Thank you so much, Guy Blaze. Give it up one more time for Pred, the Australian, making his countrymen proud. Miles, can we talk about why Pred is your favorite player? Is it because he's from your home country? By the way, welcome back to the desk. Puckett, Chance, Study, Miles, back to the Australia talk.
Mate, you know, there's something about a bloke who comes out of, you know, I don't know exactly where he comes from, but he's absolute ripper on stage. He's handsome, he's dangerous in and out of game, and I bet he talks a mean game with the ladies as well. He's a handsome bloke, and I love him.
Can he do a shoey, though? Is he truly Australian?
bet he
We'll
can.
find out on Sunday, and I'll tell you what, I'm excited to meet up with my old casting duo, Revan, the GM of the Seattle Surge, has to be pumped for this team because you are 1-3 in our opening weeks. Now you're playing on Saturday in that winner's bracket, Chance.
And he brings the intensity, too. Revan's one of those guys that, like, paces back and forth when he watches his boys play. So, yeah, given sort of the expectation they set themselves, like, for the online stages, they have been overperforming. And then some. S&D definitely still needs, like, a little bit of work. But, I mean, Pred said it himself. These guys turn up in the LAN environment, and so far it has just been a showcase of that fact.
Study was talking a little bit about the Thieves, though. We mentioned they lose, but it's double elimination.
Yeah.
So this team finished top 8 already. How deep do they go in that elimination bracket?
Oh, well, LA Thieves, they're a championship caliber squad. We know exactly what they're capable of. It's just all depends on the day. They come out here in this series, and fortunately, they lost 2 hard points. It's usually not the case when you're talking about the LA Thieves roster. The first one, they just started off basically 120-0. They lost 3 straight hills. You cannot allow that to happen. And even in that map number 4, in those final moments, you saw the timing right there on Octane. It had to be a nade or something that forces him to turn around, give up the middle of the map. Mac just walks right on through, finds a 2-piece, and then it spawns all the way across the map. It was basically all over right there.
Now, Chance, we were watching the hard points, and Seattle Surge started up 100 points in that game 1. It was so close. It's still 250 to 198 at the end of it. Surge just getting the best of Thieves here. Thieves starting slow. Is Surge a top 3 team after watching day 2?
I mean, look, you could make an argument for top 3 teams for like 6 different teams, it feels like, in the league. Like, I feel like MW2, especially in the early stages, it's just a very delicate game. Like Pred talked about it in the interview. You make a single mistake, and then instantly you're getting full 60, or instantly a zone in control is getting captured. So, like, you have to be completely on point with it. And with this being this early on in the year, no one's ironed out all the kinks in their gameplay, right? So, a lot of teams, I think, are fighting for those top spots.
I see everybody in the venue making their way over to the featured station. That's because we're not done here on day number 2. Real quick, let's take a look at our bracket to keep you up to date with how everything has played out. We've got the Seattle Surge with a 3-1 over the Thieves. Ultra beat the Rocker with the same score. And Atlanta FaZe edges past Clayster in the Vegas Legion with a 3-1 of their own. But we still have that 4th battle in our winners quarterfinals. Subliners versus Mutineers. It's all knotted up. We're in a game 3. Let's go to that live. And Desk, I got good news. We get to cast. It's a quad cast. Study, Miles, Chance, take it away.
Chris, it's been a hot minute for you, brother. Welcome back.
Feels good.
It does feel good.
I'm tired, though. How do you guys do this every day?
I don't know.
A lot of Call of Duty, man. Starting with the code bowl. We're doing bonus coverage here at the end of the night. Fans are getting what they want here in Raleigh.
Yeah, thank you to the fans who've stuck it out. I was thinking about another sort of moment before we get into this one. Thieves always start the year slow.
Yeah, they do.
Every time, man.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem to hurt them. They close out strong, but like, man, it's typical Thieves.
Has anyone had a 3-peat back-to-back-to-back LAN events?
No one has done it since like a dynasty.
Optic Dynasty, it had to have been.
The best we've had is 2.
Find out if LA Thieves can make it 3. They have to fight from the lower bracket. This, of course, is a battle for the spot in the winners' semis. You'll be playing against the Surge tomorrow. Kismet, the Bulldog, has been one of my favorite subs to watch. He never put it away in week 1, even when everyone else was running those M4 study.
Oh, yeah, this guy's making plays. And so far, New York, they put themselves in a commanding 2-1 lead. They're going on the attacking ground, and believe it or not, just tied up at 1-1. It was New York that lost that opening hard point, and then Florida who lost the Search and Destroy. It's usually going to be flipped around, but right now, New York put themselves in a commanding lead. They're just going to rotate over towards that A site. Priesta trying to set up that flank over towards Des. They're just trying to eliminate this player in towards top bedroom, and Major Maniac, he's going to give up his life to Skies right there.
And this is triple stack as well. So, I mean, this is going to just fade almost instantly. I think Florida, like, how many players are going to send themselves towards the A zone? They're trying to get the Storm over towards B, but already a man down in the moment. Trophy should be out. Every angle covered. And New York, at least the trade's coming through. 3rd tick just about in. And Skies, doesn't
He's pretty good.
So
14
close.
and 8. I like that.
So
this man also positive. Subliners are simply out-fragging the Florida Mutineers. But we've seen the Mutineers get outgunned and still walk away with dubs. How do you feel about this map, though, Study?
Well, this one's a little scary. They already completed that A point. Now they have 2 minutes to work for 1 segment at this B point. And now it's all about just setting up, controlling towards top bedroom. Big kill first onto Major Maniac. Now you just have to find where everybody else is, because Havoc does take down Kismet, the player that was trying to set up that pinch. But all these gunfights in towards the bedroom are going to go in favor of New York, at least for now.
I said it's crazy as well. I mean, look at the life count. You got 21 lives to throw at this for the subliners. It feels like the start of the game. So we've got 2 guys on the stack here. This could well be it. Hydra has been the man. So influential since he joined this team. So influential since he joined the league. That is game, baby.
Subliners, what's good, everybody? That's a 2-1 in the series. Coming out hot here to the desk, and we're loving it. Chance, now the Subliners sucked online, right? Let's just say.
Oh, God.
Then they start to warm up in week 2. In week 2, they start to warm up. On land, though, they reach that tier 3. I feel like this is peak Subliners, and they've been steamrolling through everyone in the groups. Now you finally drop a map to the Mutineers. How would you describe this matchup play style-wise?
Play style, well, I mean, I think Study already said it. It's just been a little bit backwards. The expectation that the S&D is where the Mutineers are going to shine. So I have no idea what happened in map number 1, but Florida is obviously a dangerous team. But you could make the argument, I'd say, for the subliners of the team, like, most impacted by the meta change. Like, as soon as the stars come into the map, in my mind, the bigger benefit is the Vastnevs that get more freedom. I mean, Hydra has the most ridiculous stats of any SMG we have in the league. Every single map, it's the control on Albaga run offense. The dude has like a 1.5. Like, his numbers are bonkers. Kismet gets to shine as well. So it's a meta thing in my mind for New York.
Are we saying New York's the better respawn team throughout the series?
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
without
Easy.
question. Ever since that meta change, like you said, the submachine guns are playing phenomenal, but also the ARs. Like, Priest is playing on a whole different level. In the series yesterday versus Rocker, it was both Priest and Skies who dropped a 1.4. Like the SMGs, you could just sit back and relax a little bit. Don't worry, we got you. Big P-Dog stepped up, and so far he's been having one hell of a tournament.
What I really like, though, is Florida doesn't give a crap about our numbers. They don't give a crap about history. They are just coming in here and causing chaos in Raleigh. How does this team force another Game 5? We've already seen 2 Game 5s from Florida Mutineers on the main stage so far.
Chris, it's a tough one to do right now because, like, let's face it, Florida Mutineers, they had to go hell for leather just to take down Optic earlier today, which was an amazing series, right? But the problem they face now is just the respawn. They're not looking as strong in the respawn mode. And you're going up against the subliners who, since day one, have been the kings of hardpoint outside of maybe LAG Academy, but more on that, I mean, another time. But for now, I mean, that's going to be a really tough spot. Florida are a 2-3-5 team. There's no way, in my mind right now, that they can pull this one around. I think New York take it 3-1.
Chance, I was just looking down at the chat, and they were saying Major Maniac was a little off in game number 3. Does he need to slay out as we go to another hard point? What's his role on the squad?
Yes, the guy that went triple negative the whole map is the guy that needs to bounce back for the next one. Hard-hitting stuff, but yeah, I mean, it seems like prone to the team, especially if you're the squad that's like playing off the back foot. Your main ARs are going to suffer, so not a fun one in that moment. I don't know exactly what the map number 4 specifically is going to be, but I mean, again, if you're dealing with guys like Hydra, if he has freedom on the map, he's going to put you in a blender. So yes, Major Maniac and the ARs have to be able to hold down these lanes, have to just keep him contained and localized. That way you can take care of the threat, vanquish that, you're going to be good to go.
Chad, are we going to a Game 5? Put a 5 in the chat right now if you believe in the Mutineers. If this one's said and done, just put a 4 in the chat for the subliners to close it out in 4. Let's talk about what you can get, though, at home right now as we're waiting for this Game 4 to kick off. That, of course, is the CDL packs. If you haven't grabbed it already, sign up right now. Look like the pros, play like the pros with the new CDL 2023 CDL Team Packs. Home and away styles, male and female variants, weapon camos, emblems, calling cards, and more. Get your favorite squad's gear and get it right now. It's all on CallOfDutyLeague.com. Do it today.
These some beautiful skins, man. You know, obviously me, I'm rocking that New York skin. It's so damn clean, man. You got the black and the yellow. I'm really hoping that this map number 4, though, is not like, you know, like a Mercado Hardpoint or a Fortress, because then it's probably going to be really difficult for Florida to try to close that one out.
Yeah, if it's Fortress, that's GG. You can just chalk that one up instantly. But no idea what it is. Don't have that intel for you, but that would definitely be worst case scenario without question.
Yeah, if we could get the maps for the rest of this series, we're going to be able to hypothesize a little bit more here on the desk. Miles, so I want to ask you, out of these 8 players that are competing over there, subliners, Mutineers, who's your favorite to watch?
One of my favorite players to watch
Doesn't have to be the best.
I think the best one to watch right now, I mean, on the Mutineers, Vico. Vico has been so exciting to watch since he got into the league. Today, in essence, the guy came out and made a promise to me, Mr. Frodo, that I'm going to be Optic Gaming in the 2nd series of my professional LAN career, and he did, or 3rd, 4th, whatever it was. But he really did, and I'm really proud of the kid, man. I mean, he came out against like an overwhelming crowd, like serious numbers against him, and he brought the thunder. On the other side of the board is Hydra. I've got a thing for the dudes who come in with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, a lot to prove. Hydra has been criticized for being a selfish player. He's been criticized for being a player who doesn't necessarily like help his teammates as much, but both of those guys have done an amazing job in turning their games around. I'm excited to watch how far their careers can go.
Well, I'll just say, as someone who's watched esports for 20 years, you don't have to help your teammates for crap. If you are a star slayer and you can put up the numbers, you don't have to call out. They're already dead. Hydra's been doing that all weekend. We got that Game 4 loading up right now, and I'm told we're going to the Fortress. So let's get some predictions here.
This one's
Mutineers' final score, Chance.
I mean, 250, like 160. I'll tip the cap a little bit. I feel like saying 160 is honestly being pretty kind because Outbagger New York has completely run the show.
I think it's going to be like 250 to probably 130. I think they're going to be able to pull away, get the breaks when they need to at the P2, P3. If you allow that chain to happen, New York have a lot of success on it. They're going to run away with this map number.
Miles, tell me the Game 5 story again. How does it work?
The Game 5 story here, I mean, there's going to be some serious magic, brother. I don't know if either of these teams, I don't know if Florida's got what it takes to go all the way, man. They're a little gassed out after a big day against Optic. I'm with the boys here. I think Fortress, it's all subliners all day.
Chance, hold that thought, because I have the maps and modes for you, because this is Florida's game. Without a doubt, Brack's about to drop 39 on your face, and we are going to see Fortress Hardpoint followed by Mercado Search and Destroy as we close out day 2 by going the distance. Chance, Make me a realist, though. How's this game 4 going to play out?
Okay, I will say, actually, just the idea that if Florida do spawn on the good side off the rip for Outbagger Fortress, there's always that, like, blender, put him in the spawn trap potential.
Okay.
I mean, I know especially in scrims, the number of times where teams just go up 100-0 straight off the opening break, you can always have that kind of success. And if Florida can create that situation, then I think they have a chance on this map. But if they get there to Mercado, they're going to be feeling fantastic about themselves. But getting there is a problem.
Study. We're looking at a hard point there in that game 1, and that's not a subliner logo. I know we're jumping in mid-series, but how are you guys writing off Florida if they've already won one of these hard points?
That's the thing, man. It's like I said before the series even started, before we got into it, it's complete flip. You're thinking that New York are going to be able to walk away with the hard point, but Florida, they answer. You had a tremendous series earlier versus Optic. You got to have some momentum going into your next series. They do it in the map number 1. Fortunately, it falls short in the map number 2, but I just think it's really scary, even if New York are spawning on the bad side for Fortress, because they're like one of the only teams that know how to get out properly. We see it do it, they do it all the time in control, and it's worked out flawlessly for their squad.
Yeah, I think they're one of 2 teams maybe at this point, or maybe a third has actually won an offensive round on control, but New York is definitely one of the finest to do it, which is why Albagra is so scary. And I think we do rag on Florida a little bit too much and like overhype the 2-3-5 team.
Yeah.
Their respawn or their hard point has looked pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Like Vehicle and like Havoc, even when they were dropping like 0.7, 0.8, we're keeping games close, and now that they're picking things up a little bit more, it's much more competitive. They're getting their wins. Albagra, though, it just looks scary.
It's a little bit of a punishing map, but here's what happens if you do win it. Let's take a look at the bracket and show you how this breaks down. Winner of this series goes on to play the Seattle Surge. That's a fight for top 3, basically. You got Toronto Ultra, though, going up against that Atlanta FaZe. So let's ask you this one, Miles. Who's got the tighter games tomorrow? Top half of the bracket or bottom half?
Oh, Chris, it's still early days. The bottom half, though, I mean, Vegas have been fantastic. That series against Atlanta FaZe, Chance and I had the privilege, nay, the pleasure of rolling that one, and it was so close. So I'm excited to see, again, these teams who we expect to be a little more slow, a little more tight, more methodical, going up against these, like, fast-paced teams. Surge, they're a fast-paced squad. FaZe can be super fast-paced. The style match up, I don't even know how to sort of call it anymore, because also, can I rewind to the series score here?
Yeah.
How did Florida win the hard point? How did they get absolutely bodied on the search like that?
It was 230 on the hard point.
They're the 2-3-5 team.
This is what we've been talking about.
But I still don't understand. There's no one in the crowd to tell me what's going on. What's going on here? I don't understand anymore.
Let me explain to you what's happening, and it's not making any sense as I bring up numbers that just randomly tell a different story. We've got our KD leaderboard here, and we have 4 of the top 10 players from the subliners.
Oh, yeah.
They are fragging out here on the leaderboard. But like you said, they're out slaying, but the Mutineers, who don't have a single player on this top 10, are still walking away with the dub. Study, they're getting the important kills that matter.
Yeah, this is how you look at the leaderboard and know that New York probably haven't lost the majority of maps. They've only lost 1 map this entire tournament so far, so stats are going to be a little bit padded, but the biggest one that stands out for me is Kismet, sitting at a 1.23.
Yeah.
This is Mr. Do-It-All, man. Leads in the comms, leads in the route, man. Like, he's leading even in the S&D with the play calls. The guy is doing everything for the team. A 1.23 above Hydra, like, that's the first time I've ever seen that.
Well, yeah, not only is that a little bit crazy that he's above his teammate Hydra, but the fact that Pred is also that high, and with more maps played,
Insane.
and also when they're taking more losses, he had like a 0.27 in S&D on the last series that we saw, and yet the respawn is carrying him that far ahead to be the leading SMG. So I don't know, Pred is orchestrating himself a bonkers tournament, which I suppose is absolutely no surprise, and even Kismet, an absolute monster on the team.
And it's dope to see Celium there from Atlanta FaZe in the top 10. You also saw a member from their opponent tomorrow in the top 10. We'll see how they're able to handle it. Loser of this match, though, plays LA Thieves. Are you nervous at all if you're Florida Mutineers? Do you like that matchup? Are you more nervous if you're the subliners, knowing their previous history against the Thieves?
Yeah, I think right now, if you are New York, you're pretty much based off confidence. Like, with the squad coming into the second week of qualifiers, they dominated both of those matches. They come in early into the tournament, clean 6-0. Then today in their series, they're currently up 2-1. So I think it's a better matchup for Florida if they do drop and play LA Thieves, because that S&D is so damn good. They can beat anyone on any given day.
And here is the map. We're going to Fortress. We're going to be kicking things off. Florida Mutineers on your screen first. On the other side, the subliners 1 map away from moving on into our winners bracket semifinals. is going to be a good one, Chance, and we're kicking things off in 7 seconds. Give me the opening predictions, though. Is this good side, bad side from Florida?
Florida,
what do they need to do?
As good as it gets, they need the strong opening break just because of the side that they're starting on. I'm saying like 60-40 odds of them winning the map, but if this goes poorly, that is going to drop dramatically and going to drop very quickly.
Oh my God.
Couple trades coming through, and hey, at least you're trying to keep them contained. No one crossed out just yet, and it's not the blender, but you at least have somewhat of the setup.
Little 2-for-2 trade happening early on. Major Maniac was that player that we wanted to highlight as a guy who needs a bounce back. He went triple negative in that game 3. A hot start early on is going to give you a lot of confidence moving forward, but Skies with the pistol already causing some trouble here.
And that's also it right there. Just players on New York that were able to get out towards P2 that at least partially flip those spawns. Again, it is all about dodging the blender, dodging the spawn trap, and subliners already in a decent spot.
And Jay, this is a good spot for the subliners, right? I mean, you spawn on the bad side. You've already flipped Mutineers number 3. He's right-hand side of the map now. That's bad news, Florida. You've given away a big advantage already.
Yeah, because when you start off on the better side, you usually want to trap them in. You potentially would do a great job of just chaining into the P2, but at least Brack has done a great job of just staying alive. Too bad none of his teammates find any kills besides Havoc, as Havoc should be getting traded as the player is going to spawn right behind him. In New York, it's a perfect way you want to start this game. On the bad side, you get about 10 to 50 seconds off P1, and then you're already starting off with this time off P2.
Chance, how does Hydra spawn with plates?
I don't know, man. He's a tough kill even when you're just shooting in the back, so not exactly a fun moment. And Skies, by the way, on a map like this, 4-0 start, playing his life, collecting the hill time, snaking his way to victory. I mean, again, this is already just sort of the situation of when you're feeling the pain if you're Florida Mutineers. I suppose good news is you have the rotation over towards New. You can absolutely lock Found down for a full 60. The bad news is, even if you lock it down for a full 60, you get the bad spawn.
Kind of cut, though, but Priesta is able to find that initial gunfight. That's going to be 2 down. Unfortunately, a team kill does come in, but pay attention to the spawns for Florida. Now you're only going to have 2 players on this side of the map, and the break is going to be in for New York. That is a terrible sign for Florida. Mistakes right there that can basically allow New York to open this game wide open. The break has to come in soon, or New York are going to start running away with this one.
Miles, can you read Sky's score for me?
Yeah, it's a 6 in the K department.
Okay.
In the D department, it looks like 0. And that's not because of 0D, that's because of no deaths. The man is running it, and we just cursed him, Chris, but at the same time, this is an outstanding start from the subliners. Bad side spawn, nothing but breaks. The scary moment here for the subliners is, yeah, you got the hard point for now, but you're trapped. This is the trap. Right-hand side of the map. You need kills, you need to fly out. That's number 5's job right now. That's Hydra, and that's exactly what you want.
Yeah, that is exactly what you want to do. I mean, through and through. Maybe Havoc actually with the double to shut him down and the opportunity for Florida to sped up the blender spawn trap, but even then, it's a hill where you actually do have to play a little bit back on. Someone has to block the back spawns as well, so even this situation is not entirely ideal on top of the fact that you're down by 80.
80 points and growing, but Florida just jumping on that hard point. We'll see if they can hold. As we say it, 3 down. Last man standing is on the point, but his buddies are spawning in the back of the map. Let's go over to Sky's POV if we can. He's got the hard flanking.
Oh, New York able to just push right up on the street. They find the initial 2 kills. Now you have to stay alive if you're Major Maniac. At least you get to spawn closer towards that Sage side, but that's going to be Kismet. Currently on a 3-3, he finds 2. Having in a great position to at least take him off this time, but New York, they get the break with about 30 seconds left, and Florida just need a great hold, because if New York continue to get the remaining scrap time, just going to get closer and closer to that 250 mark.
There's just, I mean, not a hill where they've had any bit of success. Anytime they get the rotation, they get broken instantly. Anytime they have an opportunity to set up the spawn trap, it gets broken down, and it is more or less a masterclass so far on Albagger for the side of New York, and a couple players on Florida feeling the pain.
That's 8
Brack
straight.
double neg, and Vikal triple negative. Not having a good time.
I'm with you, Puckett. I think most of the New York subliners are running plates right now. They've somehow managed to beat the HP, because these gunfights are so one-sided at the moment.
I'm just looking at that streak in the top right. Hydra on a 4 streak, Kismet on your screen on a 4 streak, Skies on a 3 streak, and you just got a kill from Priesta. Everyone is starting to do damage, and no one from Florida can stop the bleeding. Who's the guy to step up? Brack's trying trying to be the man right now.
It's got to be the entire squad. Right now, we just got to make sure we hold down these money hills. That P3 bake is what you see the difference in the score line right now. But New York is doing a great job of just contesting. Florida are going to be spawning on the bad side. They're keeping it funky. They're trading the kills. They're able to get this remaining 20, but you have to get out. That's what Havoc is doing, going to try to finesse his way around Arc.
And he is the main slayer for the team, so this could be the guy to actually go and try to make the plays, get to kill in the back, maybe try to lock it down, has help over towards P2, so a couple players from Florida making moves, and Priesta is there, in fact, to shut it down instantly, and Kismet with the follow-up, and they're just being funneled through the left side of the map, and absolutely picked apart. The only moment of opportunity, that door gets closed right in their face.
Chance, you look a little bit sad, but I am smiling here because I'm looking at the numbers from Priesta. He's #1 overall at this event. I don't think anyone would have predicted that if you're watching him online. What is it about this game right now, Miles?
Chris, honestly, it's so much more than just the gunny for the subliners, man. They are at least 1 to 2 steps ahead of every single engagement right now. I mean, it's one thing to have rotation. It's another to be on top of spawns on a map this tiny and this difficult.
Priesta on your screen once again. Just posting up, getting ready for the next big fight. Let's go to the subs as Hydra and Skies trying to get position with Hydra up top.
My guy Vico is having a bad one. Ross, I don't know if it's the caster curse or something, but 4 and 20 is not the way you want to come out. Now off the rotation, New York are going to be fully set up. You got the duo and Havoc and Major trying to push up through open arch, but unfortunately they get cut down, and you have to find a break soon because the game is just getting away from you.
And this is such a tough map for it as well. I mean, Vico is a player who we've seen be extremely high impact. This is a guy who's absolutely getting blended right now. I mean, for Vico, I mean, I'm not a player. The best advice I give him is find a corner, post up, and hope for the best. Try to just turn the tide in your favor. But when things like that are happening, it's non-stop. It is so hard to get out of the blender right now.
Subliners just doing so much damage as individuals, and then you see the team pinch from behind. Priesta working with Kismet on the flank, and now they're just rotating once again. We broke 100, Chance. Are we getting over that 150?
I mean, all things considered, that was a pretty well-played P2, considering they started out getting like triple killed and had to fight their way through the front. Unfortunately, more bad news on rotation. They just get picked apart. Anytime there's like a little bit of life, they just get smoked, and now you got New York set up on the rotation. Players pushed out. They got everything they want.
But the crazy thing about this kind of map as well is if you get one decent hard point, you get one decent rotation, and everything turns around. You can play that advantage from hill to hill to hill. This is the chain hard point map right here, right now. I mean, it's not going to be easy to chain anything Priest is doing what Priest is doing, but Jay, like, this is not over yet. For the Mutineers fans out there that are crying into their beverages, it ain't done yet.
Yeah, it ain't done until the fat lady sings, but unfortunately, you need to find a break on P3. That's going to be another 4 dead. Now all the spawns for Florida Mutineers are going to be in the front side of the arches. 30 seconds remaining on this P3. New York going to be able to start slipping out, but they're way more focused on picking up this time because the closer and closer they get to that 250, they know that this potential series is going to be theirs.
I want to know how much damage did Skies take while surviving? Because he is always red, and he seems to be coming out just 1 bullet ahead of each fight.
20 and 8, Chris. 20 and 8 with 2 minutes to 3 in the hill time. Talk about a guy that does it literally all.
I also want to know how he got in that spot. He, like, Hydra dies on one end of the map, spawns up towards another, and I don't know, to me, it's looking like Study's prediction might be correct at 251.30, or maybe Florida can get an extra little bit of scrap, but no, I think this map was done as soon as we saw Outbacker for map number 4.
All right, it needs to be perfect hardpoint from here on out. They are control of the spawns for now. You have Major Maniac finding that opening kill. It's a Hydra. Nothing's going to get sneaky through the street. And right now, New York, they just want to take their time. They know that all they need is one break, and they can potentially close out this series as Florida so far with a great hold. Havoc finds that kill. Major with the second, Major with the third.
It is
trying to climb back.
24 kill difference in this game. Subliners outslaying the Mutineers, and they're getting the 4 down on almost every rotation. Mutineers scraping every second they can back here, Chance, but this is getting ugly. You're running out of mistakes.
No, I still think they'll be fine. I mean, Hydra is like the back pocket guarantee. They get the break for an extra couple seconds in this moment, and you're just going to open hills. Hydra, as you said, Bucket, he doesn't need to call out. He could just do his thing, and Subliners will walk away with this game.
Skies jumping on the point. Gonna try and pick up the final 10. And as Study calls it, there's no one in position to challenge. Just one player upstairs. Brack doesn't even touch the ground before the full bullets find his head.
What a hard point from New York. The turning point in that game is just the first rotation of hard points. Like the fact that Florida needed a response once they got broken at P2. Keep in mind, they started on better side. They allowed New York to get on through, flip those spawns to P2. They needed a response at P3, but before the hill even pops, they go 4 dead. Then you allowed New York to get a full 60. That basically put them up by 90 points. Then they're on cruise control. A little bit here,